nice. He comes away with that.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful laybacks.
Welcome to day 3 of competition for the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. We are here in Surf City, El Salvador once again. 5th time in history that the ISA has returned to these shores to run another amazing event. And it has absolutely lived up to the hype so far once again with some great waves and more swell that has arrived today. So conditions are going to be looking great as we see some surfers that have been arriving early this morning. Sophie McCulloch, Championship Tour surfer from this year's tour, representing Team Australia, fresh off of an injury. She's been looking really great in the water so far. We're going to be kicking off the day with our women's main round 2. So all of these surfers have advanced through in their first heats from yesterday in that first or second place position. Haven't taken a loss yet and will be ready to head into the lineup. First in the water, Sophie McCulloch. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Jess Grimwood. Jess, you have medaled at the ISA World Surfing Games in the past, a copper medal. Fantastic, as well as the silver for Team Australia. What's it like to be here now calling the action?
It's pretty exciting. It's always like the most exciting part of the surfing season for me. The team camaraderie is probably the most standout highlight. I mean, the surfing is obviously world class, but the team part is incredible.
Incredible. I'm just so excited to have you in the mix as well, to hear all your insights, especially as the women's field is heading out into the water this morning, because you have spent your career competing against so many of these women. You've had head-to-head battles with them, and that'll be really exciting. As we take a look at Podium 1, this is where we're going to be today, Jess, for La Bocana.
Yeah, how beautiful is this spot too? Look at that, just absolute pristine setup. You've heard everybody speaking about how good this wave is, and here's a few highlights from the warm-up this morning too, Shannon.
Setting up, surf looking a little bit bigger than what we had yesterday already. We know that swell is growing. Great forehand attack as we take a look at some of the surfers who were just getting that warm-up in. Bright and early, competition's been starting at 8 a.m. every day, which means there's maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours of light for the surfers early on if they want to get down here and get a few waves beforehand.
Yeah, I spoke to a few of the girls early this morning just talking about how it was a little bit tricky to read the conditions, and they were getting caught outside a lot. They had to really kind of dial in their positioning, the lineup. Here's a couple of the warm-up waves as well. You can see splitting the peak for all the warm-ups this morning, lefts and rights on offer, and plenty of open face too for carve downs. I even spoke to South Africa's Sarah Baum. That looks like Joanne DeFay right there on her warm-up wave this morning. But yeah, South Africa's Sarah Baum was even saying there's a few really perfect rights coming through, but you have to be careful not to be caught too far out here.
Joanne making her way across the rocks. Always challenging, making sure those ankles stay intact when those cobblestones are rolling around. And we've got a huge day of surfing ahead of us. Taking a look at the current conditions out there, Jess. 4 to 6 foot, a little bit of wind this morning, but lighter than what we've had the last couple mornings.
Yeah, it's pretty glassy this morning. It's really like finely tuned and groomed open face kind of surfing I think we're going to see. With these conditions, it has kind of pulled that bowl section in a little bit. It's not quite pumping through the swell yet, but it is looking really, really good and really contestable.
Starting out with heat number 1 for our women's main round 2, Sophie McCulloch of Australia, Emily Gassoni of Italy, Rihanna Rosenbaum of Belgium, and Valeria Ojeda of Venezuela, looking to keep themselves in the top 2 spots to stay in the main round. Of course, no elimination for the current round that we're starting with this morning. The bottom 2 surfers will be falling into the repechage round. But later today, once we finish out this round of 18 heats, we'll be starting out and surfing through roughly the first half of our women's repechage round 1 at this podium, which means today we will be sending surfers home for the very first time.
Yeah, it's always crazy when you get into this round of competition of ISA, because a few of the women, especially for this round 2, of course, they've had the opportunity to have a little bit of a rest. A lot of the other women going through the repechages will have to surf their way through a massive number of rounds to get themselves back into the mix of the main round and to find themselves into the finals. But that's what makes the ISA so exciting. It's very possible. There's been so many good surfers that have gone through all the way through the repechage and found themselves back in the final, and that's why it makes it exciting. Yeah, these women right here though, they had their kind of first round wins and they're waiting for that opportunity to open up this morning.
And this would be the first time for them surfing in the jersey, at least at La Bocana. Their earlier round for round 1 was run down at Sunzal, which is a right-hand point break. So now they have that option to be able to go left as well. We can see some positioning here in the lineup. And it looks like no one's going to have a look at this opening wave.
I love that angle as well too. You couldn't really get a feel for it here this morning, and everyone kind of in sync paddling. The pack quite tight. Of course, priorities in play, but not until those first waves are kind of allocated on takeoff. Let's have a look at this jostle.
All right, Sophie's deciding to take off way on the inside, head to the left instead, to the right instead of to the left, gets that first turn, goes in for that second wrap back into the foam, manages to hold onto her footing, going in for a big closeout finish, and looking classic as she starts out the morning. What a way to put herself in position.
Yeah, wow, what a way to start off round 2 for the women too. When we have a look at this replay, let's take note too. I'm pretty sure Emily Gassoni was looking at the left-hander, so it's a split peak situation on the takeoff, and the other 2 women were involved in that hustle and tussle for the inside position because, of course, no priority established until those first waves are ridden. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of this. Let's have a look at the replay here. Sophie's looking into the right, Em's looking down the left. She takes off, realises Soph completely come into domination and control, takes off earlier, and then Soph gets to work. So not being rattled at all, and that's the class that Sophie McCulloch brings to this level of competition. She just closes it out, she collects the point, she makes that exchange count for her, and let's see how this falls in the mix of things. Have a look again, Shan. I mean, she's committed, and she's kind of almost mentally muscled Em out of that exchange. If they had got up at the same time, it would have been probably a whole different story, but Soph just half a second quicker, and she capitalizes on that end section.
That quick early paddle, like you said, just driving down the line so fast that she was in that position earlier on. We'll see where it comes through on the judges' scale. Just a 0.43 to open up for Emily, and we'll wait for that first wave now of Rihanna and Valeria. For Emily, she's into 3rd priority. Sophie McCulloch going to fall into 4th.
Yeah, but she's going to get the better of that energetic exchange, at least for that first bit, because she's already going to have a score on the board, and now she can get back to work.
Valeria up and riding on her forehand. Nice snap off the left to start. So single maneuver, but complete. Gets that 1 turn in. She's going to have a score on the board.
Yeah, you can see she's probably just finding her feet out there as well for that turn. Here's another nice looking wave. Look how beautiful it is, Shannon.
Rihanna from Belgium. Regular foot. Nice backhand snap to start. Trying to find some speed as she moves down the line. Just kind of feeling time at the moment. No second maneuver thrown in until that next moment. Looking for this closeout section here. Getting a little work done for the finish. So scores to come through now for Sophie McCulloch on that first exchange, for Rihanna and for Valeria as well.
Yeah, and good kind of exchange of pace between all 4 women. Here goes Em.
Emily now having to shake off that moment off the start with Sophie McCulloch taking off a bit earlier. Up into the lip for that second turn. Trying to find that power, staying in the pocket. Gets a little stuck on that 3rd turn. Redeeming herself well as she comes through to the inside here. Jess puts on a clean finish.
Oh, yeah, nicely recovered from the Italian as well. You could see her just completely lose footing there. I think this has been happening quite a bit. Like, it's extremely, extremely warm in the water. It's like bath water almost. So I've seen a lot of traction kind of complications, and there's Teresa Bonvalot.
Olympian, had that injury replacement call up for the WSL Championship Tour this year, so she's been in the peak of her career over the last couple of seasons, nearly qualified for the CT last year as well, and now she's back in the mix with that Olympic qualification for Paris based on her results on the championship tour already this year. And she'd be feeling maybe slightly more relaxed coming into this than the rest of the surfers that are still battling for those positions.
Yeah, I actually think the ISA format suits her surfing more so too than the tour format. I think she really thrives off that team energy, and when she's asked to bring those more kind of battle style approaches in her strategy in heat, she really steps up to the plate, and she gets the opportunity to do that at the ISAs and kind of has the space to bring more of her style of attitude into her surfing, and I think it really suits her. I think she's going to be hard to beat in the ISAs.
I agree. She's going to be one to keep an eye on this week for sure. A 2.67 in for first of Rihanna in green. Waiting for that second wave of Emily in blue to drop through. Valeria in white also with a score. And we haven't seen anything drop through from that first exchange for Sophie McCulloch as we take a look at some replays here, Jess.
Yeah, quick top to bottom there for Valeria, and nice opening wave for her. This is Rihanna's opening wave too. You can see she does a nice smooth carve to set up. This wave is really kind of disjointed through that section, so she has to reline and reset. She just gets to work. I think she's just kind of warming up on her back end a bit. She's able to capitalize on the opportunity that she does get, but I think we're going to see her kind of come more into form as we go through this heat.
Second wave of Emily just dropped in as a 4.6.
Yeah, look at the recovery too that happens here. She does some really good kind of under the lip critical snaps right there. Loses her footing. She's on her knee for a bit, and she's able to step back up, refocus, and get back to work. The majority of her points was that first turn and then that recovery turn after that stumble. So that's going to be good for her confidence as well. She's going to get that little stumble out of the way. She's already got a 4.6 on the board, and she's going to get back into this heat pretty strongly.
And scores in now for Sophie McCulloch off that first opening right, a 6.17, sets the tone for the heat, both mentally and with the best score on the board.
Yeah, and it just shows that's the most important exchange in the heat for the morning for the women, because they now have some feedback from the scale from the judges, and you can see if you compare Emily's wave versus Sophie's score, so the 4.6 versus the 6.17, they're rewarding that critical clean surfing. She only did, one kind of setup turn and one big closeout maneuver on that split peak decision, and she was well rewarded for it. So the other women will be now absorbing that information from the beach announcers, and they can kind of adjust their heat surfing to what needs to be done. 2 turns is going to get you into the 7s out here this morning. If you can find the first section like Emily's and then the end section like Sophie's and put those two together, that's what's going to get you through to the next round.
Oh, that's dreamy. Just thinking of somebody getting a wave like that this morning. We're going to see plenty of it, and we've got so much good action coming today. We've got, of course, the superstars of women's surfing that will be surfing throughout today. We've got Sally Fitzgibbons coming up later on, Carissa Moore. We have Caroline Marks, Pauline Adu, Joanne DeFay. So many names that are those real powerhouse surfers, the ones that we've had posters on our walls growing up of that we get to witness surfing this week, which is going to be so exciting. But they're coming up against surfers of the next generation and surfers maybe of the same generation that have been those real forces within their home regions, like Valeria Ojeda, who's been so consistent for Team Venezuela over the years, getting to surf in the water with women that have maybe had more career success, but Valeria's experience on the ISA levels has been top-notch.
Yeah, and like when you look at the draw, it's pretty much one of those situations, both in the men's and the women's, where you're just like, are you kidding? Like, I felt that yesterday with the Canadian surfer, Wheeler Hasberg, his excitement around surfing against one of his surfing idols, Maddie McGillivray, and taking the win and outperforming him in that 20 minutes is kind of what the ISA is all about, because it does give those other nations and those other lesser profiled surfers the opportunity to perform on a stage like this and bring it to these top people that really kind of rule the surfing content that we consume all around the world. So it's like the best bit about ISAs that I love is seeing those other names or those less kind of well-known surfing nations take it to those superstars of surfing.
21-year-old Rihanna Rosenbaum's competing here for Team Belgium with her brother Raz. Those two getting to travel far away from home and put together a great display of surfing. We saw Raz in the water yesterday. As Emily Gassoni of Italy now on her second wave. Snap under the lip, late, but gets that maneuver completed, and she'll miss the rest of that section as it closes out. 10 minutes on the clock. We're already halfway through this heat. That opening exchange for Sophie really set it apart. Now taking off on her second ride. Started with that 617, and she'll dive out.
Yeah, that was acrobatic, that dive out. I love the intention from Emily for Team Italy too. You can just see the energy that she's bringing into this heat. She didn't quite get to capitalise on that left, but she's been hunting that left from the get-go, right from that very first exchange with Sophie, and Sophie's changed gears now and is looking back at that left as well. So maybe indication as well that there's more scoring opportunity. That right does kind of run off away from the contest area, and as you get towards that angle when you're watching the surfing on screen and on the beach as well, you can kind of lose a lot of the depth of their surfing. I think the benefit of of them picking the eyes out of that left, if the scoring's there this morning, is that it's really in your face. It's like top to bottom surfing. I saw it from Al Cleland yesterday. He came all the way through right to where we were sitting, and it was just explosive because you don't lose that angle on the surfing. So I like that the women are shifted and they're looking at this left at the moment.
Barton was also frothing kind of off air when we weren't in the booth, having a look down the line at the left and going that inside section. And there's even another section where you could maybe possibly make the connection to that's almost outside the contest zone where the free surfers are at. And he was just like, that's it. That's the moment. So we'll see how that left continues to shape up. We know that we've got more swell that's going to be arriving through the next couple of days. Could get a little bit big. It could be a bit hairy out there with that forecast that we have coming. And we're going to see some really those waves of consequence. As Valeria Ojeda now getting a start in her heat. She's already got that 3 on the board. Just a quick in and out for the 17-year-old. Born in Florida, lives between California and Costa Rica, representing Venezuela with the family. And we've got another surfer here that's living in Costa Rica as well, in Emily, from Playa Jaco. And it's been great to have the two of them here representing countries that they're maybe not residing in full time, but to be able to have that country association and maybe be living in areas where they're just able to have higher quality surf, have that surf community that's slightly bigger, more developed, where they can really pour into their competitive side as well.
Yeah, and if you're free surfing against those other women, you know, that are representing the other nations, you kind of get a little insight too, maybe to what they're going to be bringing to the ISAs, because I feel like that's one of the biggest weapons coming in to this format of surfing is those, like we're saying, kind of the underdogs and the lesser known surfers from those less profiled surfing nations. They get the chance to come through in the grey seat and then suddenly explode onto the scene.
We have so many different countries that are here represented. We've got brand new countries in the mix. We've got countries that have been in competition since the very first World Surfing Games were running from so many years ago. 63 nations here this week, though, record-breaking participation with 297 athletes overall. We've got Olympic participation with 8 former ISA gold medalists in the mix. We've got 28 of the 40 Olympians from Tokyo, Jess.
Yeah, are you kidding me? Like, when you look at those stats and even, 4 WSL champions, the amount of experience, the amount of world titles, gold medals, every type of Olympic medal competing out here is incredible.
We've got that Olympic qualification that will be happening through this week as well. We're going to be taking 8 surfers out of this year's competition to Paris 2024, specifically 4 men and 4 women, 1 from each of these continents, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Oceania, will be gaining their Olympic qualification based on being eligible and being the top ranked of that continent at the end of this week. For the Americas specifically, we don't have that continental qualification right now because of the Pan American Games, which count towards that Olympic qualification. So we're going to be qualifying 5 men and 5 women for Santiago at the end of this week. Then when Santiago happens at the end of this year for the Pan American Games, the top surfer on the men's and women's side will be gaining that qualification for the Americas region.
Yeah, it sounds kind of complex and there is a lot of information, but when you get the chance to look at a graphic like just what popped up on the screen for the qualification where you see the continental graphics, you rewind that, screenshot that thing and keep it in your phone, and as you're going through the rest of the season, you can keep checking and then you can look at the ratings through the ISA and through the tour and go, oh yeah, that person kind of allocated to that continent. Okay, you can kind of feel where everybody's sliding into their qualification slots and how they're faring throughout the season.
Absolutely, and we've got surfers that will be qualifying through this year's WSL Championship Tour as well. We'll be taking the top 10 eligible ranked men and the top 8 eligible ranked women, which there's a few different things that come into that conversation as well. There's only going to be 2 surfers per gender allowed to gain that qualification. So say like we had at the end of the 2020 season, where there was 3 American women at the top of the rankings, Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, Lakey Peterson. Unfortunately, only 2 surfers per gender can qualify for the Olympics per nation. So it was Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks that got that qualification, and Lakey Peterson being in 3rd was out of contention. So that extra spot on the women's side went down to, say, number 9 on the list rather than just being those top 8.
Yeah, and that's why the performance level, I think, too, is being pushed so far at their limits at the moment, especially in the women's division, because when you have those stacked continents and those stacked nations like that, they have to battle each other on the home front just to get a look in. So it really, really creates this great kind of bubbling cauldron of talent and progression, and it forces everybody to condense their performances and actually have a really good look at how much commitment they're putting into their careers and this sport.
Down to less than 5 minutes on the clock. Straight into the lip. Backhand attack from Emily Gassani, looking to replace that 2.2 if she can.
Yeah, definitely going to replace that 2.2. You can see she's just starting to look a bit more relaxed in the conditions, and her flow starting to come into play, and that turn was really nice from her.
Only chasing a 2.21 to take the leading position away from McCulloch.
Soph's chasing that second score. You can see her just pushing over and trying to find that wave positioning that Emily's had throughout this whole heat, and that's how she's kind of got herself into that first position. The last wave of 3.47 for a single turn. So when you think about the amount of work she did on her 4.6 versus that one turn 3.47, then you can just once again consolidate the information you've learned already in this first 20-minute heat. And here goes Soph.
Strong paddle to get into this one, looking to just put that backup score on the board, driving down the line, finding some speed, looking for a section to be able to hit. Just caught behind. Is she going to be able to hook it up into the lip? Of course she is, because she's Sophie McCulloch. Great first turn, goes in for the second. She'll ride out clean and in control. And nearly thought that wave got away from her, but she just waited until it was the heaviest section she could find and then decided to hit it.
Yeah, that was so sick. you kind of were on the edge the whole time, and you see going, oh, she's going to lose it, she's going to lose it. And then the experience and obviously the amount of training she puts into her surfing life and career pays off, comes through in moments like that, and that is going to be a really good score. I mean, she is so far on that right, away from the takeoff position, and it's just credit to her flow to get through that first section, to find that end part of the right, capitalise on that distance covered as well, because you would have hated to have seen her travel that far away from the main takeoff peak and not be able to find points on that wave. It's going to be a really good score. It's great surfing from her.
Scores dropping in now. Score is in for last of Emily. A 3.47 for that single turn puts her into a leading position. She was only needing a 2.21 to get that. Sophie McCulloch now chasing just the 1.90, so she's obviously going to have that. But now we'll wait to find out how much farther ahead of the pack she ends up once the score drops.
Yeah, when I think about Emily's last score is 3.47, and then I look at Sophie's, let's see how it clicks in. This is where she gets to work. I think this is right in the first turn. That bottom turn's so nice. That back arm sets her up perfectly. The time with the lip, not too early and not too late. And look at that airdrop too. Just a little bit of space under her board, and she just capitalizes on such a critical section. Straight back into the bottom turn. Hops a little bit to reset the rail, as you can see in that beautiful slow motion picture right there. Sets the back arm again, winds it up, drives up towards the lip. Big closeout section as well. It's quite critical in there. There's a lot of rocks in front of her as she rides out. And then she just compresses, absorbs the explosion, and rides out that one. It's going to be a really, really good looking score.
Scores in a 7.67 for Sophie McCulloch. And she takes a convincing lead. Now a 9.24 requirement on Emily Gassani. She's going to give it every best effort. Great hook under the lip once again, charging off on the left-handers.
Yeah, she's got really good wave choice and flow in this heat. She's, you know, those surfs that you have at home, you know, maybe at your local break, and sometimes you just seem to get every single good wave, and sometimes you're out of rhythm for every single set. But Emily's in flow at the moment at the break.
Valeria now with a paddle with first priority, but chasing a 5.37. She's going to need to get some work done here. Great first turn. Will she be able to make it around the section? Not quite. We haven't seen a single turn just go into that 5 range yet. Team Italy with Adriano de Souza, Brazilian world champion, working behind them for the last couple of seasons. It's been really great for their team as we take a look at the replay here for Venezuela.
Yeah, have a look at this. She places it up in a really nice position on the lip. It could have been a no-score turn, and she turns it into something for herself. So I'm interested to see how that locks in as her second score.
Scores in for last of white. It's a 2.63, so it does factor into her top 2, but it's not enough to get that requirement of a 5.37. And our situation remains the same with Sophie McCulloch in the lead, Emily Gassani in second. They're moving forward in the main round. And our bottom 2 surfers, Venezuela and Belgium, Rihanna and Valeria, into the repechage, but they've got another chance. Stay tuned for more action. We're going to take a look now to see and find out more information about the judges' criteria, and we'll be right back after this.
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the
Oh,
huge
goodness.
corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
Welcome back to the action. We've just seen Sophie McCulloch get a pretty solid heat total to start things off. She had a 6 and a 7 in her score line. And we're now into our second heat of the day with Rachel Presti, Estela Lopez, Teresa Bonvolo, and Garazi Sanchez. Germany, Chile, Portugal, and Spain. Shannon Hughes alongside Jess Grimwood here to call the action. And that was an exciting way to start out our morning.
Yeah, I loved that first heat. I loved the intention. Oh, here we go, straight off.
Teresa Bonvolo, Olympian, already qualified herself again for Paris 2024 after a performance at Tokyo 2020 and goes down on the first turn.
I think these women in the second heat will most definitely have picked the eyes out of that first heat. It's always a testing platform for the rest of the days of competition, especially within its own round and within this scale. So the performance from Sophie McCulloch, obviously the surfing tells absolute tons for these women in this heat. And then the wave choice of Emily Gussoni has been impeccable throughout her heat too. She didn't have the highest wave scores, but she was able to position herself so well in this lineup, and these women are going to react to that. Oh, here's Teresa again.
All right, so straight up and riding on her second wave, gets that 217. Not sure what happened at the beginning of this one, picked off on her way back out, but she's now going to have a couple turns connected together and be able to wipe off what happened before.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a huge playing field out here this morning for competition. And like you said, the women have moved over from El Sunzal to the main competition podium peak right here. And there are little waves and little sections everywhere. So I think really smart. The Portuguese surfer, obviously so experienced, and getting the chance to pick up 2 waves already under the rest of the pack.
Having a look at some replays now from the early exchange.
Yeah, kind of a flat setup turn for the first of that one, but this is the inside section here, and you can see Teresa's just feeling it out. Look at that bottom turn too. Doesn't connect well with the timing there on that end section, but this is the last wave that she got on the way back out, and you can just see she's finding her feet, she's finding her flow, and that's why she's going to be so hard to beat. She doesn't often leave things up to chance in heats. She's a very active heat surfer. I don't see her having to sit there a lot throughout the years of competition that we've watched her surf, Shannon, and have no waves on the board like you see happen quite a lot when people become too choosy. She's overactive sometimes.
That's so true. Maybe just taking off on too many waves. Well, she's already got 3, just small scores, a 267 being the highest of the 3 she's taken off on so far. Garazi with a quick in and out as well as a 0.5. Now waiting for Rachel Presti and Estela Lopez to get their opening waves in the exchange. And already on the way back out, Teresa linking straight into the set. Comes from around the section. Small turn to start things off, just that positioning, but now starts to open up. Big open face carve. Frothy section. with a little punch to finish, and that's going to be feeling much better than what she already has.
Yeah, that's going to be her best wave score for sure. And she's pumped. Look at her. Portugal just has this vibe about their team at the moment. We saw them in their post-heat interviews with G Fonseca yesterday, and they got this real jovial feel about them, and it's really firing up their athletes, and you can see it in the energy that Teresa's bringing to this round too. Like you said, it's not sudden elimination for any of the surfers, and so, I mean, some surfers tend to get stuck in that, well, I'm not going to lose, so I don't have to give it my all, but I feel like from Teresa, she's really powering on this morning.
Scores to come through for that second or that last wave of Teresa. Down to 15 minutes on the clock and a huge day of competition ahead of us. If you're just tuning in, we are starting out at the main podium with our women's main round main round 2. Once this finishes, 18 heats in total, we'll be heading into our rapid charge round 1 on the women's side. We're just going to run the first 8 heats of that, finish out around 4:30 this afternoon, as Sally Fitzgibbons is getting ready to paddle out in the next heat. 3-time ISA gold medalist, the only surfer to ever do that.
Yeah, and the beloved surfing daughter of Australia. She's like one of the biggest icons in definitely Australian surfing, if not around the world. So I'm sure there'll be some fanfare around Sally Fitz here this morning for Australia.
Absolutely. She's going to be a real threat. Anytime she's made the finals in an ISA World Surfing Games, she's walked away with gold. She's surfed in other events where she hasn't quite made it into those finals, but she has no other medals because every time she makes it in, she just takes the best one.
Yeah, you're right. She's all or nothing kind of. And this is another example of the format really suiting her. She thrives off the team environment. She thrives off meeting the new teams as well, and that whole stoke and the energy that the ISA brings to surfing competition.
A paddle now for Rachel Presti, originally from Florida. Surfs for Germany. Great opening hook. Gets a little stuck as she's lining it up for this second maneuver. Now looking for the kick out, deciding that wave's not going to offer up that critical section to finish. Teresa drops in a 4-point ride for her last score, which sets her up in the lead. And surfers getting ready to paddle out in the next heat.
Yeah, that's Indiana Ferri for Italy. And I love that wave choice too. If I'm just thinking back while we're watching Indiana get ready, having a chat with Manny there at the beach marshal about the conditions too. But look at this wave choice too. Great positioning on takeoff.
Garazi Sanchez from deep behind the section. She's had some great results on the qualifying series, the Challenger series as well. Nice couple turns to start things off with. Was patient waiting for this first real wave. She's already got that 0.5 on the board, but now getting to really unleash as she comes down the line. On her forehand, nice snap. Looking for that pocket section to line up on the rocks. Gets one final hit as she kicks out clean. She'll have a long paddle ahead of her to get into the lineup zone again.
Okay, there's fair bit to unpack for that first real wave for Garazi, and she is a perfect example as well of another surfer that really, really capitalizes on opportunity. I think in that wave it's going to be a really good score, but you can see the intensity. Like, she was almost pushing down the line a little too much throughout all those turns. We'll have a look when we have a good look at the replay of that one too. But Rachel Presti's wave, that opening carve for her for Germany was so sick and smooth. And then she kind of hit that bobble as well. So you can see there's quite a lot of water. And that's what I was speaking about this morning. And what the insight Sarah Baum was giving was there's so much water coming through on this bank that you can almost get caught a little bit too far out, where you see Rachel Presti is sitting on the screen there.
Yeah, super far out.
Yeah, and you could see it on her wave too, that the little chops and the amount and the volume that she had to kind of get through on that second part of the wave is indicative of that. So they have to really bring themselves in and under that lip for a good positioning, good takeoff, like the wave for Sanchez.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock. Positioning being so crucial. We saw that through yesterday's competition, even the opening day, but yesterday was challenging on the men's side for positioning. There was more wind to it. The swell was kind of figuring itself out. It was a complicated scenario to be able to be in the right position.
Yeah, and when you can see a surfer like Felipe Toledo come in his post-heat interview and say that was actually really tricky to find a good score, then you can understand the vastness of this playing field, and you can see it from this shot too.
All right, a paddle now Up and riding, Teresa looking to improve on the 4-point ride as her top score so far, but she goes down. She had a few falls in this heat. Second heat now for her of the event.
That one, I think, might have been just a little case of that section. It kind of looked like it was going to cup out and bowl out for her in front of her, and she'd set her rail really nicely. And it kind of just fell away and went a little bit fat as she came through the top of that turn. I think that might have been what went wrong there in that wave. But she's been so busy. She's been really active, and she's going to find herself another opportunity for sure. She's moving kind of away from that main takeoff zone. You can see the split between the pack at the moment as well on the screen. Like you said, there's peaks everywhere. There's opportunities everywhere. And one turn we already saw is worth quite a lot of points. 2 turns, you're going to be winning.
Taking a look at some replays here from Garazi. This is that right you were talking about where maybe she got ahead of things?
Yeah, just making sure she's reading it properly. I mean, she's such a solid surfer. She always finds herself a score, and then she settles a bit more into her flow and has to jump on the accelerator to make this section. This turn right here was sick. She kind of gets a little bobble though, and then she's chasing. I think once she gets another wave under her belt, she's going to settle into it a bit more and really capitalise. But this carve, super nice, tight in the pocket, hits that lump of water that comes through on the bank there, and then she decides not to stick with it. But there's a beautiful slow-mo too. She kind of cuts her bottom turn off a little bit high, but she's able to throw a fair bit of spray and just capitalise on that tiny bit of lip, critical steep section. And it's really nice surfing from her, and it shows what she's capable of if she gets those big critical sections, and they're going to have to pick the eyes out of this in the last 8 minutes.
She took out the ISA World Junior win back in the day in the under 18s division. Rachel Presti back in California at a Huntington Beach event. So she's had that, she's got one of those ISA gold medals on the wall, looking to do that in the Opens now and keep herself in the mix. She's one of those surfers that's really at that top of that pack to potentially take away that qualification for the Olympics out of the European region this week on the women's side. She can link together a few of those really good waves.
What about when we think about Germany too? Her team, the amount of preparation they've been putting in at this particular location over the last few months. I think they said they've been coming here every single month for 1 week or 2 weeks of training at this particular location. So it's pretty incredible.
7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We've got some live action now with Estela Lopez. Drives back into the section. Now this is her very first wave of the heat. She's been so quiet, waiting it out. Got that first turn, kicks out of the finish here, and is unable to find anything too explosive, but that's gonna shake off some of that anxiety maybe of just sitting out there patiently waiting. And as we wait for scores, we wait for replays to drop it through. We'll go down to the beach, catch up with Sophie McCulloch and Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you. Here with Sophie. Sophie, another great heat. 13 points around your heat total, 7 and a 6. But the amount of time you spent having to paddle out after your second ride, you lost almost 5 minutes there at the end of the heat. Can you tell us about the exhaustion out here at La Bocana?
Yeah, it's definitely, this climate's tricky to adapt to. It kind of feels like there's less oxygen in the air or something. At the start of the week, it was kind of big, and you'd have a hold down and you'd come up, and it'd take ages to sort of regroup. But I don't know, I kind of wanted to try and get back out and get another one, so I was bummed it took me so long. But yeah, it's all right. It's it's all a part of it, and then a quick hobble across the rocks to get back here.
Back-to-back years surfing for Team Irukandjis as well. Team Australia, another great team fielded. But this place specifically, La Bocana, very hard to figure out. Mainly the rights seem like your forte, but the lefts are tricky to surf out here.
Yeah, it definitely took me a few surfs to get used to it, but we're so lucky with the coaches we have in Australia, Jay, Bottle and Bede. It's good to have them sort of help you figure out your lineups. But I think, the biggest thing I've learned so far is just kind of trying to be instinctual and not worry too much about where you're sitting, and maybe just treat it a bit more like a free surf.
Like hearing that. Good luck and great performance again.
Sweet, thank you.
Great work, Sophie, figuring it out early on.
Yeah, nice questions too, Mitchie, and getting that little bit of insight from her too. I think she's one of the biggest fans of that. I think it's one of the first times she's heard the ISA songs too, so I'm going to send her the lyrics so she can learn it in case she ends up on that podium at the end of the day. It's not hard to see her medaling at an ISA game, so don't worry, Soph. I'll send you through those lyrics and you make sure you learn them in case you find yourself in that top spot with Team Australia. But yeah, I think you could see too, she's kind of, like she said, acclimatizing. That weather and the humidity here really is taxing on athletes, Shan.
It's taxing on everyone, isn't it? It's such it's such a thing to get through this week at the ISAs, especially now that we had that first day, we had all that cloud cover, those storms that were kind of brewing. It kept things a little bit cooler. It was a little bit drier for us as well, actually. And then over the last few nights, we've had those big rainstorms that have rushed through overnight. And now with the sun shining, the humidity is unbelievable out here. It's almost hard to breathe when you walk outside. And so the surfers are dealing with that. The water temperature as well is up into the 80s in Fahrenheit. It is so warm. It is literally bath water walking into it. Sometimes that feels warmer than it is being outside just in the air temperature, like once your feet hit the water. And so there's so much that comes to just that, keeping that body temperature cool. And I don't know, Jess, if you noticed it at the opening ceremonies, but I ran into the Kiwi team, the New Zealand team, and they all had these ice vests on. They looked like SWAT team members. And it was just to be able to keep their body temperatures cool while being in such extreme temperatures all day.
Yeah, how onto it were their management too to preempt that and bring the ice vest. But do you know what I see? These tropical conditions playing into this team, Portugal, playing into the hands of those nations that come from these type of conditions, like the Indonesians and like everybody that's used to this humidity and the warmth. And look, they're looking pretty calm and steely right there in Team Portugal camp. But I'm telling you what, they just have the best camaraderie, and that mateship that shines through with that team is really cool. But yeah, those teams like Chile, well, I guess maybe not Chile because Chile's pretty cold, but Venezuela and some other nations that are super steamy, hot, tropical, they're going to really have an advantage here.
I agree completely. Teresa now with a chance. Flatter section for the opening carve. Sets herself up now with more of a pocket. Great turn. Avoids the rock on the inside section. With that low tide, those rocks really come into play, and it gets kind of dangerous with some of those bigger boulders.
Look at the direction that bit of swell that she picked off there was charging through to. It kind of wrapped back at her, and you can see the split in those peaks. She's charging out through. There's another peak just to the right of the screen where Teresa's paddling out that you were talking about, that Barton likes. It's almost a split peak. There's a right, there's a left. I saw the Iranian surfer Daniel find a right on that peak yesterday. But the main peak where the other surfers are sitting and where Teresa picked off that last wave is straight out in the middle towards the left of the screen right there. And that's where the real big scores are coming. So she's got herself busy. She's going to have a backup score for sure from that wave, but she's going to have to find herself something that Rachel's found or Gorazzi's, because, I mean, they didn't collect as many points as possible, but they were really good wave choices. Up
and riding now, Presti flying down the line. This is just her second ride. 2 minutes to go. Nails the layback. That was awesome.
That was so sick. Such a big jam.
Okay, Garazzi now with a chance. She already had that first right, a 4.17. Now looking to try and solidify herself in that advancing position. Going in for a big hit off the foam. Nails it. So scores to come through with a huge cannonball to finish.
Yeah.
I feel like she deserves some extra points just for that.
Celebratory cannonball off that, because must have felt good under her feet for Spain, getting that completion. That's going to be her second wave score. She's already have the 4.17, so it's going to be a really, really good two-wave total in this part of the heat in the context of this story that's playing out.
1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. We have scores to drop through for our third and second place surfers. We'll see if anything changes between their positioning.
I think what's going to happen, Shannon, is it's reset. 1 minute to go. It's scrambling. I think Rachel's going to go into the lead. Teresa's probably going to jump back down into third, because if they give Gorazzi the score on that last wave, this is it. This is the critical point for the minute.
All right, 60 seconds. Now, Teresa's last score, a 4.77, drops through as her highest. See if she can build on that 4-point ride as the backup now as she goes to finish on the inside. Nice seamless surfing. A little bit of a slower pace throughout that wave, but she's got some work done. Still waiting for scores to come through for Garazzi and for Rachel Presti. Rachel takes the lead. You nailed it, Jess. Great call. A 6.33 for the German. She's now into first. Bonvalot, the Portuguese surfer, down into second. Sanchez down into third, but now Sanchez drops her score of 5.23, and she's up into second, waiting for the score now to drop through for Teresa, and she jumps back to second. So many things are changing moment by moment. And our current situation is Rachel Presti in first, Teresa Bonvalo in second, Garazi Sanchez in third, Estela Lopez in fourth, but we do possibly have scores to come through. We're waiting still on those little red circles for Teresa and for Garazi. So second and third place with the decisions to be made by the panel.
Yeah, how was that? Like 20 minutes and in the last 60 seconds, as per usual with surfing. That's why we love it so much. Dealing with Mother Nature, finding this critical wave here for Sanchez, for Spain. Look at the bottom turn. She's mid-wave turning just to make sure she times this thing, and she just makes that foamy section looks so critical. She gets a bit of drift travel time as well as she comes down through this, and that's got to feel good. And you can see in the celebration she extra compresses, but that is the critical turning moment of the heat. There's a huge big jam, really dominant, really powerful surfing from the German.
Scores to come. We'll give you those results when we are back from the break. Stay tuned.
Day 2 here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games featured incredibly fun waves and, of course, a diverse and stacked field.
Make sure you're watching these surfers who get the best scores position themselves.
Mexico's Alan Cleland Jr., AC2, got an 8.93, absolutely devastating surfing on his way to a victory. Ethan Ewing doing Ethan Ewing things, dropping a high 8.5, absolutely lacerating through every wave he caught at La Bocana. Keone Lassa doing it for Venezuela, dropping an 8.5. Incredible surfing from this young Venezuelan.
Perez, as he is up and riding, snap into the lip, looking for that second corner.
Always special to have ISA in El Salvador. Always like the waves are fun, the people's nice in here, the waves firing, Bocana, Sunsal, so many spots to go surf. It's a paradise for every surfer from here.
Sol Aguirre on that power pack Team Peru with an 8.5 at El Sunsal. One of the leaders of the French team, Joanne Defay, came through dropping a huge number, a 7.83. Francisca Kiki Vaselco did it for Team Portugal, dropping a high 7.5 with incredible surfing like this.
Yeah, it felt good to get the first heat out the way. I was a little bit nervous. The first heat's always like that, but I got a couple waves, and it's really fun out there, just me and two other girls. And yeah, I'm here to try to get my spot, and I'm really excited.
With more swell on the way, Day 3 is promising to be another epic day of surfing here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games.
Well, back to the action, and results are in. What a change-up in the final 60 seconds of that last heat, Jess Grimwood. It was Rachel Presti with the win. Garazi Sanchez of Spain ends up dropping a 5-point ride, takes over second place position, and pushes Teresa Bonvalot down into third of Portugal, who scored a 3.83 for her last wave, and it was not enough to keep her in that top 2 position. Estela Lopez of Chile down in fourth. So the Olympian relegated to the rapid charge round early.
Yeah, so her and Estela, they're going to have to find themselves a bit more form in this lineup here at La Bocana. But wave count for Teresa was up really high, but it just shows competition surfing, those big critical sections are what counts out here.
Sally Fitzgibbons, Indiana Ferry, Shelby Detmers, and Yo Mei Wu. Australia, Italy, Mexico, and China in the water right now. We are running heats here at La Bocana for women all day long. Men are down at Sunsal. You can take a look at at the cam for that break to be able to watch the action. Men's main round is in the water, followed by their repechage round as we take a look at some replays that we missed during the break.
Oh, here she goes. Watch out. Sally Fitzgibbons is looking good this morning. Smooth transition into her second turn. Sets the rail for the inside, up and over the roof. And then just gets to work a little bit. Another little tap on the foam, and that's really stock standard Sally surfing for her. It's going to go well into the scale. She looks settled in between her turns and her bottom turns, and the body language is quiet, but the turns are really, really loud.
A 5.83 for opener. Judges in with it quick. Now Indiana with an opportunity to get her first wave on the board. Nice wrap to start. Deals with the double up section, hits the lip, but gets taken down by it.
Oh.
That was a confusing wave to read.
Yeah, you can see Team Italy there too. I mean, Leo, Jessie Mendez, just a little disappointed for her, but here goes Shelby.
Shelby for Team Mexico, deep behind the section as well, can't get out in front.
When I think of that turn right there from the Italian surfer, Ferri, I just think a second, even half a second earlier in that bottom turn, up into that lip, you're looking at, fives, 4+ definitely, if not fives, because if she had been able to just connect with that big critical lip and ride out of that, it just would have looked so nice. It's big, powerful surfing, and we already have seen Rachel Presti and Emily Gussoni being rewarded for that type of surfing. So heat 3 in the water, well, safe to say they're going to be well adjusted. They're seeing the mistakes of heat 1 and 2, plus the positive points, and they're going to take it into this.
Shelby with another shot here on her way back out, links into this wave, looking for that finishing section, hits and rebounds off to finish. So great surfing from Shelby, getting herself, shaking off that first wave and finding herself with something a little bit more open face. Sally Fitzgibbons, of course, opened with a near 6, a 5.83, sets the tone for this current heat with priority. She's going to duck out of that one and decide not to go. Taking a look off the left, though, for Team China, Yo Mei. Great looking start for her here. Now starts to engage that rail. Pushes through the fins on each of these turns. Setting herself up on the inside section. Little late for the finish, but really was able to get a couple good turns in the mix.
Wow, when you think of China, I mean, we've been talking about this heaps throughout the event. We watched them surf, and the whole team spent so much time in September at the games, and now they're here, and this is what they're capable of.
Sally Fitz now with the paddle deep behind the section, looking calm and collected. Manages that bump well as she goes up for that first turn into the second. Reads the lip line well for the third. Now we're going to have scores to drop in here. But before we do that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Rachel Presti off of a performance, taking that final win right at the finish.
Yes, she did. Buzzer beater win. And Rachel, first of all, happy birthday. I know it's a big day for you, and big day for Team Germany, Lenny Jensen, this server over at Sunsal. What's it like having two people from the same team compete at the same time at different podiums?
It's kind of funny because he's like in the back of my mind while I'm surfing out there, but of course I'm focused on myself, and I don't actually know how he did, but hopefully he made his heat as well, and we split the team half-half so that we still have support.
I noticed a couple of cuts on your feet. It's a really low tide this morning. We have a high tide at around 1 p.m. this afternoon. Competing with this increase in size, but with such a low tide, tell us how difficult it is here at La Bocana this morning.
It's hard because the peaks are like breaking further out, so they're more separated, I guess, and it's like kind of funky this morning. It was raining last night a lot, and the rocks are not very fun. I always come in with a new cut, at least one new cut, and at low tide it's especially bad.
Happy birthday once again. Anything you want to say to your mom and dad back home?
Thank you, Mom. I opened my presents today, and it was kind of a surprise, so thank you for that. And I love you guys, and I miss you.
Thanks, Rachel. Congratulations.
Well, happy birthday, Rachel Presti. Well done, Mom, for sending presents ahead of time. That's always impressive to see the organization of a family behind the scenes.
Yeah, well done.
And great win for her this morning. She'll now have the rest of the day off, won't need to be paddling out for the repechage rounds. Of course, those early repechage round heats either way are going to be featuring surfers that lost out either on day 1 or yesterday in competition. It won't feature any of these surfers from our main round 2 today. As we take a look at some replays here for this last wave of Indiana.
Yeah, how sick is that vision too? You can really get an appreciation for her bottom turn. I love her little knock knee style as well. And she clicks into that end section. It looks so sick. She just was a little late, so she didn't ride out of it. But here's the replay of Shelby Detmer's last wave. A little kind of caught up in the foam on that last section, but she rides on out, she collects the points, and she gets herself into a leading position.
Yo May with this one.
Man, this is incredible. When we get into the story of the Chinese surfers, you'll understand and appreciate the technicality and the foundations that this young surfer and the rest of their team have been able to build in a matter of like 6 months. It's unbelievable where they're coming from.
Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, it's a really frothy wave. You can see her trying to handle all the lump and bump and froth, but the points for Sally come on that last section. It's bread and butter surfing for her. It's what we've come to expect. And there's just been so much action unfolding in this heat. Here's the replay that got Shelby into the lead. So this has got to be her 3.6 because that opening carve is the most critical. And she gets a little bit of work done on the inside as well. So Team Mexico will be feeling really good. They've had a really, really powerful performance already, and Shelby's found herself out in front.
Indiana with a backhand attack as well.
Yeah, look how much we have to unpack here.
This is
so
wild.
many waves that the women, like I said, they would have taken note from heats 1 and 2, and the wave count is going up and up and up because they're finding their position and they're finding maybe even the sets are starting to pulse through a little bit more. Maybe that swell, this is the beginning of that swell rising throughout the day.
Especially as that tide turns off the low tide early this morning, like Mitch was saying, we're going to have that high tide around 1 o'clock. So we could see that push of swell with the tide, probably have a little bit of a dead zone around that 1 p.m. area. 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Shelby has momentarily taken the lead with a 3.6 and a 2.83, but now Sally Fitzgibbons increases her score line with a better score than her opener, a 6.83 now on the board, and Sally's in the lead. Now having a look once again, eyeing off those rights, looking playful, and great opening carve to start out for Fitzgibbons. Wraps back in that top third of the wave. Now setting her line here as we track through with the drone footage. Beautiful, beautiful turns. Love seeing that line following the trail of that board all the way through the wave.
Yeah, I think when you look at that wave for Sally too, for all the other surfers that are watching how she dissects this heat, they will be taking note of her positioning and then also, like you said, of watching how she draws her lines on these rides because she's found herself the 5+ rides on every single ride she's taken off on. So you've got to think that, maybe looking at the way she sets up her first bottom turn, how she reads that end section too. Look at this thing though, Indiana flying down the line.
Now unleashing for that first turn, slash in the section, tags the lip line to finish, but can't ride out of it completely. Representing Italy, born and raised in Costa Rica, an absolute jungle child. Started surfing at age 11. She's now 19 and works to finance her career as a part-time job as an artist. And her the tropical jungle, her jungle child upbringing has been the biggest inspiration within her artwork.
Yeah, and when we think about India as well, she, with her team and with the leadership that she has under Lagati and, of course, the guys, it's easy to see that she's well set for competition and success. But have a look at this. Ooh. Technically, you can see all of Sally's, or at least the 2 fins for a second on her bottom turn. She extends up through her body and sets her line and her rail on her board right at the top of this wave, and that's what makes this such a good opening carve. She brings her body all the way back around through it and then keeps that flow and speed. Have a look at the replay in real time, speed, and you can just see that's where the precision and the importance of that fundamentals of surfing come into play. I always hear Barton talking about it. The technicality, the bottom turn, those foundational maneuvers that we said the Chinese have been working on too, is what really makes this surfing stand out. It's beautiful to watch. The lines are great. She reads it well. You can see the amount of water she has to work with, and it gives it that flow as well. Mitchie and Chris have been speaking about SPF throughout the first 2 days of competition too, and it's so heavily based on building those foundations as a surfer. You're never going to have really massive great critical top turns if you don't have that really well set fundamental bottom turn in your surfing. And for the first 2 years, even as you start surfing, for all those new surfers that are tuning into ISA, Shannon, too, it's those bottom turns are the main thing that you should be looking at, and the main bread and butter for becoming a really true classy, beautiful surfer and one of the world-class surfers.
Love that breakdown. That's exactly what we're seeing demonstrated right now by Sally Fitzgibbons. Sally, of course, you know, long-time championship tour veteran. As she's unleashing into another one. Walked away with a 5th place finish at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, just a round outside of the medal rounds for Sally, and puts on a clinical display of surfing. Like you said, one to be watched for all that technique for surfing nations developing around the world. But talking about Team China, Yeo Mei, at the moment just with that 2.9 on the board, hasn't been able to find herself a second wave. They've had some great coaching behind them. Of course, Wade Sharp took over after coaching Team Japan to some great results in Tokyo, and has been behind Team China as we take a look at Yeo Mei now into that second wrap. So opts to go for the right on her second wave, setting herself up here, just staying low and busy as she slides past Sally Fitzgibbons. Looking for this finishing section now. Great work, getting it all done, chasing a 3.54 only to take the advancing position.
Yeah, I think she's got that on that wave, but most importantly, her heat intelligence that she has built in such a short surfing life. Like, the last few years probably of her life have been involved in surfing. When we talk about Sally, she's been doing this for, like, I don't know, 20 years. 20 years she's been working on putting all this together, and that's with that commitment that you get to this level of surfing where she's got 5s and 6s and probably a 7s or 8s for that last ride, maybe, potentially. But when we look at that last wave for the Chinese surfer, I can't help but feel so much excitement for where they're surfing and where their nation's going. But look at the torque Sally Fitzgibbons gets through that, Shannon.
Insane opening turn from Sal.
Yeah, just a bit more on that wave. That's why I think it's going up beyond the scores that she's already placed. Here's another look, really deep bottom turn, and she attacks through that rail work at the top, and it's more alive, this wave, and she gets a better turn at the start, plus the completion on that critical section on the end. Look at this slow-mo replay too. The depth, the hand placement, she's got her right hand touching the face as she bottom turns up. Eyes and targets where she wants to begin that top turn wrap, and brings that right arm and the whole shoulder and head right around to give it that acceleration through the rail, and she speeds up and creates a lot of spray, and that's why it is exciting to open up a wave like that, and that is why she's posted a 7.83.
She's loving those 8 threes today. The 5.83 was the starter, the 6.83 was the build on that, then throws away now a 6.1, and then builds to a 7.83 on the board, and putting herself in a significant lead over the rest of the field. Does have second place position in a combination situation, but now what I'm curious to see is where our wave for our 4th place surfer will fall in. She's chasing a 3.54 for our Chinese competitor to get herself into an advancing position. Indiana, though, she's going to have something to say about that. Opens up with that first carve, sets herself up for a second. Wave tapering off, that shoulder just drawing so close down to the surface of the water rather than offering her that great wall, but she's getting all that work done, keeping that flow within her surfing regardless. She said she loves surfing, and her idols have been Mikey February and Steph Gilmore from a style perspective, really wanting to implement that into her surfing. But as of lately, Moana Jones-Wong is her absolute hero in women's surfing. As we take a look now at Shelby Detmers, tag to the lip to start. Setting herself up here. Oh, great engagement of the rail as she just avoids the rocks. Now she's been looking for a wave also that offers her that good section, and I feel like that turn would have felt really good in comparison to what she's been finding so far.
Yeah, and you can have a look there. They're trying to eye off where Indiana's finished that last right-hander. It's so far down towards the rocks there, but really good wave choice for her, for the Italian. Also, really nice second turn for Shelby for Team Mexico. She really hucked into it. She had a really nice positioning off the bottom and a lot of power being thrown. It was a smaller wave, so that's always going to dial the score down a little bit. Those big sections obviously offer up this platform for the surfers to really light up performance.
Sal finally going left. First big hook to start. Sets herself up right into the pocket, drives through. Now cuts back into the foam, looking for that finishing section as she'll come closer into the crowd, and she'll kick out clean. Now scores are coming through here. As we're down to 2 minutes on the clock, Jess, Shelby Detmers holds on to that second place position by dropping a 4. 3-point rides on for Last of Indiana and Yomei. So a 3.33 for Yomei, a 3.47 for Indiana. Judges reflecting the need to find those critical sections of a wave, as opposed to maybe just those flatter turns as we take a look at Last of Sal.
Yeah, I mean, Sal, she's got this thing sewn up now. She's comboed second, third, and fourth for first. So she's holding on to first, and she's just getting into flow. Safe to say, the rest of the pack have moved across to her right-hander now. So she's shifted again, changed gears. She's like, fine, you guys can have that. I'm feeling good. I need to work this left out. I'm going to find a couple of hooks on the backhand on this left-hander and just see, you know, any feedback from live judging panels is always going to go into her pocket of experience and her tools.
Yomei now up and riding, chasing a 3.11. Great opening start for this wave. Throws in that second transition maneuver. Hits the section on the third. May have even more if this wave gives her reform. So far, it's just that whitewater rolling through. A 3.11, Jess?
Wow, great composure under pressure too. Look though, I think Mexican surfer Shelby, she has something to say.
Born and raised in Newport Beach, California. Hits that first turn into a bully section, needs to finish strong. She'll do it. So 2 turns. Is she going to improve on the 2.83 to make that requirement higher on the rest of the field?
2 most important waves that have gone down right now for progression. 40 seconds. The score for white, the score for green are going to be the most important. If Indiana gets another possibility, she's going to need to surf herself into the 4s or 5s, because I see white's last wave going into her best. It was, I think, a cleaner turn than the 3.33. Maybe it's not as many maneuvers, but I think it was a bit more critical and a bit cleaner. So I think it's going to up her ante. That's going to push her into second. Shelby's going to be waiting for that score. Indiana needs a wave. 10 seconds. Here she goes.
10 seconds to go. She'll be up and riding before the buzzer sounds, so this will be a counting wave. She's currently chasing a 3.51, but we're waiting for that last score of Detmers to see if the requirement is higher. Gets a first turn. Challenging section, but may have a pocket here to finish with. Great style so far as we lose sight of her, and the Italian team is just checking around the river mouth. Leo is feeling it, but we're not sure what's happened yet with the last scores of green and of white, which could change the situation. Last of red for Sally Fitzgibbons is 7.2, so she's hammered home the lead for the 3-time ISA gold medalist. And now, situation to develop as Shelby Detmers has scores to drop through.
Yeah, this is why Sally is that multiple gold medalist. She's done so many things in surfing and for women's surfing and Australian surfing that so many athletes have never done before. And she's just looking way more informed. If there ever was a question about her wanting to qualify or go to the Olympics again, it's been answered.
Now a 4-point ride has dropped in for Shelby Detmers. We do have another one to come, but that has increased her lead and now means the requirements are up into the 4-point range on both 3rd and 4th place position.
I have a feeling this score for white is going to be more setting and more of the importance in the last 20 seconds of this heat that went down to the last 40 seconds. The last of white is in comparison, there's a lot of similar rides there. There's a lot of 2s, 3s, and 4s that determine second place. So the last of white is important. I think the last of blue is going to be the best of the mix. So let's see, we'll probably see another 2-3 changes in positioning second. But possibly, I mean, the judge is going to be looking at all the different angles that they can get their hands on for the last of blue, because she was so far down.
Now last of green drops in a 3.37, so that doesn't change her situation. It doesn't jump into her top 2. So requirements, a 4.13 for blue to move from 3rd to 2nd, and a 4.27 for white to move from 4th to 2nd. Still waiting for both blue and white, Italy and China.
I think possibly, and I feel like the camp of Italy feel the same. I think that Indiana's going to move into that second position, and possibly, let's see if White challenges for that second or just falls short and kind of matches those threes that she's already found. I mean, it's great feedback. It's great intel for her to collect going into the next round anyway, because she's going to have, she mimicked Sally's positioning really. Choice was really, really good. She needs to bring that opening surfing, that opening turn to her surfing more so to find those scores in the 4s and 5s.
So we are on hold as we're waiting for scores to drop through. Indiana Ferry and Yomei Wu to see if they can take the leading or advancing position in the main rounds away from Shelby Detmers. Shelby has finished as a copper medalist at the Pan American Games back in 2019, a fantastic result for her career. We'll see if she's able to keep herself in that main round moving forward. But again, this is not an elimination round just yet. We do have more to come. Scores starting to fill through. A 4.07 for Yomei Wu is not enough to get her in advancing position. A 3.70 for Indiana Ferry doesn't get it, so Shelby Detmers remains in second. Sally Fitzgibbons in third. And we are going to go to a quick break with so much more action to come. Chris Cote and Barton Lynch jumping in the booth, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear. And for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023. Chris Cote here with former world champion, still one of the best goofy footers on the planet, Barton Lynch. Very happy to be here with you, calling some of the best women on the planet who have taken to La Bocana. And we've got heats lined up all day. We're going to be all women all day here on Podium 1. The men are competing right now down at El Sunzal, Podium 2. So plenty of waves to go around for everybody. In case it's not clear, I'm Chris Cote. This is Barton Lynch. We're very happy to bring you day 3 of the action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Barton, the level at every podium, in every heat, seems to have been lifted vastly. Even since the year before, 2022, you can see the improvement across the board.
And especially in those developing nations, those new nations to the sport, the concentration and effort put in over a year, 12 months, is incredible. We heard the ladies talking about that with Team China. The great news is that the swell has increased, even from this morning. I feel like when we first got here, there was a little bit of an increase, but it's definitely bigger now. Jessica Anderson for Chile up and riding.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun heat. I mean, you see these lefts really giving these surfers tons of opportunity. There are critical sections all over the place. No lack of power, no lack of swell. The consistency is here. And I would say La Bocana and El Sunzal, this area right here, it has a Hawaiian-style punch. I mean, these waves are powerful. So the preparation, I think, that these teams have put in, a lot of them came down here even a month prior to get the training in, to get the feel of the water, to feel the power of this ocean. And, you know, they're feeling it right now. We're going to see some real physical surfing in this next round, just because of the force that these waves have.
And the first trip to El Salvador for me, and that was one of the things that I heard about this area, is that there's always waves. Everyone said that. There's always waves. There's always waves. I was like, well, that sounds good. Mahina Maeda.
Yeah, Mahina, stalwart in ISA competition, representing Team Japan.
Oh, hard worker, great surfer.
Jessica Anderson here. Solid style. Not an easy wave to surf with all that foam on the face, but made it look nice.
Little white water on the inside of it, and here's another angle of it, the drone angle. Snaps out of the top. There's that white water all over the face that you were talking about, Chris. Up into the lip. Well surfed, well timed. Didn't rush anything, just fitted it in nice and controlled. Great start to the heat.
Live action here. Natalie Bernold representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica. Nice solid finish there. We're going to see our share of Olympians today. Mahina Maeda competed in the Summer Games in Tokyo. Solid showing there. Great overview. You see up in the distance, that is podium 2, Elsun Zal, long right-hand point break. And if you want to see what's happening up there in the men's main round, you can click on the link. It's on your homepage. Plenty of information on ISAsurf.org. My favorite parts of this event, getting on this website, checking out the bios of all these teams. I mean, every one of our almost 300 competitors comes through with their own unique story. And some of these storylines that these surfers bring with them from their own nations are beautiful, incredible, sometimes, you know, fraught with tragedy, but overcoming that adversity. So each and every surfer competing this week will not only be coming with a story, but also leaving with a great story, which is another amazing part of ISA competition.
And that you know, everybody has their story, and even those people who look like they've had clean sailing all the way to a place or a position in life, everyone's got a story. Mahina Maeda, 717 on that opening ride, so what a great start for her. I know that over there in Hawaii, her family will be watching, her Hanai family, Kid Peligro. How are you, brother? He'd be watching for sure. He has taken Mahina under his wing. She's very accomplished. I'm not even sure what belt she is now, but I know she wraps you up in jiu-jitsu and can choke anyone out. And also with the gymnastica.
Yeah,
she's a
teacher, right?
Teacher of that as well. So well sort of diversified across a lot of other athletic pursuits.
I've actually done one of her gymnastica classes.
Yeah.
I was wrecked.
Yeah.
I felt great, but I also felt like I had gone through war. She's just an absolute hammer of an athlete, that's for sure. And beyond how good she is at surfing, you know, one of these just well-rounded, talented individuals with a great attitude. I don't know if I've ever not seen her smile.
Yeah.
I got to go back in the history, but you know, a positive force for sure. Beautiful drone shot from overhead. I like the wind conditions we have right now. Like the swell is picking up.
Glassy, clean texture to the ocean. Obviously, like you said, with the power in this ocean, you get some rip currents running out in places that puts a bump on certain parts of the break, but you move just to the side of that rip current, you're going to find nice, clean water.
Yeah, one thing when this wave gets up to this size and beyond is, you know, you've got a little bit of a channel. You know, it's going to smash you if you're in the wrong place, but you have an out. You know, if you get off those rocks in time, you know, kind of like lower trestles, right? You're surrounded by peaks, surrounded by waves, but there is a little bit of a channel just off the left. So getting back out there sometimes can be pretty quick. You know, if you catch a right and you're way down there, might be a little bit of a different story, a longer paddle, more exertion of energy. But today, I feel like this is kind of prime time size, couple, you know, foot or two overhead on the bigger sets. So nothing too wild for these surfers to deal with, just nice and fun, rippable waves. Speaking of rippable waves, Sally Fitzgibbons found a bunch of them in that last heat. She's standing by now with Mitch Salazar.
Of the event so far, and an incredible performance, Sally. I mean, in a master class. Last time you were here in 2021, you took out gold, but your consistency at ISA Forum, yet again, impeccable out here. Recognizing the best waves, though, seems like you're in rhythm from the get-go.
Oh, cheers, Mitchie. That's super kind words. And yeah, I love it. I love the atmosphere. I love the format. And when it all boils down to it, I love surfing. So it doesn't matter what format it's in or who I'm competing against. It's just, you kind of come in, and at this kind of stage of my career, you're just so stoked to get the opportunity to feel all the feels, like game day and the process and chatting with your coaches and my team back at home. It's super late. They're waking up at like midnight. So, hey guys, just all of that. It just, yeah, fills my heart, and it's right where I want to be.
And talking about, this point of the career, you're still young, you're in your early 30s, but you've accomplished everything except the World Championship Tour title. Coming off a great result, Challenger Series event in Arabine, it was huge over there. You're in the top 5 right now, you're qualifying. But coming up against different generations of ladies here and seeing people from different parts of the world, Chinese surfer was great. She almost got the score at the end. What were you thinking?
Oh, geez, I'm just so proud of women surfing. The growth, the depth. We were sitting with the Chinese team yesterday up at Sunzal, and just the camaraderie, and just to see surfing flourish in all these different corners of the globe. And no matter what the level, it doesn't separate your opportunity to go out there and pick off the best wave and have the heat of your life. So I feel like everyone comes in with that energy and intent and bravado from their team, and just anything's possible for sure.
Love to see it, Sally. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Go the Aussies.
Team Arakanjis once again blowing up.
Oh, they always bring the sting, don't they, Barton?
They sure do. What I was super impressed by in that interview, the slow-mo, there was this front-side bottom turn of Sally in the slow-mo that was so beautiful. Just laid it over so far. Thought I was looking at the great Mark Richards or something at Honolulu Bay. It was an amazing bottom turn. Sally, I think it's fair to say, is in the best form of her career right now.
Yeah, it's incredible to see someone of Sally's abilities, already one of the best to ever do it, just getting better.
Yeah.
Really fun to watch, and I don't think there's any better ambassador to the sport of surfing than Sally Fitzgibbons. She is knowledgeable, positive. She's got all the accolades you could want, and obviously she's got a long career ahead of her in surfing, so it's going to be fun to see what happens next for Sally Fitzgibbons. I would say put her in one of those favorite positions to podium at the end of this week.
Yeah, 3 times she's got the gold, which
yeah.
is an amazing record. I suppose the only thing she hasn't achieved is that World Championship Tour, #1 spot. I'm sure that's on the top of the list. And I think it was only a few years back where people were feeling like her career might be on the wane and she might be on the way out, but she has reinvented.
She had something to say about that, huh?
She's got the airs, she's got the carves and the technique, and she's really taken her surfing to another level. And the great Kelly Slater has proven that 50 isn't too old.
No,
so plenty of years ahead for Sally, perhaps.
8 minutes to go here. 9 minutes to go. Mahina Maeda in the lead, 7.17 as her high mark. That's going to be a nice score for her to hang on to. That's one of the highest scores we've seen of the day. So the judges are doing an excellent job of, keeping all these scores right in the right spot.
Mm-hmm.
You got your second place surfer now, Natalie Bernold, representing Costa Rica.
2.83 on that last one, Chris. It was. I suppose the score was held down by the quality of the wave, and a 4.5 for Jessica Anderson from Chile.
Yeah, there's opportunities out there, as Sally said. And speaking of opportunities, this is your opportunity to have your voice heard.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know what you think. Let us know who you're cheering for. Where are you watching from? We want to know what your experience is like as a fan, as a friend or family member of these surfers competing. We've got 63 nations here this year, which is a record for ISA competition. We welcome India and a handful of other new countries joining us.
Czech Republic,
Republic is here, Latvia, Lithuania. So
yeah,
if you have a friend or a family member that lives abroad in a foreign land and you want to connect, send them a message. Say, hey, we got the Czech Republic competing down in El Salvador. Tune in.
Oh, look at this wave.
Wow, Costa Rica has to be excited by the prospect of what they're seeing right now. Natalia Bernold, she's sitting on a 4 and a 2.83. She's no doubt going to improve on one of those scores.
Yeah, that 2.83 might be gone. Costa Rica led by Carlos Munoz. Had a good event, got through to the 3rd round yesterday alongside Gabriel Medina up at El Sunzal.
Human highlight reel. Carlos Munoz put on one of the best shows we saw on the opening day. Sounds like he's continuing his role. There's so many moving pieces down here. We're on day 3, and as we move on to day 3, day 4, after the day of surfing is over, we're going to start to see our leaderboards for the team overall standings come to fruition, and it's going to be very interesting. I don't think it's going to be the same old players up in that top 10. I think we're going to start to see some new teams rising and some formerly powerhouse teams potentially falling out of that top 10. So it's going to be very interesting as we get deeper into this contest.
And somewhere in there, I like that.
Oh, yeah.
I like it starting to diversify and nations coming through and seeing that improvement and keeping those established nations, on their game.
Yeah, keep them honest, keep them training, keep them practicing.
Absolutely. 3.57 for the last of Natalie Bernold. She consolidates that position in second place.
All right, Team Germany represented by Noah Klapp. She's got a good-looking wave in front of her. Nice slashing turn there. Great style, right in the pocket. Comes to the end, bam. I mean, that is just great surfing. Three turns down the line, nothing wasted, nothing forced, everything in its proper place. That's going to be a nice score for her.
It's going to be it's a first wave. She waited a long time, had that first priority and just waited it out, but picked a great wave, and it was sharp, it was fast, it had everything the judges like. And look at the score, 6.60.
Boom, right up there.
Worth the wait. It was a 15, or most probably about a 13.5 minute wait. But in the end, the score was worth it. 5.5 minutes on the clock, plenty of time to get that backup score. Went from fourth up into third, only needing a .97. So she can get that second score easily as we see the replay.
She's 19 years old, lives and surfs Malibu. So obviously her backhand is probably stellar. She is your ISA under-16 junior champion. And as a Southern Californian, she loves to travel. She loves art, food, and surfing. And she says, I'm so happy to participate in such an awesome contest. What a huge opportunity. That's the attitude, right?
Yeah.
It's all
absolutely.
opportunity.
And that first term was just beautiful all the way through. Never looked nervous. You'd think after sort of 14 minutes of waiting, you might be nervous. Here's another chance.
Yeah, no nerves at all. Right on the paddle back out, she identifies a little left wedge. Didn't give her as much potential, but I like the look of that turn. So you said it. She got her big number, and now she's hunting for the backup.
The .97's done. She'll go into second place. Here's our leader.
Mahina Maeda.
Oh!
Solid effort there. I like the intent. Get up in the lip, lay back, try to do something radical because you only have, the chance to do one turn on that wave, so might as well make it something really cool.
Absolutely.
She fell, but she's in such a commanding lead right now that I think she does have a bit of a luxury to try, do some progressive maneuvers, get wild out there a little bit.
Why not, mate? Why not? That's the future. And look, a 3.13 for Noah Klapp takes her up into second place. Costa Rican was holding that second place right from the very start. She needs to build on, what does she need, a 5.74? It would be her best score.
Well, it's telling. I mean, we're only in the round two, and we're already seeing really competitive heats like this. I mean, in the opening rounds, you do have surfers that are still on, in the early stages of their surfing path.
Yes.
So some of those heats would be considered relatively easy for some of the,
established
more veteran surfers. But, this heat right here, all four of these surfers have the potential to make it to finals day. So for these surfers to be, locked into an early round matchup of this magnitude, it's huge, and it's going to set the tempo for the rest of their week. Top two surfers stay in the main round. Third and fourth place surfers will go to the repechage round that, just like the men, is getting stacked right now with really strong surfing women. So no easy heats from here on out, that's for sure.
And fair to say that the ask for this young lady and the surfer in white. Here we go. What's this wave got? Weighted with the priority. Jessica Anderson surfing for Chile. Got up into the lip, but only the one turn. She's looking for a 5.24 to go into second. I don't think it's going to be that, but it's going to be a much bigger ask when Noah Klapp's last wave drops. That was that was something that was quite similar to the 6.6. So I imagine that this third score for Noah is going to take the ask up into the sevens, perhaps at least, for Jessica and Natalie.
Well, you never want to panic in the water, Barton, obviously, but what's the number that you hear as a surfer, when there's only a handful of minutes left, that just kind of puts a pin in your balloon?
Yes. Well, any score really when they start to build. Look at this. Mahina Maeda's gone down to second.
Yeah, Noah Klapp, big numbers for her, 6.6 and a 6.07. So Mahina was feeling relatively safe with that 7-1-7, but her backup is just a 5-3-3. So I feel like a 5 or above can add a lot of pressure. If you're looking for a 2 or a 3, you're like, okay, I got to stand up and do a turn. But a 5, that's a different script you have to ride on the wave.
Yeah, and it's a certain type of wave. You've got to catch, you've got to be given that opportunity. You can't just, like you said, the 2 or the 3 you can manufacture somehow. The 5 becomes a wave that has to have a certain style to it. Mahina Maeda got that 7-1-7. She's been sitting on the 5-3-3, unable to improve for quite some time. Noah Clapp from Germany, and there's one of those nations that we talk about sort of coming through and continuing to improve. Looking like they might get the win. How long have we got left? 58 seconds.
Here we go, under a minute.
Big ask for 3rd and 4th though, Chris, now. 8.5s and 8s.
Oh, those are scary numbers.
They're numbers that
with any waves.
For sure.
So 43 seconds, maybe some opportunity coming through. One thing we love, well, there's a lot to love about La Bocana, but the consistency that we have here, I mean, you're not going to see a lot of lulls. So, you know, sometimes you can blame it on the ocean. Well, wave didn't come. But La Bocana, you know, you're going to have a lot of opportunity. That one just kind of sneaks up underneath our surfers, so nothing doing there. And, you know, you can never really measure the timing and the tempo of the ocean.
No.
And
Doesn't
so
matter how good you are, right?
There's no math you can do to say, well, you know, if you have 20 seconds left, you're going to know that this wave's going to come through. The ocean is as unpredictable as any force in the world, as these 4 surfers just realized there. So at the end of it, Mahina Maeda, she had the lead from the jump, but she gets eclipsed by Noah Clapp, representing Team Germany. We do lose 2 great surfers to the repechage, Natalie Bernold and Jessica Anderson. But what a solid heat. I mean, look at all these numbers. That tells me the waves are good and the performances are even better.
That's what's great about this break here, is that there's rights and lefts all the way along a 200-metre space of lineup. So you can always get away from your opponents if you need to. Look at this replay. Driving. Pushing out on the back foot, throwing spray, and it was she surfed really an 8-minute heat, more or less, but got 2 great scores, showed her talent, and Noah Clapp took the win.
Well, we got more surfing to come. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because they got like talking, I'm going to ask them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks and says, I never lend money to somebody with this title. You know?
Welcome back to beautiful Atunco here, Surf City El Salvador, host of our 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. 2 world-class waves at our disposal. Nearly 300 surfers representing 63 nations. Fun fact, Barton, Fernando used to be my boss at Reef. I was the assistant team manager.
No, I didn't know that, mate.
Yeah, and I think I was on the team for a minute, but I was never quite as good as this young surfer right here, a powerful goofy footer representing Team France by way of Tahiti. Vahine Fierro, actually, her father is from my hometown of Encinitas as well.
Sure
so, you know, global connections all over the place. But this is another heavy, heavy heat. All 4 of these surfers are incredible. So just when you thought the last heat was stacked, this one right here is going to provide some fireworks. We got Xu Hanjin representing China, Vahine Fierro from France, Chelsea Rouet, formerly Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, and Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica. So we've got Olympians, we've got future Olympians, we've got future, you know, medalists here at the ISA World Games. I'm sure any one of these 4 surfers can no doubt be draping that gold around their neck at the end of this week, Bart.
And Vahine Fierro from Tahiti, or Huahine specifically, but one of the leading lady there at Teopu.
Oh,
if she made those Olympic Games, there'd be a big chance
for
a gold medal for her. So important moments here unfortunately fell at the end of that first ride, still managed to fight 5. It was a big wave. First turn was critical, and she got a second in, unfortunately fell. Most probably was looking at a 7 or 7 plus if she completed that one, but the 5.5 still a good start. A 2.17 for China.
Yeah, I'm putting China up there as the most improved team by far. I hadn't seen much of them before last year's ISA World Juniors in Huntington Beach. Their junior team came through swinging. Couldn't believe it. Never seen their names, never seen their faces. See them on the beach, see them in the water. It was incredible. And we're about to see more from Shuhan Jin.
Well, we know the way they approach sport in general and approach life, such a disciplined approach to things, and that's going to earn results longer term. Here we go.
It's your surfer in green, Pura Vida, Costa Rica, Leilani McGonigal. She has been a global superstar since she was about 15 years old. QS contender, ISA standout anytime she enters an event. She's definitely made finals day in every organization that she's surfed with. She's got a big one here with Bahin Fierro on her backhand. Quick snap there. So this wave, kind of waiting for it to build up, waiting for something to happen as she kind of casually goes down the line. Puts together a few turns, but that was an example of no real critical sections for her to bite into. So just kind of did the work. It will be a low score, but it'll be something to kind of just get the ball rolling, right? Momentum is huge in the sport of surfing.
100% a starter score. It's going to be interesting. There were 3 turns on it. We've seen a 4.67 for the last of Leilani come in and a 4.17 for Chelsea from Barbados. So somewhere in around, I feel like it might even be better than those 2 scores with the 3 turns. Here's the replay of the first wave. Drives off the bottom, into the lip, wipes the face, gets another turn in, gives that nose another wipe into a closeout. Re-entry, unfortunately, gets stuck in the lip there.
There's a backhand look of your surfer representing Team China, Shuhan Jin, 14 years old from Ryu Bay, China. So that's the most famous wave in China at the moment. A little left-hand point break.
Yeah, Hainan Island. I haven't been there. Have you been there?
I have not. I'd like to go.
We need to go.
A warm left-hand point break over sand. Let's do it.
We love that.
This is Chelsea Rouet, Team Barbados.
That's the 4.17. Nice length. Couple of hits out of the top. Into the closeout turn, completes it. Those completions all important to maximize the score. Still waiting on Vahini's second one. There's Leilani's 4.67. It was a shorter wave, but it was steep, and here we'll see it from the front on angle. Nice little carve down, wasn't a full cutback. Turns into that steep bowly part, and a lot of the points coming from that critical nature of that finishing turn. Vahini on that wave we just saw, waiting, as you said in the live call, just waiting for it to stand up and give her something to get vertical in. Her backhand is incredible. Grew up surfing a really nice right-hander on her home island.
Wow, there's a lot to unpack for our judges right now. Surfer from Team China, 14 years old. Wow. Shuhan Jin, ripping on her backhand. That is going to be a solid number. It was a bigger wave, nice and critical on the takeoff. She got right involved in the lip early, 13.54, and we're back at it. Leilani McGonigal now, quick answer back. She starts with 4.67. This wave looks like it could be building up nicely for her on the inside. Quick snap and a turn there, looking for a finish. Nice little coping to work with on the inside. She goes down. So they're putting our judges to work. We love to see that. The more the better, right? The more waves, the merrier.
20 minutes, 4 people. You don't get many breaks. We don't have to fill much flat air with our commentary because there's always surfing going on.
Yeah, 13:21 to go. Excited to hear more from this young lady representing Team Germany. This is Noah Clapp with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, 2 heat wins for Team Germany so far this morning. And Noah, I saw you a few weeks ago when we were here for the longboard event at El Sunsal. How long have you been here practicing for this event at the ISA World Surfing Games?
A very long time. I was basically living here like last month, and then I came the month before that as well. So Team Germany came already like 5 training camps here, so I think we're really prepared.
Talk to me about your equipment. I noticed you're riding Channel Islands Flyer, normally known for small wave surfing. You packed it out here at La Bocana, though.
Yeah, I actually love this board, all conditions. I ride it from like Florida QS to firing Bocana, so it's very like all-around surfboard for me. It's probably my favorite, and yeah, it's my comp board.
You'll be surfing with your teammate Rachel Pressey in the next round too. Any kind of strategy that we got to look forward to from Team Germany?
I think we'll definitely try to help each other, because that's, I think, a big advantage to have two of the same team in one heat. So we'll hopefully work together and we'll make it through.
Anything you want to say back home to anyone in Germany?
Not Germany, but my family in California right now. Hola a todos, os quiero, y gracias por el apoyo, and thanks to my sponsors as well, German Federation and Hurley and anyone else who supports me.
Muchas gracias, felicidades.
Gracias.
I believe we have another polyglot on our hands, sounding like she's fluent in Spanish, English, German. I love these, citizens of the world, right? I feel like Noah Clapp could go anywhere, fit in anywhere. And I love that Team Germany getting so prepared, putting in the time. 5 training camps down here in El Salvador for one event. That's huge.
5 training camps. You mentioned how these nations have focused, and we've seen the improvement in the last 12 months. That's an example of how much effort and concentration they're putting into the development of surfing. We saw a big set on the outside during that interview too. Here's Leilani on a big one, a wild wobbly takeoff. Is she going to get around this section? She might get into the tube. Look at this wave.
Nice. That is what we call a critical section. She managed to stay on her feet. Can she ride out?
Wow.
And she does it. That right there was radical surfing in a litany of different ways.
Wow.
The belly board drop in, gets up, gets to her feet. That's the mark of a true professional right there. You know, most of us would tend to give up when we're kind of going over the falls on our stomachs. She didn't. She got right back up and put together a heck of a combination, and that's going to give the judges to think about. So it starts with a mistake, but a quick correction, and then goes into the speed, the power, and the flow. What do you think a judge goes through a judge's mind when they see kind of an error made into a positive?
It was exciting, wasn't it? And we both know how hard is it when you've gone down the whitewater on your belly, how hard is it to jump to your feet at the bottom and then somehow get a bottom turn around a big bowly section like that. I feel like that's the best wave of the heat for sure. Super critical surfing. The 5.5, otherwise the high point for Vahini, that was way more critical than that. Here's China. This is the 5.13 maybe. Couple of inside turns. This is, maybe that's the 3.07 because it wasn't completed. Yes.
Chelsea Rouet.
Snaps out of the top, big wall. The waves are increasing in size. Look at this left hand, a perfect wall on this one. Couple of nice off the tops, gets the last floater needed to make that. Got a 4.07. Vahini dropping in. This one stands up. The first turn's beautiful. And then you watch this second turn. She gets a little tentative here and goes, actually, I'm just going to straighten this one out and get away from that closeout section. The first turn, though, we're going to see it on the replay.
Yeah, beautiful, perfectly placed, throws tons of spray, showing her technique. It's hard to think of Vahini Fierro without thinking of her standing up in a giant blue barrel, but obviously she has small wave skills. And here's that wave we were talking about that went from mistake to magical in a span of a few seconds.
And that turn was so critical, and this was so late, and there was a little wobble of the rail off the bottom that made it even later, and how she held on was incredible. Here's live action.
Leilani's on it right now. Big slash there. She was an Olympian, the first ever Costa Rican surfer to represent her home nation in the surfing part of the Olympics. Put on a good show over there in Tokyo, and she's putting on a great show right now. Now the judges have 2 scores to catch up on for Leilani, and we're thinking that last big wave she got is going to be a solid number.
We sure are. 5.57 for Vahini, her highest score by 0.07 for that big beautiful backhand re-entry. Here's the replay of this last wave. Nice first turn, gets deep behind it, drives the bottom turn into the lip. Beautiful second turn. Those last 2 rides may very well be her best 2 rides.
I think so. That last turn right there was very critical and right in the perfect spot. You know, this end section kind of has 2 faces. It has a feel of going away from you at times, and other times it's a convergence.
Yeah.
So there's kind of an underwave coming up beneath you on the left, and then that end section comes at you from above, and it's extremely tough to ride out many times. So I like that she kind of went a little early because it was still a critical section, and it allowed her that clean exit to get out exactly where she needed to be.
Absolutely. So it was a solid start with the 4.67 and the 3.63, but since then, here's China. It's gone to another level, and so has China.
Yeah, this heat is feeling like a final.
Wow.
Right up under the lip. Again, nicely placed, and now we're starting to see scores drop for Leilani McGonigal. 6-6. Paired that with her 4.67. She's in the lead, but watch out. Mahine Fierro streaking down the line. Beautiful snapping off the lip. I mean, that is just your classic
Goofy footer approach, backhand re-entry, great style. And I feel like she knew that first turn was powerful. There was good points in it. She didn't want to risk anything silly on the second, kind of carved down around it. China again.
It is pumping out here.
It's pumping.
We love to see it. These women deserve it, as they've worked very hard to get here. But, I mean, I'm just reflecting and thinking of that turn from Vahini. That was definitely one of the best backside turns we've seen at this entire event. I mean, it was that's beautiful surfing. That's speed, power, flow, all in one maneuver.
With beautiful style. Everything about it was just classy.
I'm taking notes on that one. And it's, you know, it's interesting, too. Vahini, you'd think, okay, goofy footer, as goofy footers, we're thinking left, but she's kind of all alone. Nobody's even looking at the right she's been on, and she's gone set after set after set. And wonderful. We get to watch this wave again in slow-mo. Get your pens and paper out. Take some notes. This is how you do a backside snap.
Look at the drop of the back leg. Front leg, nice bend in there, just waiting patiently, giving it time to stand up in front of her, and then drives the bottom turn. Quick little chip to get around and position better. Now the real bottom turn starts. Looking up at the lip, throws that front arm. Just beautiful technique. Wow, as a still shot, that'd make the cover of a magazine, no doubt. In the lip and sort of free falls out of that lip because she was so critical and late to it. Look at the section in front of her, just a beautiful wave. And he will see it in real time.
Let's watch this 18 more times. Totally fine with that.
Boom. The second could have been hit too. Maybe there was an opportunity to pump out in front, but went a little more horizontal because of that lip throwing over there. Might have, you went for that re-entry on that section into that lip. You may have fallen and discounted the opportunities that are going to continue to come on this line.
Well, the judges, they have first, middle, and final impression, right? So her first impression on that wave was incredible. So you want to keep that positive impression up. And I can put that all the way down to the very end of your wave,
Yeah.
I don't think if you're going to try a closing maneuver on a kind of weird, smaller inside section and you fall, I don't think that's going to help you. So I feel like, instead of forcing something, sometimes just pulling out with control is nice.
Yep.
And Barton, we talked about the waves pumping. All this whitewater here, all four surfers in the lineup just got mowed. So plenty of power out here at La Bocana. And they are feeling it right now, but they're handling it. I mean, we're seeing huge scores come across our board. 6.07 comes through for Leilani. Mahine Fierro with a 6.93. Here's one of Encinitas' finest, Ryan Hargrave, on water patrol duty.
Our top two surfers in powerful positions, a 6.6, 6.07. Hold on. This is a beautiful wave too. The waves are pumping right now.
Jeez, opportunities knocking for all four surfers.
Wow.
Nice snappy finish there for Leilani McGonigal.
6.6, 6.07, as we said. Does that improve on the 6.07? Vahini went a 5.5, 4.37, and then her best two rides as well, 5.57, 6.93 for that last one. Definitely didn't need to hit that second section. You risk that, you fall down, you steal so many of the points off of what that great first turn had already been awarded or rewarded with. And so well read, nice line, and very mature professional competing.
And I think that, the speed, power, flow equation is pretty subjective. So I think of, forcing a turn where it doesn't need to go, that impedes your flow, right? So that's taking flow away from the overall act that you're performing on the wave. So, forcing it, sometimes you can sneak it and fool the judges a little bit, but more often than not, they're going to take away some of those points that you may have got for better flow.
Yeah, and if we were at the quarterfinal stage, semi-final stage, you may have to hit
Attack.
that section.
Attack, yeah.
Right? But at this point in time, a controlled approach, you know, you were in the lead, you're still in second place. Third needs a 7.37, had a 5.13 and a 3.80 for Shuhan Jin from China, but for only 14 years old. So, you know, there's a 6-year difference between her and the other girls in the heat, and you know, there's not that many points difference. So great performance from China. Chelsea Rowett from Barbados has started well, got those couple of fours, but in the last sort of 10 minutes gone a little bit missing.
Yeah, Chelsea definitely has Hall of Fame style numbers. She is one of our only surfers in the draw that has both a junior medal as well as a women's medal. You know, and she's definitely, you know, still young, 27 years old. You know, she has already have so many accolades behind her. Copper medal. She's got a room full of ISA medals. And she was the first ever Caribbean surfer to qualify for the WSL Championship Tour in 2015. She was 17 years old, so she's been doing it. She's a veteran. And I put her up there with kind of a Sally Fitzgibbons as just a constant, solid surfer. Ever since the beginning of her career, she's been doing it the right way. Team Barbados always fielding strong teams. Chelsea right now looking for an 8-2. .54 seconds to go here. Yeah, so Chelsea Rowett. My bad. Her teammate, Chelsea Tuok.
Yeah, there's a couple of Chelseas from Barbados. All good, though.
So Chelsea Rowett, she's got, I mean, the stats are similar. She's got a huge pile of accolades behind her.
And the ages are similar, so much similar there. And, again, what we've seen from Leilani and Vahini in this heat has been spectacular. The waves came to the party as well. They gave them these beautiful canvases, but you know, you could have a beautiful canvas and surf it safely or consistently and not get the scores out of that wave. Both Chelsea and Vahini went nuts in this heat and showed beautiful style, great commitment. This one's done.
All right, well, the situation is going to stand. This wave will not count, so Barbados, Chelsea Rowett in fourth place. She'll be going to the repechage. We lose Jin to the repechage as well, representing Team Canada. Vahine Fierro, Team France, and Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica advancing through in the main round. Lots of surfing more to come, lots of stories, some advancements, some wins, some losses. It's all happening here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games.
When we started the campaign, like 20-some years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, you know, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
The impossible wave, showcasing the impossible journey. Fernando Aguirre and the ISA, who worked tirelessly for decades to get surfing into the Olympics, to live out Duke's dream. And guess what? Dreams do come true if you want them bad enough, if you work hard enough. And you can watch that for yourself in any language, 5 languages. It's going to be premiering. It's going to be showing online July 1, full release. So get on it, the impossible wave. And we're back out into the lineup. Back to business. Daniela Rosa, Savannah Cabrero, Amuro Suzuki, and Vea Estrelado. The nations represented here, Puerto Rico, Peru, Japan, and the Philippines. So yet another international affair here out in the lineup at La Bocana.
And the Philippines have been one of those teams. We talked about those developing nations that surprise you. We talked about China, but the Philippines, they have got some great talent in that team. We know they've got good waves, and we're seeing the results of the good waves and then a concentrated effort into surfing from the National Federation. It's turning into results.
It takes a village to get your team to El Salvador, that's for sure. Lots of support staff here and at home for all of these surfers. And we're going to start with Havana Cabrero.
Oh, you saw that rock surge underneath her there, finishes up on the inside.
Just a low-key little ollie over a rock.
Yeah.
That was cool. I don't know
stress.
if you knew that there was a rock underneath her, but it looked awesome nonetheless. Chris Cote here with Bart Lynch to talk you through the next 18 minutes and 10 seconds. Daniela Rosas. You know, she has been a standout for the better part of the last 5-6 years. Yeah, no need to risk it like that in the first 2 minutes of the heat, but it was fun to watch.
It was certainly fun to watch. Look at this one.
First look at Vea, representing the Philippines on her backhand, staying right in the power source. Nice little section to work with there. Gets out of that wave. Nicely done.
Clean, controlled, 2.9 for Daniela Rosa. I'm so glad she didn't try and land that floater, because that was an ugly section that was just going to, you know, we could see another rock just surging there.
Yeah, tide's kind of medium low. It's coming up, and I would say that's probably the most dangerous tide just in terms of getting in and out, because the rocks are just barely covered. At high tide, it's pretty deep in there. You see Amuro Suzuki from above.
Olympian, represented a home country, Japan, at the Tokyo Olympics. What a thrill that had to be.
Surfers getting their way back out into the lineup. Gives us a chance to catch up with Mitchell Salazar, standing by now with Leilani McGonigal.
That's right, former ISA gold medalist herself, and last year, 2 years ago, an Olympian as well, Leilani. Huge performance coming back after, you know, a few mishaps at the beginning of the heat. Positioning was key for you, though. It seemed like you found your rhythm over there on the left.
Yeah, it was really tricky. It's changed a lot since this morning, and a couple heats just had small waves, and a couple heats have big waves, so you kind of got to roll the dice and just, like, figure it out while you're out there. But yeah, I've surfed Bocana a million times, so I feel pretty in tune with it, and I just wanted to get a couple waves. Hopefully in the next heat I can start off stronger.
And you also have a role here at the ISA as well, besides being a medalist and an Olympian. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I'm part of the AC, the Athletes Commission, and it's a really cool group of people from all around the world, and our idea is to listen to our athletes and voice to the ISA changes that we believe should happen, or just improvements. And so far it's been really cool to connect with everyone around the world and listen to their ideas. So if you're an athlete and you're in this comp and have some ideas, we have a form on the ISA website, or you can just come up to us and we'll gladly direct you where you need to go.
Final question before we let you go. Between Challenger Series events and this event, you went home to Pavones. Seems like it was firing while you were there.
I actually didn't get to go home, unfortunately. I came pretty much straight from Oz. I just stopped in the city to grab some of my boards, but my parents scored, so I'm really stoked that they did. Hopefully there'll be a swell and I get back home. Y un saludo a todos allá en Costa Rica. Muchas gracias por el apoyo. Ya van los chicos en Sunsal, entonces apoyarlos con todo. Pura vida.
Pura vida, Leilani. Gracias.
Pura vida. Great representation for our surfers from Leilani McGonigal. I love that the ISA is open to change, open to constructive critique, criticism. Just makes the organization, just makes the sport better for everyone. So, love the words we just heard from Leilani McGonigal. Meanwhile, back in the water, things are heating up. Lots of scores yet to drop. Amuro Suzuki has a pair of lefts that she ripped up. As it stands right now, Daniela Rosas, our copper medalist from Huntington Beach last year, you know, always a threat. Anytime she puts on a jersey, she's a tenacious competitor, fearless in any size waves. And right now she's starting to put things together. Just a couple twos but we know she's got a lot more to offer us than a pair of twos. She's one of those surfers that consistently drops high numbers, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. just the way you see her paddling right there, you know, that's tenacity, and she's a competitor that you have to beat from the first second to the last second of the heat.
The Peruvians have that fire, don't they? They have that spirit and determination in the whole team, in the whole nation. And that 2.9, 2.8, both of those results had, or waves had big first turns, and then she fell on the second, got engulfed by the white water on that last one. So needs a completion to take that score higher. Havana Cabrero, a 4.33, and Muro, a 4.17. So Japan's about to drop another score. I think that might be her best wave. We saw those two backhand re-entries just then, really nice, clean, snappy turns.
Amuro, super powerful, very consistent, rarely makes mistakes.
Yeah.
You know, and she is got a very high heat IQ as well. So would not be surprised to see her put together some stellar numbers in the span of the next 10 or so minutes. More surfing to come. Israel being represented by Noah Lelior, and she is getting in the zone. I'd love to see that.
She's ready to do a concert. Get on the stage. Oh, yes. She's feeling it. Love it.
Tells me she's listening to hip hop.
Looks that way.
Her and her sister, Anat Lelior, say by far the most famous surfers representing the women's team of Israel.
It just feels good to watch.
Yeah.
I've just got a smile all over my face.
I'm getting hyped. I'm not even hearing what she's hearing.
That's right. We didn't even need to hear it to get, it's just the smile got us.
Big scores coming through. Amuro Suzuki, she drops a 5 and a 4.17. That's what she does, right? Yeah. Laying the foundation. Now she's got a little bit more freedom, so she can get a little bit more radical. That just knocked Daniela Rosas into second. She's still waiting for a number of note. Havana Cabrero, 23 years old, from San Juan, Puerto Rico, on that team, led by the legend, Brian Toth. He was in bed for 3 days.
Yeah.
He got up, he went out there, he smoked everybody in his heat, and now he's on the beach cheering on Havana, who is a 6-time national champion and a very, very strong surfer, repping Billabong, Reef, Tres Palmas Surf Shop, Dragon, Honda.
Look at this one.
And she's back at it here. Could have a good, meaty section on the inside. Hammers the whitewater.
Nice line. There was a different line that could have been taken that was more critical, but perhaps it might have resulted in a wipeout. So that was a good choice of line. She's had the 4.33, needed to bank a second wave. It was a big set wave, got the first turn in and managed that completion at the end. I see that as another score that she'd be able to keep. She's looking for a 1.37 to go into second. She'll get that for sure. And a 0.5 for the last of Daniela Rosa. We just saw her take off and cut off and use her priority on a wave that didn't count, so a mistake there for the Peruvian. You talked about heat IQ. It's all about that management of priority, isn't it? Because you need to be on good waves to get good scores, full stop. And the best surfers in the world, even free surfing, not only in competition, the best surfers get the best waves. And that's their understanding of the ocean, their ocean IQ, so to speak, and then you put it into 20 minutes and you got to make it happen like that. And
can that be learned? Is that something you're born with?
No, I think it's a learned skill for sure. I mean, there's definitely inherent. I feel like Tom Curran got DNA from his dad Pat, you know, and we watched just this beautiful silky style, this incredible knowledge of the ocean, and so much of what Tom Curran had, I felt like was in the genes, you know. That was my reasoning for it.
Well, the score comes through for her Havana Cabrero, which you talk about in the genes. Her dad, one of the greatest surfers to ever come from Puerto Rico, Carlos Cabrero. I'm sure you competed against Carlos in your day.
I remember Carlos, yeah.
8:57 on the clock. Amuro jumps into the lead. Havana in second. Daniela Rosas answering back. There is a solid looking set wave, well overhead. Nicely placed backside turn. Section comes a little too wildly down at her, so she jumps off. But nice turn. We'll see if that one turn is better than a 2.9 or a 2.8.
I feel like that one turn will be. That was a big wave, and when she was coming off the bottom, it was well double overhead.
It was
so it was a big wave, and she drove up into the pocket and snapped it beautifully. I mean, it's obvious what, for her, it'll be obvious what she needs to do, and that's get 2 of those turns on a wave instead of 1. And we've had 3 waves with 1 turn. I feel like that's the best one yet. But to get 2 of those turns means you're going to go into that 6-point range and challenge for the lead.
Inside of 10 minutes now, heading right. Ivana Cabrero. Nice snap there. Wow. Lightning quick. Lets that section go by. Looking for another big finish. So a similar wave to her last wave ridden, but why not? I mean, if you're dropping near 5s, keep that formula going.
Yeah, but perhaps it's time to start getting a little more critical with those turns. Again, that second one was a little bit safe. There was an opportunity to get a little more radical. Once you've had those couple of scores, you realise, hey, I need to risk some things to go into that next higher range, score range. And she's in second place now. Really, you wouldn't want to keep those 4s at the end. You could and maybe advance, but at the same time, you'd rather push up into the 6s and 7s and solidify it.
Numbers still flowing through, waiting for that last score of the blue. So she's got a pair of 4s.
Daniela got her highest score yet, 3.6 for that 1 turn.
So sometimes it's one big turn that can be the difference. But a little bit surprised, to be honest, here with Daniela Rosas. She's generally such a consistent competitor. But it just shows you that this lineup, while there's plenty of opportunity coming through, can be a little bit confusing to find the right wave. This was that 1 turn that we liked.
Yeah.
Not much else on that wave.
No, it was quick. Here we go. Look when she's at the bottom of this wave. Look how big it is. Drives into that top turn. I wonder whether there was a high line to float right there. Into that section.
Would have been a pretty gnarly floater.
We saw what happened on that first wave. So good choice. Still the best score she's had, but she needs to get out of the 3s. That first turn was great. From Havana, she went around that section, hit the whitewater, could have maybe climbed a little higher on that whitewater and made a little more of that second, but it's a 4.73, so it improves on the 4.33. Things heading in the right direction for the Puerto Rican. Up into the lead as well, so there you go. Now would be the time. You've got the lead, you've got a couple of high 4s. Now would be the time to start taking a few more risks.
Yeah, you got 8 minutes, 45 seconds to go. 6 minutes, 45
I was about to say.
I'm fine with adding 2 more minutes. I'm really enjoying this heat, but that's against the rules. Daniela Rosas now. Quick answer there. Nice snap. Now she's got some open face to work with. Another beautiful turn. Gets this inside section. That's more indicative to the surfing that we're used to from Daniela Rosas. You could see she felt confident coming out of that wave.
And illustrated that
little
little flick of the hands, and illustrated that heat IQ from the experience that she has. So selected a smaller wave that stayed open, let her get her rhythm going. Going to be interesting. It'll be an interesting comparison to the other scores, because all the other waves were big double overhead sets and risky situations. That was a more conservative approach, but it was smart.
Starting to get down to the wire here. 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Bea has been pretty quiet in the last 5 or 6 minutes. And now she's letting her surfing do the talking. She could have a big finish here. Nice snap there, right out. Just a little ahead of herself on that turn, but vicious intent on that end section, which I love to see. Unfortunately for her, she goes down. That's going to take a lot of points off the board.
And she got really nice style, really nice technique, good flow. And then, I was wondering how, because when those sections come, you can tell how much they've got in the tank, how capable they are by how hard they hit it. She hit that last section really aggressively, a 4.43 for Daniela Rosa. Her highest score still has her in 3rd place, looking for a 4.75. But there's good information in that. She goes, okay, I just need to be a little more conservative with the wave selection. And here's the replay of our Filipino surfer, Bea Estrelado. Snaps out of the top. A strange wall on that wave. Hard to read, but this turn shows the talent she has. Needed to push out a little bit more on the back foot, get the nose away from the whitewater. She would have completed that one. A 2.5 and a 2.47 already her scores.
Yeah, 4.5 to go. Should be a tough pill to swallow for Team Peru. most of their surfers still remain in the main round. They have a really power-packed team. They got veterans, Alonso Correa, Luca Macinas, Miguel Tudela, up-and-coming shredding rookies, Sol Aguirre, Aurelio Rodriguez. She's a 17-year-old phenom out of Peru, and Daniela Rosas, 21 years old. So she's, you know, a veteran for sure. She a Pan American champion. You know, she's done it all in surfing already, and still plenty to prove here. Right now, back against the wall a little bit, but not too bad. 4.75 is the requirement for Daniela Rosas, and to me, I'm not too worried about her. I'm not panicking. She's such a good contest surfer.
Yeah.
That I don't think she would be panicking either.
4.75. She's already had scores of that range that weren't, you know, perfect. She hasn't combined the wave selection and the performance into that one situation that creates the 6 and 7s. Interesting to see Havana Cabrero is down on that right-hander on her own. She's got that to herself. We saw Vahini Fierro down there use it to effect. We saw Sally Fitzgibbons down there use it to effect. The other three, you know, choosing to sit here on the left-hander. The lefts look great. We're goofies, we love them, but those right-handers look really good too. And if you've got it to yourself, that's a great way to surf a heat.
Yeah, and do you think the judges like to see front side and backside within the span of a heat?
Yeah, I think they like to see some variety.
Variation.
Well, and maybe you can get away with it for a heat or two, the same thing, but at a certain point in time, they're definitely going to want to see some different stuff through the span of a whole event, 100%.
Well, this wave at La Bocana is a nice peak, rights and lefts. I would say pretty equal. I mean, right now it's shifting a little bit to the rights that seem to have the scoring potential. Up at El Sunzal, our podium 2, predominantly a right-hand point break. Again, one of the most historic and famous waves in all of El Salvador. Yesterday, though, however, Gabriel Medina went ahead and got a high-scoring wave on a left. Of course, that's Gabriel Medina. He is a super freak of nature. He can pretty much shoot anything he wants at any time. He can get a huge score on a left at a right point break. And if you want to see what's happening at El Sunzal, click the tab and you can watch a good shot of what's going on there. Daniela Rosas, meanwhile, looking for a 4.75. That was a tricky, tough wave to surf. It was just kind of racing away from her the whole time. There's Team Peru. Now they can feel and look a little bit worried.
What do you reckon? I don't think she gets it. I don't think it was a little bit disjointed. The last turn kind of looked wobbly. I was in my mind, I'm thinking, just cut out of this one. Get back out the back. Here, let's have a look. Pumping. First turn's very horizontal and below the lip. Didn't hit the lip. Second turn, same situation. A little bit of a wobble there. I don't think she gets it. I think she needs to get back out and find another one.
That's just when you're real hungry and you show up at the pupusa stand and it's closed.
Yeah.
No opportunity. No pupusa for you. A minute to go.
Oh, she's still counting that 3.60, sorry, and a 4.43, so...
There we go.
I don't think it improves.
A minute left, and if we can find her in the lineup, I think she's getting back out there, potentially in time. This is where things are going to get very interesting for Havana Cabrero. She's in the lead, but it's a precarious position. Amuro Suzuki in the second priority spot. She does have the single highest score of this heat so far. She's trying to get rid of a 4.17. And it's going to be surfer in green. Amuro Suzuki all by herself on a beautiful left-hand wedge on the inside. Nice snap in the pocket there. Flattening out a little bit. She's got to stay with it. It's only 24 seconds left, and the wave just completely dissipates under her feet. One good turn out the back. Was it better than a 4.17? Team Japan looks as curious about it as we are.
Yeah, needed the 4.53. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's the scoring. This has been a low-scoring heat, hasn't it? The 5 of Amuro's is the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. So really anyone could have got through that one. There's the siren.
And it's over. Puerto Rico survives and thrives. Havana Cabrero gets the win. It's going to be Amuro Suzuki in second. And another big upset. Daniela Rosas from the Power Pack Team Peru in third. And Vea Estrelado from the Philippines in fourth. More surfing to come. Big names. Huge storylines developing. Stay tuned. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And we're back with more great surfing. Labo Kana has turned on today, and Sanoa Olin of Canada is up and riding straight off the buzzer. Finds this double up section down the line after a great opening turn. Finds the pocket, connects with the lip. Ducks in for just nearly a barrel on the inside section. Slams on the power to finish it off, and she's going to be putting her first score down. Noah Lelior of Israel now up and riding in the green jersey. Oh, comes in late to lip and goes down hard. We've already got a 1.43 on the board for Lilias Tabai of Morocco. Morocco, Israel, and Canada up against five-time world champion, Olympic gold medalist Carissa Moore in the red jersey, and Shannon Hughes alongside Jess Grimwood here to call the action.
Yeah, Jess is dressed, standing next to you, Shannon, this morning. I'm pretty excited, of course. This is like one of the biggest talking points of surfing, women's surfing, global surfing, and of course ISA surfing. The stories, the history that Carissa brings into this heat against these other nations is incredible. But the building momentum of the Israelis, of the Canadians, and of the Moroccans is going to be hard to overcome as well, even for an Olympian.
I absolutely agree, as we see her now paddling into her second wave. Decides not to go on that one. A 4.67. Carissa's dropped in for an opener. And just a 1 point ride in for first of Noah with that fall. Now waiting for the score of Sanoa to come through. And that'll give us a feeling for where she'll be at in comparison to that opener of Carissa as we take a look at the first wave of the Canadian.
Okay, look at this thing. She just looks confident and powerful, and the Canadian team came out swinging yesterday on this bank. This inside section is super critical for her too. Nice big speed snap out of the lip, plenty of spray, sets up, resets and refocuses for that end section too. Doesn't oversurf the little parts in between. That's going to be a good score for her.
Taking a look here at first from Lilias.
Yeah, nice little flow there. Plenty of speed on offer there for Lilias, but here's Carissa.
This is the 4.67.
Yeah, look at just the flow. Obviously, gold medalist, multiple world champion, and the slow-mo, beautiful look and a chance to really break down her technique, her placement. Look at her head and look at where her eyes are looking to as well. You can really see where she wants to bring that board around to, and even resetting almost. It's almost like she's looking all the way back up the rocks at this river mouth here at the break and making sure she understands what part of the wave she's about to go into and what turn to throw down. No doubt she's been picking it apart throughout her training and her warm-ups, and I love those slow-mos there. You can really learn so much from this type of footage in your surfing, and that's something that the younger surfing nations have been doing well too throughout the games.
Lilias has a look at that, decides to kick out, being under priority from Carissa Moore down the line. Carissa snapped to start right in the pocket. Frothy section right in front of her as she makes do with what she has in front of her. Gets that second score together. 3 turns in comparison to the 2 strong turns of her opening wave, Jess.
Yeah, and interesting, I mean, that's a couple of quick turns off the bat. I think the opening wave's obviously the best, but the intention for Carissa to get things going and not leave anything unsaid in the water. Have a look at this replay too. Just quick, relaxed, really sharp surfing for her. Back into the ocean after being, in the pool and back to her roots, I think, in surfing. And that's what ISA is about, is the core kind of grassroots feeling that all the teams bring to the games, and then Olympic medalist Carissa Moore too. Just not leaving anything unsaid. We just saw Daniela Rosa's heat, and it's so hard out here, so they have to get busy.
Lilia's now up and riding on her backhand for Morocco. Nice opening turn to start. Sets it up under the lip. Nearly rides out complete. Just gets bumped off before the finish.
Yeah, that was sick. That was a nice little turn under the lip there, Shannon.
Yeah, great way to start things out for her. And we do have Mitchell Salazar already ready to go with the winner of that last heat. Let's go down to the beach and catch up with him.
Yeah, Ana Cabrero with a decent heat total. I know you probably expect more of yourself, but you focused on the rights out there. It seemed complicated to find those ones, especially with how low the tide is when you're finishing that section right there at the end.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more complicated. There's a lot of waves going on all over the place, so you kind of just have to commit to one peak. And I just wanted to trust my ride, so I went over there. Obviously, I was expecting a little bit more from my surfing, but we'll get that along the way.
And no stranger to competing in El Salvador. I saw you in Punta Roca a few years ago during an ALAS event. How well do you think you're adjusted to the temp and the climate here in Central America?
Well, I was here a couple weeks ago trying to get adjusted a little bit, but yeah, it's definitely similar to home. It's very hot here. You sweat during your heats, so it's better to come here a little bit earlier. But yeah, I feel at home in El Salvador, and I'm really happy to be here.
What can we think of La Isla del Encanto, Puerto Rico, when it comes to a team medal and maybe an individual medal for yourself?
Well, that would be the greatest thing to happen to us, really, and more with the ISAs coming up in Puerto Rico next year. So I'm just really happy to be here representing my country and just trying to take it all the way.
Muchas gracias, Havana. Suerte.
Gracias.
Great to hear from Havana. Solid performance as we take a look at live action here from Noah Lelior of Israel. Great backhand attack. Older sister Anat was in Tokyo for the Olympics 2020 to represent Team Israel. Anat back here again after undergoing some work on her hips, some injuries that she's been having. So it's great to see her back in the mix. Curious to see how she's going to continue going in heats with a big event ahead of her. The biggest that she's competed in since the Olympics when it comes to all that energy and all those reserves due to the injuries. But it's cool to see the younger sisters. And in this heat specifically, we've got two little sisters in the water. Both Noah and Sanoa of Canada are the younger sisters of their teammates. Mathea from Canada as well. She has been on that team for a long time, and it's been cool to see Sanoa graduate now into this team as far as the opens are concerned outside of those juniors. And she is going to be, I mean, she is already an incredible surfer, still competing in the juniors around the world as well. A very solid performer.
How's that last score too for the Israeli? That 7-point ride. We heard them in that post heat with Mitchie just before going nuts. You could hear the boardwalk cheering for Lelior, and it's well deserved. She's like a power-packed house, as are the Israelis. We know what Anat's like, and we know what Noah can bring to the table too. And I think that's really within their kind of country culture. They're just so fired up. They're so ready for that surfing battle and to bring all their energy and all their passion into the ISA games. It's always great to see those guys here.
Incredible. Great way for Noah to put that 7 on the board. Carissa Moore drops in a 7.33 for her highest wave so far. That right 3 turns connected together. So Noah with the 5.67 on the board as well. So this heat really starting to turn on.
Yeah, do you know what else I think for sure? And that, like, without, I don't know, I didn't ask them, but without being in their camp, they're going to be looking for the win against someone like Carissa. They're going to be backing Noah that she can find that other wave, and they want to take that. That's, I mean, in round 2, it's a small victory, but in the sense of surfing accomplishments in your own career and as a nation, that's a huge, huge kind of ticket to put in your back pocket and go, oh, we had a heat, you know, in El Salvador against Carissa, and Noah got the win over that and got the nod. That's what she'll be pushing for. She's not just looking to get through. They want to be matching up every single time against the best, and there's sister right there. Keeping track.
Feeling stoked. She's seen that score roll through. She knows that she is right in the mix. Just a 5.01 requirement at the moment to overtake Carissa Moore for the lead. And I love that conversation, Jess, around having those kind of those markers in a personal career. It might not be a victory at the end of the event, but just those little moments throughout that you reflect back on and really help you grow as a surfer moving forward as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, this is Noah's wave. This is the 7-point ride. This last turn, it's an absolute oof of a turn. And I think she even checks her watch really quickly too at the end. Like her bottom turns, her power, her quietness in between, the way she dissects those bottom turns is just perfect. And if you're watching at home, you're wondering why that went into the 7s. This is why on the slow-mo. She doesn't have a lot of adjustments. She looks really confident in her surfing. She looks stable on her board, and she just throws a lot of spray in the best and the most critical section of those waves, and that's the strength that the Israeli team bring into these conditions.
Yeah, the Israeli team is stacked this year. For Noah, 20 years old, older sister Anat, 23 years old. Noah, the 2020-2021 Israeli national champion. She started surfing when she was 6 years old. They've got a brother in the mix that loves surfing as well. So the full family spending as much time in the ocean as possible. Spending a lot of time competing through that European region as well over the years. As we see her up and riding again. Quick check on her forehand and she'll go down to try and build on the score line. Now Sanoa sitting in that 3rd place position. She's chasing just a 2.34 at the moment. That 5.67 is a great score for her, but now she's going to be looking for something much larger to be really in that conversation of top 2 advancement, knowing that Noah will more than likely be able to find herself that backup score.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Noah will find a backup score. So Noah is so well matched against her as well. She's a real powerful surfer, really solid on her feet. But we just saw briefly right there the flag for the Moroccan team too. And I like how they've approached the games. They're somewhat, I mean, they've obviously got some real powerhouse surfers in their roster, but the way they've come into the games, and they're quite a humble surfing nation. You never see them floating around trying to capture the attention of the cameras on the cobblestones here or and up on the boardwalk. They're kind of just tucked away and they're doing their thing. And even their men's, like Abu Bakr, had a really good heat win in the previous rounds.
Carissa Moore, Olympic gold medalist, setting up for the first turn. Looking clean, controlled, finds a section to finish, drifts that tail around, gets bumped off to go incomplete on her last one. Back to that conversation around Team Morocco. It has been really cool to see them in the mix, to be able to see Ramzi Bokiam be able to graduate to the championship tour this year. Of course, with his injury, he was unable to compete, so he's going to be back to the Challenger Series as we take a look at this replay quickly.
Yeah, look at the setup on that opening calf, similar to Sally's opening maneuver as well in these conditions, and it really, this first section offers you up that kind of tight little top bit of the pocket. It doesn't go top to bottom carving, so they can't bring their full turn all the way back down through the face of the wave. That's why you see both Sally and Carissa, some of the best surfers in the ISA, kind of cap that wrap right up in the top part of the wave there on that first section on this right.
Lilius, the 19-year-old from Casablanca, goes into a heavy section and goes down.
Oh, nice bottom turn too. I mean, unfortunately, most of the women have been waiting for that section. Oh, look at that board tombstoning there too, but waiting for that section to stand up like that. And Lilius just caught a little bit behind. It kind of ran off. She had a really deep bottom turn. It was a really beautiful setup. Unfortunately, it was just a little too late and it ran off on her, but you can see the surfing's there. She just needs to find that wave choice.
Absolutely. She's come into this event prepared and super motivated to fight for a place for qualification for Paris 2024. I feel like for Morocco specifically, a lot of that motivation would come because we saw Ramzi competing for Morocco in Tokyo. And for them, that National Olympic Committee being able to put that belief behind them, knowing surfing is a space where they could really make some damage in the future when it comes to the Olympic Games.
Yeah, and it's like the story that plays out through so many of the games, isn't it? It's similar to like the Indonesian story. It just takes one person. And for some of the other bigger nations, it's happened quite a while ago and a fair few years ago, maybe 10 years ago in the games or more. But it takes that one athlete to get that breakthrough performance, and then suddenly they find themselves either medaling at the end of the day as a team or individually. And then that's it. That's enough to light this fire under the rest of the nation. And then you start getting the surfing federations and organisations taking notice of their own countrymen, women. And then that's where it starts, the real excitement around the progression of the youth within that own country. And it translates down the line, these small little incremental heat wins, these event wins, these season wins, and it turns into something like what Carissa Moore's built for herself.
Absolutely. I mean, that's such a great breakdown. And even thinking way back to Duka Hanamoko, back in 1912 at the Stockholm Games when he expressed his dream for surfing to be included in the Olympics. Fast forward to where we are now, more than a century later, and surfing is there. It's been included, and now it's going to be on the schedule for many years to come, which is an incredible thing. It's something that Carissa Moore shared, that as a young kid for her growing up, surfing wasn't part of a tangible dream because it didn't exist. It was literally not there, so she never thought of being an Olympian herself. Now that surfing is in that conversation, that we have already gold medalists between Carissa Moore and Idolo Ferreira, there are surfers that are growing up around the world that know that they can pursue something like that. And I think it was just so incredible and so fitting to see that Carissa ended up taking that gold medal win. There was a rainbow in the sky during her entire heat in that matchup with Bianca Beitendog, who walked away with the silver medal. And it was just the most incredible feeling to see a Hawaiian of all people in the water with the rainbow of the Rainbow State walk away the gold medal after it was Duka Hanamoko's dream, the original Hawaiian, to get surfing into the Olympics and to be able to see that hole come into fruition in its very first cycle.
It's pretty incredible when you think about how that's played out. It's almost like it's just fate, really. I mean, you can think about Carissa's career, and here she goes again, actually. Let's put a pause on that.
Setting herself up for a nice looking wave. Beautiful selection. Love the way that she holds and pushes through that first turn into the second. Just 2 turns together, but I could watch that all day.
Oh, it's just beautiful surfing. 2 turns is going to be a really good looking score because much like Sally's approach, she accelerated through those 2 turns now, settled into that surfing right in the top. But back to that, I mean, it's almost like unscriptable how surfing has played out into the Olympics. Look at this. Look at the acceleration through that rail work at the top. Cuts it off clean to set up this second one. I love that little drive at the end too, pulling the tail back. You know, a lot of weight on the front foot to pull the tail back under her. And you can have a look from this angle. You really get an appreciation for how much ground she covers across that wave face with those calves. And it's going to be a beautiful looking score. But yeah, that original dream and then taking somebody like the ISA president, Fernando, to make those incremental steps as well. It never just happened overnight for him, much like Duke's and much like Carissa's work. It's all the wins along the way.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock. Noah now up and riding, setting herself up for that second turn. She's looking now to drop that backup score finally. She's only been sitting with that 1-point ride, which has meant the requirements have been really small for both Sanoa and Lilias. Sanoa now kicking out of that wave. At the moment, chasing just a 2.34, but we know there's a score to drop for Noah, which is going to change up that requirement situation on Sanoa.
Yeah, this is what the ISA Games is about. It is just full-blown intensity for so many of these countries, but it's excitement, and it's like this feeling of stoke that's shared across all the nations, and the love of surfing overpowers the individuals' performances here too as well. It's a broader scope of our sport and of our culture worldwide, and it's one of those things. And Fernando says it so well, and Carissa says it as well. It breaks down barriers, and it completely transcends everything: culture, religion, race, gender, whatever. Surfing at the core of what it's about is just this froth and stoke that you see coming through there for the Israeli team, trying to wish Noah for that backup score.
So we are waiting for scores to find out what that backup score is going to be, and then to have a good gauge of the situation. So Noah also with her score to drop from the left, Noah from the right. And we'll get to see where those two are sitting specifically. Lilias now sitting with first priority way out towards the left. Carissa still sitting down here on the right. Lilias maybe with an opportunity just behind as we track with our heat leader. Still another score to drop through for her last 2-turn combo. Nice gouge to start. Finishes off clean in the foam. And she's going to come in with 20 seconds remaining. Noah now with a chance. Now scores to drop across, but these are all very important waves. As we take a look at her setting up for that single maneuver. Hits the section well, but doesn't pull off the finish.
No, incomplete. Dangerous times for her because Sanoa, solid surfing. Best 2 scores are going to come through as well. For Carissa's last waves, they were huge turns, and have a look at the numbers there. But the storyline, I think Moroccan kind of Lilius got caught behind that section. That cost her, but the second place right now is up. We're waiting. It's tense times. Carissa's safe.
Carissa's safe, second in question, but Carissa in 8-1-7 drops in for the 2-turn combination on the wave before. No surprises there. We're going to go to a quick break, though, because there's so much more action coming throughout the day that we need to take a breather. Scores to come, and we'll give that situation update as soon as we're back, right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Well, scores are in. Carissa Moore with the win. Noah Lelior of Israel in second. She drops in a 5.5 for her previous wave, which solidifies that position. Sanoa Olin a 2.77 for her last, which means she does not meet the adjusted requirement of a 6.84. We do have another score to drop in for Carissa for her last wave. So the judges are taking their time to dial things out before we count into our next heat. But Carissa with the win, Noah in second. So USA and Israel advancing through.
Yeah, and look at this, La Bucana, great setup here. And there's Team USA. And just golden surfing from her. It's of course what we expected, but we never get sick of watching it. The Olympian, multiple medalists, multiple world titles, ISA Games champion, really lives and breathes that surfing stoke. And look at that second score.
An 8-point ride. So Carissa's last 2 waves come through in the excellent range. And well surfed by Noah. She had that 7-point ride on the board. I mean, outside of the fact that Carissa got a couple of 8s, if she hadn't caught those last 2 waves, Noah would be right there in the conversation to take away the win.
Yeah, and look at that. Went right down to the wire. Second place for the Israeli. Unfortunately, Canadian and the Moroccan have to go through the repechage round, but it's not over for them. And there's a great shot. Team USA soaking up the victory from Carissa Moore and embracing that overall stoke that is ISA surfing.
And you can see by their positioning down on the south end of the river mouth that they're clearly waiting and assuming that their surfer is going to take off on the rights. They're going to have that support system down there at the end of that section rather than the lefts, identifying that through the morning those rights have been the waves with the better scoring potential. Now I think we're going to see that changing as the tide rolls through. Mimi Barona of Ecuador, the Olympian, beautiful surfing, technique prime. As she comes into this inside section and slams it out the back behind her, Lydia Kato of Indonesia into a big wall, huge wall of whitewater, goes down on the finish, can't quite pull it off on the left. How was that opening turn of Mimi?
Yeah, this is pretty much my favorite heat on paper at the moment for the day. I'm sure it'll change a gazillion times with this type of surfing in round 2, but this matchup, Lilia, the Indonesian, you just saw she's not scared. She's of those big sections, obviously from pretty incredible waves herself. She's going to really bring it to who I consider one of the most prominent surfers, especially in Latin America, Mimi, Dominic Barona. But here's Silvana Lima up and riding for Brazil, Shannon.
One of the greatest surfers of all time. An absolute staple of women's Brazilian surfing over the years. And it's great to see that contingency start to grow now, but Silvana's been that one that's really flown that flag on the women's side for Brazil for the last 20 years.
Yeah, she was beyond her time in progression as well. I mean, in women's surfing and for Brazilian surfing, she was one of those first ones. I remember her throwing down air reverses and these progressive maneuvers. I mean, there was always the Hawaiian Melanie Bartels, and then came Silvana Lima out in competition. But this is a replay here for last of Mimi. Actually, no, that's not Mimi. My mistake. Oh, yes, it is. Barona. That is my mistake. It is Mimi Barona from Ecuador. You can really get an appreciation there for her rail work and the power behind her surfing is incredible. She has had so many games, finals. She has found herself in success so many times on the podium. I even remember back to 2014, her finishing, I believe, silver or bronze medal in Peru. And she's just one of those surfers you never want in a heat in the ISA game, Shannon. And look at that. You can see why. Power, rail work, and she is a tenacious competitor.
Scores to drop for first of green, but we already know that first of blue is in as a 5-point ride for this combination surfing, so sets yourself up with the lead momentarily. Savannah Lima with a score to drop as well. So we take a look now at the replay for first of red. Just goes in complete, unfortunately, on that first turn.
Yeah, but intentions are good. I mean, if that section hadn't crumbled off with the wind so early in front of us, she would have been well and truly into like the fours with that kind of backhand hook, 3s or 4s. The rest of this heat too, Vittoria Farmer, Great Britain. I've been having a chat with their coaching and management team, and those guys are numbers guys. They've done the work, but they've weighted up and they're looking for that top 5 finalist positions as a team. They're not asking all of their team and their surfers to find the podium. They're asking them to find the top of their potential and performance. Here goes the Indonesian.
Take a look at live action with Lydia of Indonesia. Finds the finish. Nice compression. Jess, complete or incomplete?
It's going to be right on the line there because she was right on her toes at the end. As she rode out at the turn, and she was kind of still, you could see she was transitioning. The angle of the nose of her surfboard was coming across. So it's going to really be one of those calls in surfing where it's like that 50-50. I think it's going to go incomplete, but we'll see.
And for our audience newer to surfing, a finishing turn like that or any maneuver needs to be deemed complete by the judges in order to get a score. So no matter how good a turn looks, if the surfer falls at the end before being able to ride out with that confidence, that completed maneuver, then transitioning into the next stage of the wave, that score is just a 0 for that maneuver.
Yeah, they need the control. They need to, it's like riding a bike. If you're coming around the corner and you're wobbling and you look kind of sliding out of control, that doesn't go well into the scoreline. Have a look at the replay here for Lilia. That second turn, sick hook, really critical. She gets hung up a little too late, and that's what pushes her back onto her toes because it threw her across a little. So I believe that's going to be incomplete. So the 2.5 comes in the way of that opening kind of setup turn for her.
Paddle now for Dominic Barona, Mimi, more affectionately known as. Nice slice to start it off. Sets herself up here with a second. Smaller wave, but gets a nice end section, gives that little pump of the fist as well.
When we talk about ISAs and the games, the Latin American countries, particularly Mimi's and Silvana have been leading the pack for so many years. We're talking about decades of surfing that those women have been out in the forefront of performance and helping the rest of the young generation come up and learn the games.
Scores to come in for last of Dominic Barona opened up with a 5-point ride, but it was the very end of that last heat that got so exciting for Carissa Moore. A couple of 8s to finish off on just before the buzzer, and she is down with Mitch Salazar. We'll find it all out now.
Yeah, a pair of 8s is right, Shannon. An excellent heat total, Carissa. First of all, congratulations. Big heat win for Team USA. When you see fellow Olympians like Mimi Barona in the water, the extra motivation to compete here at the ISA World Games, is it noticeable from yourself?
Oh, it's a cool event. I love just seeing countries come together. Surfing really brings the world together, and yeah, just places that you'd never think has surfers, and it's super inspiring. I'm stoked to be a part of it.
During the shuttle ride, we arrived on the same flight. We're on the same shuttle to our hotels. He told me you only had 2+1, a Mayhem California twins. I actually saw you in a driver out there right now at La Bocana. How'd that board feel?
The board felt really good. I just stuck in a normal shortboard just in case. I actually have never surfed this wave before, but it looks like it has some juice to it. But the twin fin, the MR twin, is one of my favorite all-time boards from Matt, and I got to ride it at Sunzal the other day, and it was great.
Love to see it. Anything you want to say back home?
Just aloha, everybody. Lots of love to everyone watching. Thanks for tuning in, and have a wonderful day.
Mahalo nui. Congratulations.
Thanks so much, Mitch. I was on that same shuttle ride from the airport. We landed and got only dropped off at our hotels around 3 a.m. So we've all made the recovery. Carissa looking sharp as ever, having gotten a few nights of sleep now, heading into competition. And funny to see her out there on the twin fin yesterday, having a lot of fun, drawing some different lines than she would have been on that board she rode this morning.
Yeah, interesting too to see both Carissa and Griff come from the pool, both off the back of wins, jump on those alternative crafts, if you will, for competitive surfing.
Taking a look at the replay here now. This is an important score for Silvana Lima.
Oh, just so sick. I just used to watch clips of this woman surf over and over and over again. She's just so good and so fast and progressive.
Victoria Farmer off to a slower start, getting going now.
Wow, how good was that recovery and the strength that she brings to her backhand? If she can find herself a better wave choice, she's going to be well and truly in the mix of this heat and take it to them.
Now up and riding. Lydia for Indonesia once again, just sitting on a couple small scores, looking to also just get this heat underway. Nice opening turn, finds that second turn, carving it back into the foam. Setting herself up now, you can see that wave steepening up and gets a nice clean finish on. So that's going to be her best wave of the heat so far. A score to come through for Silvana Lima. Victoria Farmer so far with a 2.3 on the board and sitting in that third place position, representing Great Britain now, but spends the majority of her life living on the east coast of Australia.
Yeah, and back to that team conversation we're having about Great Britain. Their management staff and their coaching have asked each of the surfers and the athletes to find their potential in these games. Here goes Mimi.
Mimi now on her forehand. Snap to start, goes for that layback. Looking around the section, we'll see if she's able to make it past into that open face. Doesn't quite get there. Add some style.
Very, very powerful, stylish surfer. Do you know something else about the games, which we hear a lot of the athletes allude to, Shannon, is, Carissa just said it then, how it brings all these nations together. Mimi, particularly, is a part of the group of surfers that, as other nations that don't speak Spanish or any other language really other than English, we would come over to all these games and Mimi and the rest of those women would take us under their wings, completely translate our whole trip for us, find us the right food, help us get to surf spots. That's what the games is about. Like in the water, good luck against people like that because they're not translating the scores for you then. But but out of the water, it's just so much love around the surfing community.
Taking another look here at the Indonesian.
Yeah, this is sick. It's pretty down the line surfing for her. She's kind of loading up on that second bottom turn for that section, but the wave just, it bends back in at that point of the bank and it comes back around the rocks, and that's why you can see that different angles coming together in the last section. But here's probably the best wave of the last exchange between the two. Kind of gouges that first turn. And she only gets one turn, but it's a much more confident gouge for Mimi, and she's in the lead.
So scores in. Second to Mimi was a 4.53 as we take a look at live action. Victoria Farmer now setting that line straight to her feet. Easy on this one. Second sick turn. This is what we've been waiting for from Tori. Great surfing, and just doesn't quite figure out the finish of that wave, but that would have felt amazing.
I couldn't help but hoot through that live vision there.
You and
Sorry,
Martin,
Shannon.
you're the best and the worst at it. It's amazing.
Look at this thing, the style, the bringing around of the rail, but this turn right here, it's really, really nice, solid surfing. I think she had a bit of a leg burner on the end, and there's another example of that bend in the wave here at La Bocana on the Rivermouth stone rocks. It kind of hits the inside and jacks back towards her. So she kind of lost it on the end section. But those two turns, so solid. Like, really solid surfing. Back, try again. Try number 3 for that Great Britain conversation. The team want each of their athletes to reach the utmost potential of their performances. May not necessarily mean finaling or podium. For some, definitely. For all of them, potentially in their surfing careers, yes. But for this event, at the utmost of their performance, they're looking for that top 5 nation spot, or they're looking to at least finish in the top 10, and they believe and they're backing each other to find those results there. But I'm interested to see that last score of Victoria Farmer.
Now, taking a look at the score screen on what you can see on the graphic there is actually not quite updating properly. So we're on the correct time of 7 minutes, 30 seconds, but I'll just give you an update now. We've got Dominic Brona definitely in the lead. She's got a 5, but she also has a 4.53 as her second highest score. That was her second wave. Her last, a 3.43, doesn't factor into the top 2. Silvana Lima is sitting up in second place position with a 5.90 on the score for her last wave. So that sets her up with the single highest score of the heat. She's chasing a 3.63 in order to take herself up into the lead. Lydia Kato of Indonesia is now down into third place with a 2.5 and a 3.47 on the board, as we see Sarah Baum for South Africa getting ready to go. And Victoria Farmer currently has just the 2.3 next to her name for Great Britain, but we're waiting for that last score to drop in to see if she can move out of that 4th place position. She will be requiring a 5.11 to do so.
Yeah, it's a sick wave, and especially with this building swell today. I mean, these are pristine surf breaks. There's waves everywhere, both between the contest and the podium side at El Sunzal and here La Bocana. The waves are building. We've seen it throughout the heats, and with that in mind, surfers like Victoria Farmer from Great Britain and those powerhouse surfers that kind of sometimes maybe in the QS and in surfing have struggled in smaller conditions will start to shine through for their teams. And you can feel it. The teams know it too. The coaches know it. The swell's coming. Their big powerhouse hitters are coming. And that love for surfing we're going to get to share across the boardwalk. Everyone yelling, everyone screaming at the critical, kind of exciting nation surfing.
Taking a look at some live action here. Mimi trying to improve on the 4.53 that she has as her backup score. Just about at the 5-minute mark on the clock, as we see our surfer in green now having a paddle, Silvana Lima. Shaky start, drives off the bottom hard. You can see the bump in the face of that wave as she's heading into it. Makes the drop late. Throws the claim to the beach. We'll see if Red has a look. She's not going to get into it for Lydia. And now Victoria goes down on the takeoff. So the battle right now for first and second being between Dominic and Silvana, who have surfed, what, 10,000 surf heats against each other in their lifetime?
Oh, for sure. So many. Look, there's Team Ecuador as well. I mean, Mimi, the Olympian, the parade, the welcome home parade that she had for the Olympics in itself is something to behold. If you haven't seen it, I'm sure it's on her socials highlights reel. I watched it in live as she returned from the games, and it was the most incredibly inspiring thing to watch a whole country get behind their surfer. And another one who has the same is Silvana. Look at her grab that rail too on the bottom turn. Really wobbly into that second bottom turn, but she manages to absorb it, and she loves it too. Love the passion from the Brazilian.
Always so good to witness. Now Lydia, youngest member of Team Indonesia. Jess, she's just 14 years old, and that future hope for the next generation coming out of Indo. Of course, we've seen Rio Waida on the men's side be the very first Indonesian to make it to the championship tour this year. Made it past the midseason cut as well, which is a feat of its own for a rookie in the rookie class, for anybody really. So incredible performance, and great to see now the Indonesian team investing in that youth, that next generation of 14-year-old on the women's team alongside Kailani Johnson, who has been competing for a number of years, and Taina Izquierdo, who's 21 years old, has a little bit more experience as well, as we see Rio there on screen.
There he is, just representing Katut as well, and Oni, Kailani. I mean, the passion and the stoke that they bring for surfing to Indonesia, like, they've come in leaps and bounds, like you said, just so much progression coming off the back of the Olympic qualification for them. And it's just incredible to watch that nation grow.
We're down to 3 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Mimi Barona holds on to the lead, but we're now waiting for a score to drop through for Silvana Lima that will be factoring in. She's just chasing a 3.63 to take first. Victoria Farmer with a score to drop through as well. Right now chasing a 2.64, but remember that she's in third place. And our second place surfer, Silvana, has a score to drop, which will be replacing her 1.5. As we see Dominic have a drive down the line and kick out early. So coming down to the last couple minutes here all the pressure is on. Top 2 surfers staying in the main round, which gets you closer and closer towards finals day, which is still about 6 days away. So we got a bit of surfing to get through until we get there. Always the case at the World Surfing Games. But that's because we have that beloved rapid charge round where every surfer gets a second chance here. We'll be rolling through some rapid charge rounds here throughout this afternoon as we take a look at Silvana. Ooh, gets sucked over the falls on that one head first.
How sick is her signature kind of grab rail bottom turn too? She gets so low and just drives so hard off the bottom. Here goes Lydia.
Nice start for that opening turn. Sets herself up as she heads down the line, and she'll kick out quickly. Now Silvana, 38 years old, has been competing for so long for Team Brazil, made it into the Tokyo 2020 Olympics as one of the South Americans in the contingency. There was quite a few of that Central and South American contingency there. She walked away with a 5th place finish, which was such an incredibly impressive result for someone who had been out of competition for a couple years before that. And for her now, making it through some heats here, surfing as good as ever, even with that knee brace on, struggling with some injuries. But I think probably making our co-commentator on the Spanish side, Sofia Milanovic, very proud to see both of those women competing for Peru and for Brazil in Tokyo at this stage in their career was incredible in the performances they had put forward.
Yeah, and of course they've got injuries after pushing surfing and their bodies for this many decades.
No wonder.
Yeah, no wonder. I mean, Sofia probably, maybe it kind of lights her fire a little bit even more. Like to see, I mean, there's the Peruvian team there, but to see like Silvana and Mimi still at this level, it's incredible to just imagine their own personal stories, let alone what they've done for these parts of the surfing nations and the Latin American women. There's so many. I mean, there's Ornella Pellizzari for the Argentinians, and there's just this whole group of them that came through for so many years alongside Sofia that really pushed women's surfing over this side of the globe.
Down to 30 seconds on the clock, and we've got that situation update now. So Silvana drops in a 6.37, takes the lead away from Mimi Barona. Victoria Farmer, a 4.77 for her second to last wave, just a 0.23 after that. So Victoria now in third, but chasing a 4.77 to be able to take the advancing position in the main round. Now with a chance. Oh, unfortunately that wave closes out in front of her. Doesn't give her the opportunity to get around and get even that single maneuver for a close to a 5-point ride she requires. And the buzzer is sounded. A paddle now from Silvana. Just a victory lap. This wave won't be counting for her. Oh. She finds that lip line, rides out with style, redirects here, and takes away the victory. So we're going to get to hear from the Brazilian ourselves just after this.
They are literally my most favorite post-heat interviews of all time with Silvana. I cannot wait to see what Mitch asks her. I love what she brings to the entertainment side of surfing as well as that heat win. Good on her.
Silvana Lima with the win. Mimi Barona in second. The two Olympians out of Central South America taking it through to the younger generation below them. We'll be right back with more action after this.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother would say, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, you know, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
The Impossible Wave, available for viewership worldwide on July 1st. Check out isasurf.org for all the information. And Taking a look now at the beautiful Surf City, El Salvador here in El Tunco in El Salvador. There is a reason it's called Surf City, Jess, and that's because there are waves up and down the coastline.
Yeah, I think this is literally as small as it gets to. Like it's pretty much 4 to 6 foot and building, and it's kind of like a cruisy day for them here. They have a multitude of waves to choose from. They have consistent swell, and they also have the beautiful local people here. Like, it's just a really beautiful place. I came here 8 years ago, and now to see how much they've invested into Surf City and into surfing as their national sport pretty much is pretty crazy.
Pretty amazing. And to see through the qualifying series events that have been running here years ago that you were competing in earlier in your career. As we take a look at Marcela Machado of Uruguay on a beautiful looking open hook under the lip. Huge left-hander rolling through. You can see that increase in the swell size that we've been expecting is really starting to show its face. She did so well to get around that opening section, manages to pull off the finish of that second turn as well. And the 25-year-old setting herself up with the first wave of the heat so far.
It's building. Look at that too. That first set rolling through for this heat. You can feel there's a difference in power and energy coming from the ocean. And I love the background of this graphic too. I mean, in the water, pretty good heat.
Pauline Adu, Orena Rodriguez, Sarah Baum, and Marcela Machado, France, Peru, South Africa, and Uruguay, looking for an opportunity to keep themselves in the mix. Pauline Adu, multiple, so many years on the Women's Championship Tour, Olympian for France last year. It's going to be a tough battle, I think. Once again, it was the same thing for her and teammate Vahine Fierro to see who's going to get that second slot on the women's side, knowing that Joanne Defay already has her qualification through the championship tour. As we take a look at this replay here.
Yeah, that was a big wave. It even spat out the back of that. She does well to cap it off at the end and just handle all the change and direction and absorb it all. But it was a big wave, 4.33 for her opening ride. It will be good for her confidence, but I think for her, she's going to be looking for that opening section. If she had connected with that first turn a bit more, it would have been pretty mental.
16 minutes on the clock. Sarah Baum, a great hope to get a qualifier for the continental spots for Africa by the end of this week. As we take a look at Orena Rodriguez. She's been doing a great job through the Challenger Series over the last couple of years. Beautiful style that's begun to develop for the young Peruvian. And some more live action, possibly with Pauline. Doesn't quite get into it.
Nah, not quite under the lip of that one. But for Rodriguez, the Peruvian, I have been staying up in Australia and watching a lot of her QS heats that have been going on. They weren't the Challenger Series events, but they were just like the 1,000s or the 3,000 QSs in her region. And she's just been getting the reps. She's in the jersey a lot. She's getting a lot of heat wins. And it goes back to talking about, bringing surfing to the Olympics. It didn't just happen. It took someone like Fernando 20 plus years, and it took all the little things. He got a lot of, it'd be like surfing for him. He got a lot of heats where he got a lot of nose. There was a lot of nose. And then suddenly he gets a second place and he gets through. Suddenly he's in the next round. Then he gets a couple of wins. And that's what I see for Orena. She's got the performance there and she has the belief. And she's going to need a few more wins to find herself gold.
Pauline now on her forehand into that first perfect execution. Beautiful looking turn. Finds that slopier section for her second. It's now going to stand up for her, a little finish to complete over the rocks. And she's one of those surfers that's had plenty of wins, plenty of losses in her career. And now with her husband back at home, been able to spend more time there in France, but continuing so hard to drive forward to reach that qualification once again, to be competing on the highest level. In that last heat, we saw some great performances. And when we've got Mitch Salazar down on the beach.
Yep, Silvana Lima here. I'm going to ask the questions in Portuguese, and I'll translate back into English. First question is, big heat win here at La Bocana. First time she's surfed here in the history of the sport here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Silvana, parabéns, primeiramente. Primeira bateria para você aqui na Bocana. Como se sentiu?
Super feliz. Há 2 anos atrás eu estava no ISA, mas acabei pegando Covid. Fiquei presa no hotel com 11 dias e agora estou de volta depois de 2 anos e muito contenta de estar aqui e tranquila. Minha tábua está buenaça e me sinto bem, buenaça.
So in 2021, she was supposed to come. She actually had COVID, contracted COVID, wasn't able to surf during the event at the ISA World Surfing Games. But first time here, says it worked great here at La Bocana. Second question, the board. It looked great. It's a dark art, it's a Sharp Eye Inferno. Sua prancha se vê bem veloz, preciso. Sharp Eye dark arts, não?
Sim, sim, é Sharp Eye Dark Art, é uma prancha que já estou com ela há 3 anos, estou com ela desde as Olimpíadas, não acabei não usando ela nas Olimpíadas, mas é uma prancha que já sabe o caminho da vitória. Que pena que o mar vai subir, acredito que vou ter que trocar a prancha, mas feliz de estar surfando com ela mais uma vez e bora para cima.
A board she's had for 3 years, didn't ride it in the Olympic Games. She rode it here, but she's saying it's unfortunate this is going to get so big. She might have to actually change her board later on in the rounds. Parabéns, obrigado por su tempo. Algo que queira decir a Brasil?
Claro, gente, muito obrigado pela torcida, estou felizona, mais uma bateria. Simbora, continuando a torcida que tem muito mais aí. Valeu, galera. Beijo.
Obrigado, Silvana. Parabéns.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Always such a pleasure to hear from Silvana. Remember that she got COVID just as landing here in El Salvador in 2021 before the World Surfing Games. She had already qualified for the Olympics and was coming here to just kind of finish out that run of qualification, and unfortunately had to quarantine during the event. So although she was here in the country, she was unable to get any waves out here. So it's great to have her back and to have her finally getting a taste of what La Bocana has, because her surfing suits it so well.
Yeah, and I mean, tip of the hat to Mitchell, that bilingual talent that he possesses in his arsenal. I love hearing interviews from Silvana, but I do want to hear her say her kind of like signature Stoked line like that. When she does those pros heats, it's incredible. She just brings so much to the sport of surfing, and I love that post-heat interview. I love seeing her talk. Her individual story of sacrifice alone in surfing is something that we could talk about for probably 8 hours.
It's so true. She has put everything on the line to be able to make it. As we see Sarah Baum with a huge hit to start, just a 0.5 on the board so far, another score to drop through. We do have a 617 for the first of Peru's Arena Rodriguez, and that was a great way for her to come into the conversation. A 483 now drops for the last of Sarah, and now for this last hit to come through.
Yeah, how good matchups between the Peruvian, the South African, the French woman, and Marcela from Uruguay. But 617 for Rodriguez. It's a really, really good score. I think that's going to be within the top 2. Sarah has another one to drop, though. And the South African team also have a similar vibe to what we've seen from the Canadians. And that, let's have a look at the replay here from the Peruvian. She chases this first section and then settles down into her surfing. Gets to work. That second turn is the majority of the score. Here's the replay from Pauline. In comparison, the 477 for her. Smooth, always graceful with her rail transitions. The reason this score is a little lower is I think she didn't get the top to bottom effect that Arena from Peru had. And let's compare it to the last of Baumi's. So when we look at her surfing, she has the setup turns. This is the 493, I believe, or it could have been the 483. Either way, it's a similar score, and you can see she sets up, but she kind of only gets to go top to bottom and drift the tails on that end section, and it's not as critical. You can see it from this vision. Oh, that's the second turn, sorry. That's the second wave, the 483. So the work rate, the 493, for one turn, and the 483 for a gazillion cutbacks. You can see what they're looking for today.
Straight into the lip for Arena on her first turn, setting up now for the second. A little slower coming into it, doesn't quite have that speed and flow to be able to bring power into that last turn. Pauline now looking to improve on the 477 she has. Halfway through this heat, great opening snap. Throws a bit of spray, hits the lip, and executes a re-entry with ease. Chasing a 4.91. We are waiting for a score to come through for Marcela Machado as well as for Pauline Adu.
So Shannon, when we think about, so if you're just tuning in to watch some of your favorite women surfers, when we think about the scoring and we're talking about the breakdown, of these performances and each of these waves, we're relating it to how the panel see it. So there's a panel of elite judges here for the ISA Games, and they've got Olympic qualifications under their belts as well. And they go through and they look at each of these waves, and within this 20-minute bracket, they compare each wave to each other, and they're looking for specific points in each surfer's surfing that either gives them points or holds back the points. And there you see South Africa's Sarah Baum asking for an update from the beach announcers about those scores and her positions. So they're waiting for the panel to log their numbers in. They take an average across the panel, and that's how we end up with those best scores on the top left hand of your screen there. The 5.23 for Lasta Pauline and a 4.77 across the board has averaged out at the best combination of two waves to put her in the lead of this heat, number 9, Shannon.
All right, Pauline now with a 5.23 takes her into first, like you said. Great breakdown of that judging panel. They're just sitting right above us right now. Excellent crew, swapping between both podiums as well. I mean, the number of staff that is necessary at an event like this for the ISA, knowing that we are running 2 full podiums all day for the majority of the event. As we get down to the finals day and maybe a day or 2 before that, we'll be able to condense everything down to a single podium here at La Bocana. But it's incredible to see the number of staff and the passion behind everybody to be here at the ISAs once again, to be able to deliver, to the surfing community, great surfing, to be able to witness it and to be able to judge fairly everything that they see in front of them. So down to 7 minutes on the clock. Marcella drops in her score. She's got that 4.33, just a 0.33 behind that. And Pauline's was at 5.23. For Marcella, sitting in 4th position, chasing a 5.43 to be able to get that advancing or that top 2 position rather than falling into the rapid charge rounds. For the 25-year-old, she was born in Uruguay, but she grew up in the Canary Islands. And that would have given her just a love for surfing. She loves surfing in Lanzarote. Also back at San Juan, and now lives in Central America. So on the road a little bit more, traveling more, and getting a taste of that Latin American tour.
Yeah, and these conditions would suit her perfectly as well. I don't think she's going to have any trouble whatsoever adjusting to the other things that we hear from a lot of the athletes, like they're needing ice vests and they need to go into the AC consistently. And she's got this full adjustment to this lifestyle and these type of conditions, and it helps with your surfing because she doesn't have to worry about all that other stuff the rest of the athletes worry about. And in the position that she's in, she only needs a mid-range score. She's already found herself in the 4.33 scale. She just needs something a little bigger.
Arena, nice setup turn. Off the bottom, hard under the lip, and she makes it out. Disappeared from our vision for a moment there, Jess.
She's almost like a mini Sophia, isn't she?
Yeah, totally.
She's kind of got that vibe about her backhand.
That's such a good comparison. As we take a look now at Pauline on her forehand, up into the lip. Hits it hard, air drops out, and literally dives off of her board to avoid the section. But yeah, talking about Sofia Milanovic, who's commentating on our Spanish broadcast. Tune in, have a listen there. I highly encourage it as we take a look at Sarah Baum. Sarah now putting in a very dedicated run on the WSL Challenger Series, but also able to put the funding together this year to be able to be in this conversation to qualify for the Olympics, which was something that was not possible for her in the 2021 season coming into Tokyo. Great surfing from her, and I feel like with her, she just had these little moments, these success moments, these little wins through the last couple of years. The crew, the support crew she has back at home, the work that she's been able to do behind the scenes to where her surfing is now matching also the support that's coming in behind. And I think for her, for this year, specifically in 2023, Olympic qualification and absolute potential, and a real favorite for the continent of Africa, as well as South Africa's strong hope to get another woman on the championship tour after seeing Bianca Bait and Dog bow out years ago.
Yeah, and I mean, Bianca, she was at the Olympics as well. So it's safe to say that South African surfing, especially, across the youthfulness that's coming through for the women, is in a safe place and in safe hands. They have so many big role models ahead of them. And I think that it'll start building this kind of momentum through that continent and push a lot more South African surfers through. And there's a beautiful scope of the contest area here today, Shannon.
Yeah, it's so many little shade spots for the surfers to find little nooks and crannies to hide away from the sun. We've got the flags, every nation represented down here, which is just an incredible thing to walk past and to be able to see what the ISA is all about. You know, the heart behind them to create a better world through surfing, to be able to engage with surfers from all different nations, and to know that this year alone we've got 4 new nations that are competing. Czech Republic, India, Latvia, and Mauritius that are in the conversation for the first time. We've got some women competing for nations that have never had women competing before as well, as we take a look at Last of Sarah.
Yeah, this is the last of Bormies. It was a little bumpy for her, but she does well to kind of transition across into the next part of the peak, because this is where she's going to get her scores. There's the backhand. Nice whack under the lip. Nice kind of slash down the face as well. And she just gets going. She's found herself the points at the end of that. She needs to get rid of that 483 because look at the shift up. This is the replay right now from Pauline. Huge, big critical section. Total commitment from her. And that's why she's out in the lead at the moment. And we're waiting for a score still.
Arena had this wave as well. So waiting for scores as she appeared from the white.
She looked super compact to me then. That's what made me kind of reference Sofia Milanovic as well. I mean, she's a former world champion, so it's a massive compliment going towards, and someone that Arena would have been looking to as a grommet and as a junior coming through the ranks. So gets her into second position. 4.6, sorry. Puts her in second, Shannon.
Backs up the 6.17, but we are still waiting now for a score of Sarah Baum. Pauline drops in a 5.87 for her last wave, which keeps her in the lead for the moment, serenading a 5.85 for her last right as scores are coming through. Marcella also with a score to drop through. And a paddle from Pauline. She's going to lose priority on that one, Jess.
Yeah, there's another example of getting caught just a little too far out. There's so much water pushing through on this bank, and those sets are really big as well. But yeah, it's going to be a good, it always gets down to the last minute, doesn't it? In these heats, it becomes so dramatic and all the surfers are scrambling for that last opportunity. The teams are on the beach kind of gritting their teeth and yelling and trying to direct traffic because they can see a bit more of the ocean and what's happening. Here we go, having a look.
Arena looks at it, decides to pull back. That wave did run away so fast down the right. And you're chatting about, you know, the influence that Sofia has had on that younger generation. Sofia's been running training camps and really investing in the youth of Peru to help grow that. That success paid off in her being joined at the Olympics, as we see Paulina do a little bit caught behind this section. She gonna make it around. She finally makes it into the open face. Slams on an opening turn and is just caught for a moment, but will continue to roll through on this wave, looking for a good finishing section. She wants to solidify herself with that lead as she just goes fully out of view for us. Big drop in for Marcela Machado. Not sure if she was able to get into anything before that. But Sofia's influence and the amount of time that she spent coaching and training up the next generation of Peruvians has paid off with Luca Macinas on the championship tour and Daniela Rosas as well that have come through.
Oh, here's the answer back.
Sarah with a chance. We're still waiting for Sarah's last wave, and that's a missed opportunity for her. The timer is about to roll out. Arena now up and riding. Super bumpy. Oh, incredible turn, but she's not going to ride out of that one. So those opportunities for both Arena and Sarah not going to factor in. Marcella as well, chasing a 6.44. Likely not going to be a score that matters, but it's the previous wave of Sarah Baum that we are waiting for. We know she's got a 4.83 and a 4.93, but we don't know what's happened yet for that long right-hander.
Yeah, there's so much action to unpack. You almost need an extra 10 cameramen, don't you? Like, we need the next suburb. We need, like, another suburb
Yes.
towards the east, I think it is, to have cameramen over there, like, maybe a couple of kilometres away, because these rights just kind of fall all the way down.
Scores are in. Last of Sarah, or the previous wave, was a 5.03, but she was chasing a 5.75 as Arena's heat total was heightened by the 4.6 that she dropped in. So it's Paulina Du with the win, Arena Rodriguez for Peru in second. And it is Sarah Baum in third, heading to repechage round for South Africa, as well as Uruguay's Marcela Machado in fourth. We've got more action to come with Chris Cote and the 88 world champ Barton Lynch jumping in the booth right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. I am Chris Cote. This is Barton Lynch. We are proud and excited to bring you some of the world's best surfers in incredible waves here at La Bocana. We have women's round one main round action. Up the road, El Sunzal, another world-class wave where we have men's main round one in action, or round two in action as well. Two world-class waves right here, Surf City end-to-end. A great place to have an event of this magnitude. Barton, what do you think so far of this year's iteration of the ISA World Surfing Games?
Are we on? Am I here?
Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, love it, mate. Unfortunately, my headphone or my speaker was turned off. Sorry, folks. But yeah, loving it here in El Salvador. Fantastic weather, boiling hot out there. Great waves, great people, great food. Everything I heard about it is true.
Well, we've invited 63 nations, a record-breaking year for us here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Our venue, Surf City El Salvador, is treating us so well, and our surfers are treating us to a show. This international field, as we're here in women's round two, heat 10, has been stellar. Every year, the talent level rises. You know, ISA has played a huge role in that, no doubt. Their judging certification, reaching out around the world, you know, getting these nations involved has been a paramount, and so far, so good. You know, our quest to make a better world through surfing, that is seen with every heat that hits the water. We're going to see more of it right now. Chelsea Tuak, Pia Rogers, Luana Silva, and Elise Barton. You've got Brazil, New Zealand, Barbados, and Great Britain competing for the joy of surfing to keep their surfers in this main round. Of course, that's paramount. The more your surfers get deeper into this event, the more points they're going to get towards the overall team total. We got a long week ahead of us, but I'll tell you, these surfers, they're ready for it. These teams seem well coached, well prepared. Everyone's come here to do business.
Oh, we've seen that level of professionalism just go through the roof, and particularly, I suppose, one of the key components to that is when surfing became an Olympic sport, governments were in the position to fund national surfing federations because of that Olympic certification. So it's opened up all sorts of opportunities. We heard before that, Germany had been here for 5 training trips before this event. So you can see that the governments are investing in surfing, and we're seeing the results of that in the diversity. And what do we have here? 44% of our participants are women.
That's right, and that number's been growing for the last 4 or 5 years, and it's not going to be long. I would imagine next year we're going to have 50-50.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, the growth of this sport is It's been incredible to watch. It's been incredible to be a part of. Looking to the heat in the lineup right now, Chelsea Tuak. She has been involved with ISA competition since she was a child, basically. She holds multiple medals. She's a veteran in surfing and definitely one surfer to watch. And I would tap her as an individual that could potentially go all the way to the podium. She's proven that in the past. Chelsea Tuak is an incredible surfer, but she's got a big heat in front of her. I'd say Luana Silva has to be her biggest competition in this particular heat. Luana has been on fire for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Her best competitive seasons and many, many good seasons ahead of her as well. Interesting heat here. I think with the tidal switch, we're seeing a little bit of a more condensed zone. That was Pia Rogers from New Zealand. Quick up and down real quick. She was flying down the line on that wave.
Yeah, high tide around 1 o'clock, and I suppose it all sort of focuses in, doesn't it? Here's Chelsea. Drives off the bottom into a top turn. Another beautiful turn, looking sharp. Oh, there's a third in this one. Hits the lip. Decides to stay off the back of the wave. I feel like there was some points made. If that was completed and there were those 3 big turns, would have been a great score. Still a good score.
Here we go. Our first look at Elise Barton from Great Britain. They fielded a solid team as well. Their program has shown a lot of improvement in the last few years. You know, they're definitely one of those teams that addressed the idea that we can field Olympic athletes via ISA competition. No surfers representing Great Britain currently on either lead tours, but they have come to show the world that Great Britain has a lot of amazing and talented surfers. And it goes way back, right? The Cornwall days, early days in competition in Great Britain, they had some big events.
Yeah, we go there every year. It was an annual stop on the World Tour down to Fistral Beach in Cornwall. That was a great time. There's Caroline Marks getting ready for her heat. Look who she's up against. And that Law, Erin Brooks. That's a great heat. Looking forward to calling that one. A couple of, well, there's a star right there, and Erin Brooks, obviously a future star. A couple of great goofy footers. This heat was a little bit slower at the start, wasn't it? 5 minutes without a wave being ridden. Luana Silva.
Ooh, trying to make up for it, putting everything she had into that one turn. She goes down. The inside section on the right and left been wreaking a little bit of havoc on our competitors. Not an easy place to finish your wave. So with now, 8 minutes already elapsed, we're at 12 minutes and 45 seconds. This heat is going to start to tighten up quick. The only score of note so far has come through at a 4.33 from Elise Barton representing Great Britain.
Good name.
Yeah, great last name.
Here we go. Luana on the replay, throws it in the lip. It was going to be a good score. It would have been one of those sort of 4-point rides without the fall. As it turns out, it's a 1.10. Up and riding, Pia Rogers again.
New Zealander coming down the line, nice and patient. Cool little section to work with there, but they're just kind of dissipated quickly underneath her feet. So she'll get back out there. Your current leader, Elise Barton, 19 years old from Swansea. Her favorite surf break is called The Worm.
Oh.
She is your Boardmasters Women's Open champion. Hobbies include going to the gym, listening to music, doing gymnastics. Three things that will help you in surfing.
I was about to say that. Great for the surfing, the gymnastics, and the music, and the gym, all, as you said. And then she loves watching Disney films.
Yeah.
Still a grommet. See,
Yeah.
got the grommet inside.
I like that. All right, so time edging away from these competitors. 11:26 to go. Chelsea Tuak now drops the highest single wave score of this heat, a 6.17. No surprise there. Chelsea Tuak, an absolute veteran, ripping surfer from the island of Barbados. Put her as one of the team leaders for sure. She's known as the youngest competitor, or the only competitor from the Caribbean. 2015, she qualified for the championship tour. She holds ISA medals, multiple juniors and world's medals as well. So her trophy room is probably pretty massive.
Slow-mo of Luana Silva driving off the bottom, beautiful bottom turn into the lip. And look at, as the lip comes down, she's coming down with it. and the legs end up that little bit too straight. She gets the board back underneath her, but that white water exploding around her just creates instability, and she doesn't complete it for the 1.10. But as you said, representing Brazil, but growing up and living in Hawaii, a lot of experience in big waves.
Tuak, big backside snap there. Comes around this section, hammers it. Nicely done for Chelsea Tuak, a 1-2 punch. And that's going to be a solid score to add to her 6.17. So currently Luana Silva just with a 1.1. Definitely not the numbers we're used to seeing from Luana. She is on, I would say, a team of favorites. Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, Zhao Chianca, Savannah Lima, and Tatiana Weston Webb. That right there is a scary team if you're any of the other 62 nations competing. You know, as always, Team Brazil has come with a proper squad, and I think they've definitely brought up, you know, a solid group of females. I think that was their one thing in the past where they just, you know, Savannah Lima was kind of the only name in town for a long time. So it's great to see Team Brazil fielding such a strong 3 male, 3 female surfer team. That's more like it for Luana Silva. Beautiful surfing there. Just a couple quick snaps. Get on the board. And here we go. Pia Rogers representing Team New Zealand. That was a nice turn. Little tail release there to add some drama, add some excitement. The judges love to be surprised when they see a surfer riding out of a turn like that.
Yeah, we talked before about when things are going wrong and it might be a mistake and you correct it, how sometimes that can be the drama of that type of situation can add to the point scores sometimes. 0.5 and a 2.5 for Pia. Luana's best score to come in. And as you said, I know in our day, in our generation, where the Brazilian surfers started to make their move towards the top of the ratings, Fabio Gouveia, Flavio Paderatz, and a whole generation of surfers alongside those two standouts, Pedersen Rosa, another great surfer. A lot of the women from Brazil bodyboarded at that point in time. And it was something, you know, that the females were bodyboarding and they were dominating the world of bodyboarding as well, while the men were, you know, starting to make their way, climb their way up that ladder. And now we see that Brazilian storm dominating the world of surfing.
Yeah, it's funny to think in the 80s and 90s, only a handful of Brazilians on the championship tour. You know, at that time, you'd have to say dominated by Australia, USA.
Hawaii.
A little bit different nowadays, I would say.
Definitely more spread across the globe, champions coming from all sorts of places, but Brazil definitely the dominant nation at this point in time. John Florence obviously flying the flag for the USA and Hawaii, and now Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson, and there's people, you know, Griffin Colapinto also, so there's that top sphere, but hard to go past Gabriel Italo and Felipe as the top 3 surfers in the world for the past decade, call it.
Yeah, and adding Zhao into the mix now, who's a youngster of the group. That again, just big things for the future. We've got 7:13 on the clock. Chelsea Tuak now, adding to a massive heat total, 6.17 and a 5.5. Team Barbados has to be excited by what Chelsea Tuak has done in this heat. Luana Silva climbed back into it with a 4.07 and a 1.67. So starting to get her roll going, building some momentum. 850 now, set rolls through. Good positioning for these surfers.
Waiting on the score for Pia. That would be Pia Rogers' best wave. It'd have to be. And it was a critical turn. We both loved it. It was right there in the pocket. We didn't really see the front-on angle, so it's hard to tell how critical it was. But from our angle, it looked super critical. Here we go, Elise Barton.
Elise Barton has been spending quite some time at Lower Trestles training for this event. And I think if you want to pick a wave that has a similar feel to La Bocana, Lowers is about as close as it gets. I'd love to hear the kind of the stories of preparation that these teams and these surfers go through to get here. You know, some coming straight to the source. A lot of teams have cited that they've been here for a few weeks already, getting acclimated, getting out in the water.
Yeah, teams that came for the longboard event decided, you know, their shortboard, they keep their base in place. Shortboarders could come in early, spend time. I know Team Canada did that. And it's definitely, It's hot out there, mate. I went for a walk. We kind of, I suppose, spending our time in the air conditioning, you don't realise, and you walk outside and it takes your breath away.
Absolutely.
So it really would take some time to acclimatise to the temperature here, and then the waves and that sort of silky feel that the ocean has. You can see in the colour of the ocean here, black sand beaches and cobblestone beaches.
It's a unique
There's
vibe.
definite differences.
Unique vibe for sure. 5 minutes and 15 seconds ago, Mitchell Salazar standing by now with Paulina Do.
Yep, multiple medalist here at the ISA level, and you've accomplished almost everything in your life, Pauline. But when it comes to competing here in El Salvador, near midday right now, it's hot, it's humid, and it's difficult out there. How are you able to manage in 20 minutes?
Yeah, for sure. It's very challenging. The waves are powerful. The heat is pretty tough on us. But the waves are fun, definitely. 20 minutes goes really quick. So I think you have to make the best choices possible. And I didn't get huge scores, but I'm pretty happy to come first and keep going.
And I have a lot of experience at this venue, too. You were here in 21. We saw how well you did that year. But Joan Duru, former champion, he's in the repertoire now. You have Jeremy Flores as your coach. He made the final that year, too. Bringing Team France up again, I mean, that's a gold medal team. How do you feel overall?
I think we're all feeling pretty good. There's a really good vibe between us in the team. And yeah, of course, a lot of us have a lot of experience. And I think we can rely on that. But also, every contest, every hit is just a new white page, you know, so you just have to do it all over again. So I think, I don't know, for my case, I never take anything for granted, and I just try to have my head in the right place, focus on what I have to do. And, well, so far it's going good, so I'm trying to keep up.
It's working out. Felicitación and bonne chance.
Merci beaucoup.
Always focused, always prepared. Paulina Do is definitely a force to be reckoned with. You know, anytime she puts on a jersey, she it becomes this tenacity that, you know, she's a small lady on the beach, you know, and she gets into the water and she has a big presence. You know, she will make you beat her. She is not going to make anything easy. So it'll be really fun to watch Paulina Do surf through these heats here, the highest level. Definitely. I mean, now it's like broken record, right? Every person that comes through these heats that gets a win here in round 2, you're thinking, okay, well, they're a contender now.
Yeah.
And it's going to continue on like that. All these heats are already starting to feel like finals. So you're going to be in for a wild ride of entertaining surfing and impactful surfing. Of course, you're going to be fielding Olympic athletes by the end of this event. So there's going to be huge, huge news once the points start getting tabulated, once teams start dropping out, once surfers start dropping out. You know, we narrow this field of nearly 300 surfers. We're going to have some huge news and big announcements towards the end of this week.
Look at the scores, a 4.9 for Pia Rogers on that backhand re-entry, one turn, but the 4.9 proves how critical and great it was. A 5 and a 4.07 for Luana Silva. Has her in third place. The 5 was one turn too, so we're seeing some big backhand re-entries from the ladies on the closeout sections, and the judges loving that. The information would be, you know, you get a 4.9 or a 5 for one turn, you go, wow, if I get 2 of them in, I'm heading to the excellent range. So you're always sort of taking the scores that the judges give and trying to glean whatever information and education you can out of those scores. And so far in this heat, looking at the 617, the 673 of Chelsea Tuak, multiple turns on those waves. That's what Pia, Luana and Elise need to look for.
Now we're down to a minute and a half to go.
Oh,
Pia
really?
Rogers, just on a smaller insider, needs a 4.97. Not sure where she sat in the priority position, but that wave is not going to help her at all. Here we go, Elise Barton leaning into her lower trestles, training, and goes down. Love the effort there. Did get the chance to play a little bit of defense against Luana Silva, but now Luana's out the back with priority, needing a 4.47. Waves on the horizon.
1 minute to go.
Never take your eyes off this screen because you never know what's going to happen. With a minute left, can Luana Silva create some magic and get herself in position, find a wave that will provide the opportunity to drop a 4.47. That could be one massive turn, a series of turns.
Yep. A lot of different ways to get the score you need. We'll see if Luana can do it.
And especially a score of a 4.47. A mistake from Pia Rogers with the wave selection too. That was never going to be the score she needed.
Here we go. Is this a 4.47? Nice snap to start right in the pocket for Luana Silva, and can't get around that section. So was it a premature wave to take off on? I don't see anything else on the horizon.
20 seconds, Chris. I thought after the first turn, just one more closeout re-entry and it's in the bag.
Nothing easy here at the ISA World Surfing Games is Pia Rogers now with a 2-turn combination. She needs a 4.57. So you would have to say this would be a massive upset to see Luana Silva relegated to the repechage rounds, but that's what's going to happen. Expect the unexpected here, taking nothing away from the performances of Chelsea Tuok and Elise Barton, who surfed really smart heats. They got the right waves, did the right maneuvers, got those big scores. They will stay in the main round. Luana Silva and Pia Rogers will be heading to the repechage round. We're going to head to a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. We're live from Surf City, El Salvador. This is the ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Highly recommended documentary film by Jay and Jessica Johnson, featuring Fernando Aguirre, our ISA president, our fearless leader, who no doubt has his eyes glued to the screen because we've got superstars of surfing in the lineup now. And here's one of the biggest of the stars competing this week, Caroline Marks, showing while she is a medal contender anytime she jumps on a surfboard and puts a jersey on. It's a masterful show of her backhand surfing. She's known for what she can do going right. One of the best goofy foots on her backhand in the world that we've ever seen.
Yep. And it's a trait, a traditional trait of the goofies to have a great backhand. She made that look so easy. That's going to be a score that she will be able to keep and just start this heat in the perfect fashion. After a great result at the Surf Ranch, made the final there, and looks like she's still in that type of form as we see the replay. Drives off the bottom into the lip, throws beautiful spray, a fan of spray into the closeout re-entry. 2 turns, tight to the pocket. Got to be a 6.5 or a 7 or a something upwards of that. Well, look at that score. A couple of points upwards of that.
Near perfect.
8.67.
Huge, huge start. Now she is going to have the luxury to be able to just pick and choose and play as patient a game as she wants with a big number like that. This is Tiara Vanderhulst representing Team Netherlands.
Oh!
Flying down the line at full speed, and the speed gets the better of her. She goes head over heels. Did a little bit of work on the outside, and here's one of the most exciting surfers we've ever seen. Young Aaron Brooks representing Team Canada. Probably one of the best aerialists here at this event. Male, female, whatever. She does it all. Give her a ramp and she will fly. And she's recently, in the past few years, she's taken that air game that she developed in the wave pool of Waco, Texas, and applied it to the ocean. And she's built strength. She's built consistency. She's become a contest machine, Barton. And when you have the contest smarts paired with that air game, we're talking titles, medals, everything.
I think we all recognize her as a future world champion. So young, so talented, but full of passion, just absolutely loves surfing, lives for it. And that was a beautifully surfed first wave. Great speed, sharp searing turns. It wasn't the best wave, and it's going to be a great example of of quantity versus quality and the steepness of the wave face, because really she surfed twice as far as what Caroline Marks did, as we see it on the replay. Beautiful first turn. Love this angle from the drone. Cuts back into the pocket, hits the white water, fades it down to get tight to the pocket for that snap. Short, sharp little snap, little catch at the front end of the board there before the closeout re-entry. A 6.83 on the board. Great start, and Tiara and Nat are up against it with these two. It kind of might have felt or looked like that on paper. Now with the opening scores, it really does feel like that. They've got to get started early as we finish this replay.
Yeah, definitely a wake-up call for the competitors in the lineup when you start hearing those big numbers, 867, 683. Here's Caroline. Just masterclass in backside surfing, two-turn combo. Just expert. I mean, expert in her field.
And it's the easiest way to an 8-point ride is 2 backhand re-entries. It's a sort of a common trend in professional surfing on the World Championship Tour as well, where the two-turn combination is it's simple. What Caroline did there was beautiful. It was perfect, but there wasn't a lot of risk in it, was there? It wasn't like it was that critical. I do feel like that score went a little bit high, given what if she did 3 or 4 of those, and you've got sort of 1.33 left in your scale to reward something. What if Erin Brooks does a backhand re-entry and goes to the air and does a massive air reverse? So I feel like that first wave was the score went that high because of the maturity, the polish, the style, and how beautiful it was, but there's not a lot of scale left.
Well, there's a double-digit number that we have yet to hear so far this year at the ISA World Surfing Games. That's a perfect 10-point ride.
Ooh.
And it looks like Caroline Marks is on her way to getting a little bit closer to the perfect 10.
Definitely a second score in the bank, no question there. And
you can watch that all day.
Yeah,
all day.
Pressure on the other ladies in this round 2, heat 11 it is. 13, a lot of time left too. Caroline, she picked the place she wanted to serve. She did that beautifully, and she's already going to have one of the highest heat scores we will have seen this whole event in the first 7 or 8 minutes of her heat. No pressure for the back end, and all the work to do for the other ladies.
Yeah, this is, we knew this was going to be a big one. 13:30 to go on the clock. Our surfers make their way back into the takeoff zone. That gives us the chance to catch up with Chelsea Tuoc and Mitchell Salazar.
That's right. Huge heat win for Team Barbados and for Chelsea Tuoc. Chelsea, I woke up this morning, I knew the waves were increasing in size, and you relish these kind of opportunities. You've been training back home at Supple. When you woke up this morning, what were you thinking of the swell size?
Oh, I was so happy that it's a little bit bigger than yesterday. I've actually had a lot of good training at home because we've had a really brilliant year of waves. So I've been having some bigger wave practice. I've been breaking all of my boards, but it was really fun out there. I know it's still tough with those cleanup sets coming through, but I wanted to position well and just get those first few waves pretty early. So really happy with how that went.
Becoming an Olympian obviously would be a huge feat for yourself, but Mama Bear right behind me right now, she's been your biggest supporter. Every time I've seen you in an event, she's always been with you. Becoming an Olympian for both yourself and your mom, what would it mean?
Oh, it would be incredible. My first ISAs I did in 2006 when I was 10 years old, and that's where the dream really started of being a professional surfer. I saw Sally and Bethany and Sage there, and it's been a beautiful journey and a really fun ride. But that's the last goal, to go to the Olympics and represent Barbados, represent my family, and just do it for surfing.
You're about halfway there. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Now she got me fired up. Love to hear that. That right there is the spirit of ISA competition. She's been doing it since she was 10 years old.
Yeah.
And she's still thriving. She's still blasting through heats. Brilliant effort in that last heat by Chelsea Tuoc, and there would be no surprise for me to see her on that Olympic stage. Speaking of Olympic stage, Anat Lelior came through in 2019 as the highest-ranking European surfer through the ISA. Got her call that she would be competing in the Tokyo Olympics. And what an opportunity for this surfer from Israel, who I would put in that category as a rising surf nation.
Yep.
You know, there's a lot of Israeli surfers that start there, and the waves, it's kind of wind swelly type of waves, but they get around, I was just recently in Nicaragua a month ago. Ran into 4 surfers from Israel, and I felt pretty cool because I said, hey, I know the Lelior sisters. And, you know, it was just really awesome to kind of, you know, see that, the message of the ISA, A Better World Through Surfing, these surfers are taking it upon themselves, get out there in the world, soak up the culture. And, you know, again, I think Israel is going to be one of those nations that's going to be fielding athletes in ISA events for a long time at a very high level.
Absolutely, and I spent some time in the Maldives, as you know, and we always run into Israelis down there surfing as well. So that's the part of being a surfer, isn't it? The idea of traveling the world, searching for perfect waves, living a life full of adventure. And look at the second score for Caroline Marks.
We knew it. We knew it. She had a little bit of room to grow. She took advantage of it and drops a huge number. And I think you're absolutely correct, Barton. Caroline Marks with the highest heat total we've seen, a 17.67. So she has a 9 and an 8.67, a near perfect heat. And she's at it again. This kid is back on the escalator with a huge backside whip. Flying down the line, a big meaty section to work with, hammers it.
They go at 9.5.
Fill it up
they have
again.
to go higher again.
Let's go.
Oh, yes.
I mean, she's demanding it with the way she's surfing. She's demanding huge numbers.
It makes me feel like that perfect heat Shane Beshan had
Snapper
at
Rocks.
Snapper Rocks, or Kira. And he got the first one, and they threw the 10. Then the second one was better, they had to go 10 again. The third one was better again, they had to go 10 again, got the perfect 30.
Well, the waves are giving us the canvas for excellent surfing. Are you kidding me? Flying from the sky, representing the Netherlands, Tiara Vanderhols, with maybe the maneuver of the event if it's deemed completed. That one was right on the edge.
I can't wait to see the replay. She knew she was up against it. She must have heard the scores that have dropped for Caroline Marks, and that 6.83 is a threatening score from Erin Brooks as well. And that's exactly the way to answer, isn't it? Amazing surfing for the Netherlands. Here's the drone angle. Nice snap out of the top there. Another snap. And again, just not too much sort of real critical lip contact, but beautiful snaps. And cuts out of that one. Look at this. Bang. Straight up. Big vertical backhand reentry. Yep, the 9 again from a different angle. Beautiful snap in the pocket. Didn't really get all the way to the lip, but that one she sure did. Vertical. Perfect surfing from Caroline Marks. Let's watch this one, Chris. Look at this section here. Big, tall, beautiful backhand reentry. Maybe the best turn of the heat so far. Into another wrapping snap out of the top. A little straighter horizontal early line, and she likes it. That felt great.
I'm just studying right now. I mean, I think we can all learn and be inspired by Caroline Marks. Take notes, kids. This is how you do it on your backhand. This bottom turn combo, bam, right in the pocket, Barton.
Right in the pocket. And then another clean snap off the lip, and then into a closeout re-entry there. The right-handers down that part of the contest area are fantastic right now. To the judge. Here's that one turn. Let's have a look at this. Big set wave. Throws it into the lip. Pulls it down. She made that for sure.
Oh, that's a make.
That's a
make.
complete
100%.
make. Single wave. Look at the size of the section. Throws it up with absolute abandon. It's exactly what she had to do at this point in time. That fourth ride for Caroline Marks, an 8.10. So the party kind of had to stop going in a trajectory upways.
So she's thrown away 8s.
Yeah,
no
she's thrown away.
No problem.
Wow, what a hit.
I'm really excited now to see where we go with Tiara's last wave. That was one of the most critical turns we've seen of this entire event. And it almost... You know, she had lost control for a split second, but quickly regained it.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a double stager, right? Snap, and then it kind of had a bounce to it, and she reacted, got into the lip, and airdropped about 8 feet straight down.
Yeah, double overhead, more than double overhead. It's got to be a big score.
I mean, that's just like go outside and jump down 8 stairs. See what that feels like? That's what Tiara
on
just did.
Your knees and your ankles.
That was
the
incredible.
Surfboard underneath you.
Yeah, Tiara's story is as incredible as her surfing. She's 16 years old, but already so experienced. She was born in the Netherlands. She lived there about half her life. Now she lives on a small Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao. And she says she loves getting in the ocean every day. She adds a note, without a wetsuit.
Yeah.
Thanks for rubbing it in, Tiara.
Well, at least she'll do that here too.
Yeah, and she's riding chemistry surfboards. Her favorite break is Playa Canoa. So I haven't heard a lot about Curaçao and the surfing scene there, but make friends with Tiara and find a little bit more. You know, surfing like that tells me that that place is holding. So here we go, 5:43.
Now, interesting, we don't see, you know, when we're waiting on a score, we see a little red circle spinning to suggest to us that the wave has been seen, the judges are deliberating, and we're waiting on that score. For Tiara, we don't see that happening. She's had a 2.5 and a 1.5. There's the replay of that wave. I was wondering whether it's so far down the beach, whether this was deemed... Look at the size of that section, Chris. That was an incredible single turn. I don't see the red spinning wheel of anticipation. Look at the size of this one, Aaron
Brooks, double overhead on the right. Big snap there, setting things up. Super frothy down the line. Really hard to keep your fins engaged unless you're Aaron Brooks, who can pretty much do anything, anytime. 4:50 now on the clock. Everybody involved. Scores coming through. And with under 5 minutes to go, this heat living up to all the expectations we piled onto it and more. Caroline Marks on her way to the biggest score of the event so far with a 9 and an 8.67, and she still has 4.5 minutes.
We haven't seen anything come close to that sort of score without there being an air involved. So for on the face surfing, a 9 is a massive score, speaks to how great she surfed all three of those rides. And we now notice that the other ladies in the heat have heard the scores that Caroline's getting down there on the right and gone, okay, we're going to get down there. There's a party going on down the beach. We're not at it. We missed our invite. They've all ran down there. Erin Brooks is going to get a second wave, but I'm not sure how the judges' view of that so far down, whether all they can see is kind of like the back of the wave and they're not able to judge those waves that are so far down the beach.
We got Lucy Campbell from Great Britain coming up next. She's got to be very excited from what she saw from her teammate, Alice, earlier on, just a few heats ago.
Llewellyn Whitaker, the coach there with her from South Africa, tying up the jersey.
Last minute, last second preparations happening. Great Britain, you know, fielding a squad of some names that we have not familiar with, but we're getting more and more familiar with them with every heat. And I'm very excited to see where Great Britain ends up at the end of this event. I think they're going to definitely be climbing the rankings. Had some solid showings in the past with a great team fielded. Right now, this heat with 3 minutes to go, Caroline Marks, convincing lead for now. Erin Brooks now jumps into second place. She's got a 6.83 and a 3.77. Anat Lelior needs a 7.27, and Tiara Vanderhulst needs an 8.10.
We did hear, I remember when the judges were talking and briefing people about the situation when the rights end up so far down this beach. Here we go.
Caroline Marks. Oh, we get to see Caroline's forehand.
Cruising, bro.
For
cruising. Yeah, that sometimes they can't see it, and it's so far down that they're just sort of looking at the whiteboard and can't see the wave face. So it looks like...
Yeah, we've got.
Oh, look at the size of these waves.
We've got about a dozen angles on this, so you know if the judge's angle doesn't tell the whole story, our production crew has any angle they'd like to see.
That's the way.
So, and that's the cool thing too, is it's not just cut and dry. So they're definitely checking a video review just to make sure we know the ramifications of all the scores at this level. Is Erin Brooks. Now that wave's triple overhead.
That's what I was going to say. I was counting her. That was a triple overhead. Beautiful big face. Lays the bottom turn over. We can see that outside fin. This is the wave that came in as a 3.77. The judges have been able to review the camera angles as you suggest. So we're waiting on that score now for Tiara. It's going to be interesting to see where that'll come in. But Erin Brooks solidly in the second place, and regardless, and Nat Laylor and Tiara both looking for big scores based on the performances that we saw early from Caroline and Erin.
Yeah, so Tiara just had a quick up and down, real quick down the line. She's sitting in third priority right now. Anat Laylor is in first priority. She needs a big number. Time is not on her side. In opposition to what the Rolling Stones once said, Anat Laylor is hoping for a miracle right now because she needs a big score. A 7.27. That is a score that has not come easy in any heat, especially when we're seeing the performances of Caroline and Erin right now. But here we go. Anat Laylor, Olympian, representing Team Israel. Two-turn combo there.
You'd almost want to just pull through and paddle back out and go for another wave with 40 seconds on the clock. That's not going to be the score she needs. It may very well be her best wave. Highest score so far at 3.33. So I feel like that's her best wave, but it's still not going to be anywhere near that 7.27. She needs to ride another wave. 20 seconds on the clock, so does Tiara.
Wow. Oh, cool. So that was the finals, right?
Yeah, felt
We're
like
gonna award medals?
It felt like it.
Or are we just getting started? Cannot believe the level of performance we're seeing already here in round 2. This is a phenomenon. You know, all the ISA World Surfing Games of the past have spotlighted.
Woohoo!
There we go. Have spotlighted great surfing, but to me, this has been the best ever start I've seen in ISA competition. It's just incredible. It's stunning that we're watching finals style surfing and scores in the second round.
Fantastic stuff. And Caroline Marks just showed us why she is in that position she is on the World Championship Tour. One of the best backhand surfers in the world, and it was on display there. 8.67 and a 9, throwing away an 8.10.
Now, this is one of our favorite maneuvers of the event so far. Snap, float, airdrop. Reminiscent of Brad Gerlach at Huntington Beach Pier, except she made it.
That was incredible.
Well, we got to reset here, the excitement level through the roof. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action from Surf City, El Salvador. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers. Goes for the huge
goodness.
Corrupt flip. Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. Another wild heat in the books. Caroline Marks gets the win with the highest heat total of the day, 17.67. Erin Brooks in second. Anat Laylor in third. Tiara Vanderhulst in fourth place. Well, Surf City, El Salvador is alive with over 300, let's call it 600 at least plus surfers, with staff, with coaches, with all of our athletes, of course, the entire ISA Army down here, all for the joy and love of this sport. You can feel the positive energy up and down the beach every time the buzzer blows. Excitement, you know, there's got to be some tears as well because, you know, this is competition. There are winners and losers, but in this round right now, all of our athletes have a second opportunity to compete in the repechage rounds, which that bracket, it's equally as difficult to get through as this main event round. So make no mistake about it, these surfers have to give 1,000% effort each and every time they hit the water. And we're seeing that, and we're loving it, Bart.
How's our event structure? We're loving that too. Comfortable. It's like a hotel here on the beach for the administration and the running of this event. And as you said, the froth is high. There's Erin Brooks with Team Canada debriefing. She didn't really have a great heat, but she did exactly enough, definitely enough to advance.
Yeah, isn't that funny for Erin Brooks? She probably, I would say 60% of her ability, still dropping big scores. So, when she gets the right waves, when she gets the opportunities that we want to see her get, she's going to be dropping Caroline Marks style numbers. Right now, she's sitting on a 10.6 as her heat total in second place. I think, you get the look on her face tells us she knows that, she definitely has room to improve. She's one of the most exciting surfers on the planet.
Oh, we saw in that last wave her throw it to the air. She has an air game that is perhaps beyond any other female in this event. And if she can get that on lock in a heat situation, massive scores will follow. And, regardless of what happens this week, we know we're going to be seeing her for a very long time. She is a superstar of the future, no doubt about it.
So we're just on a brief hold as we review a situation from the previous heat.
Fantastic.
We're getting no official word, but we're listening to Kevin, one of our beach announcers, with the update of the judges looking back at a replay, and the wave in question, Tiara Vanderhulst, deemed incomplete in the heat of the moment, literally.
Yeah.
But now potentially under review, which I think is great. I think it's great for the sport. It's great for the result. We do have the ability to put things on pause, hit a timeout, go back to the, back to the screens, back to the reviews. And that's what's happening right now, Barton. As we saw it.
We saw it as the best maneuver of the heat.
We're not judges, of course.
No, we're not judges, but it was massive. This air view, drone view, doesn't do merit to the free fall drop from that young lady. The whole way through commentary, here it goes front on. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Drives off the bottom, does a re-entry, keeps it up there, and so tic-tac-toes it onto a floater section, drops down, completes it. It could be a massive score in my mind. I reflect on the 867 of Caroline Marks's, and in my mind, that was better than that 867. The 867 was 2 turns, though, a smaller wave, but they were more basic, traditional type backhand re-entries. And at the time, I thought it was high. When you watch that was so critical. Not many people could have made that. That was a monumental moment for that young lady, I bet, in her surfing. Great that the judges are taking their time to review the situation, because the score for it hasn't come in, it doesn't seem.
Yeah, so is it an 810? Now that's the question.
In my mind,
it's got to be there.
In my mind, it is an 810. I was blown away by it first time we saw it, and I still am after watching it 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, and it was deceiving from that angle, from kind of over on the left, looking back towards the right. That was kind of a questionable make or break.
Yes.
But from the other angle, way down the beach. So again, full credit to our production team, and full credit to the judges who are willing to, again, hit the pause, review the tape. There she is, our new hero with the maneuver of the event. A massive snap float. And now we're starting to see on our screen, there's a little red swirl that tells us the judges are making a decision. There's Beric de Vries.
It's going to be interesting to see where this comes in. For Erin Brooks, it could be heartbreak after thinking you've advanced, being told you've advanced. But as you said, this is the correct process. It's great that things can stop, go on hold, and make sure that we get things right. It's rare that happens in the sport of surfing, and so this is a great moment in itself that we are reviewing it, that the judges took the time to make sure they got it right. She looks excited. I'd be excited just making that, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, if she gets the score or not, either way.
There it is.
She's gone big. Let's watch the reaction as we get the announcement coming through.
Look,
the
moments
discussion.
of tension, uncertainty. We know it was a 9.03.
I love a little bit of drama right here. I want to watch this play out.
Please keep your jersey on, please. Keep jersey on, please.
Yeah, please keep that jersey on. We we want to watch this one play out. It's a reality show happening right in front of our eyes, Barton.
Will she get kicked out of the house?
Oh my gosh.
Coach so proud.
Oh, the whole surfing world is proud of a trick like that. All right, we're gonna see what the announcement is, and there you have it. Tiara Vanderhulst, she drops a huge score, eclipsing Aaron Brooks, jumping from last to second place after the judges' review. Thank you. Full credit to our judges, full credit to our ISA staff for, doing the right thing.
Yeah.
No doubt. I mean, of course, all of our surfers put on a great show, but that wave deserved the accolades that it got, a 9-point ride, or a 9-point turn, we should say.
Yeah.
One of the maneuvers of the event, hands down.
And it was better than the 867. It had to be, and I think that judging was fantastic. The process they just went through to get it right was fantastic, and where the scores landed and the advancement based on that, I can see her overtaking Aaron Brooks. That makes sense with that, the magnitude of that one mover. So well done.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rush, right? Get it right.
Get
Take
it
your
right.
time. Love to see it. Now we're back at it again, and get ready for more amazing surfing. This heat has some superstars of our sport. Taina Angel from Indonesia, Wendy Velasquez from Ecuador, Tatiana Weston-Webb from Brazil, and Lucy Campbell, Team Great Britain. International field back in the lineup, 20 minutes on the clock. Top 2 surfers will stay in this main round. 3rd and 4th place surfers will be relegated to the repechage round, and that's the round where if you get 3rd or 4th, you are eliminated.
But chances.
If you keep winning in the repechage round, you can fight your way back onto the main podium. We've seen it in the past.
Absolutely. You can win the event from the repechage round. It's not going the direct route. It's definitely going around the block.
Take the long way
It's doable. It's the long way home. That's right.
All right. Wow, the excitement, the energy, the electricity on the beach right now is palpable, and that will continue. So we have 4 incredibly talented surfers in the water. You see in green, Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's been right there on the edge of WSL championship titles, ISA finals appearances. You know, she is, I would say, one of the fieriest competitors we have in surfing. 18:50 on the clock. Surfers getting themselves set in the takeoff zone. That gives us the opportunity to catch up with Caroline Marks and Mitchell Salazar.
That's right. Caroline actually just getting congratulated by ISA President Fernando Aguirre. Caroline, the highest heat total of the event so far, the highest single wave score, a 9-point ride. You went out there and dominated. It is not easy to surf, though. A lot of water moving around. You surfed a midday heat. What was it like for yourself?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was just definitely trying to stay cool. It's really, really hot here. I feel like I was almost getting heat stroke before my heat. But it felt nice to jump in the ocean, and I've never surfed this way before, so it was really cool to kind of feel the energy. And the swell's gotten a lot bigger today, and yeah, it's been really cool to have the support of Team USA, and we've been having a good time. And yeah, honestly, the waves are just really fun. So it was just nice to surf some good waves.
And your shaper, Matt Bailos, was actually here a few months ago shaping. He spent a few weeks here. Retro chipper from Griffin Colapinto yesterday. I know Carissa was riding a MR California twin, but she took out her driver here. What were you riding yourself?
Yeah, Matt made us all some MR little twin fins, which has been really fun. I've only free surfed on the twin fin, but I rode my shortboard today. I've been riding shortboards in my heats, just the driver 3.0, which has been really fun, but it's been nice to have a little twin fin to ride, and Matt's been on a heater lately. He's been making some amazing boards.
Congratulations, Caroline. Anything you want to say back home?
Thank you. Yeah, hi to my family. It's my brother's birthday, so happy birthday. Love and miss you, and yeah, I love you guys. Hopefully you watched.
Congrats, Caroline. Go Team USA.
Everybody was watching. That was a stellar performance. The Caroline Marks. Wild finish to that heat under the judges' review. That is a standout moment of this entire event for me so far. Can't wait to see the highlights at the end of today. Like every day, they've just been video parts, getting you inspired, getting you stoked to go surfing yourself by watching some of the world's best.
Whoa. Tanya.
Tanya Angel coming
Indonesia.
from Indo. Her dad, Puerto Rican. Her mom is from Java. She was born and raised in Bali. Her first ever wave, get this, it was in the Uluwatu cave at high tide. How cool is that?
Yeah, that's wild. That cave's precarious with the high tide, with the walls on either side. Here we go.
Wendy Velasquez from Venezuela, Ecuador. So Ecuador always fielding a strong team. Wendy there just getting her heat started. There's Tatiana Weston Webb in green. Lucy Campbell now, she just dropped a quick one, 3.07 to start.
And Mitchell referred to the 9-point ride as the highest scoring wave of the event so far for the ladies, but the 9.03 would be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. So that heat just then had fireworks, and we were excited by it. The judges just sat down, sat back, stayed calm, collected, and figured things out in the perfect way. Erin Brooks down to third in the qualifying round from that one after a pretty good performance, but she still was counting at 3.77, so, you know, she can see why that happened.
Yeah, her posture and, you know, the look on her face kind of told the story, right?
She would see someone and give them a smile, but you could see the smile was kind of manufactured in a moment of not exactly stoked about.
Yeah, I mean, she's so good. If she's not dropping eights, that's probably disappointing for her.
Yeah.
She's that good.
But so young, so much time. Tatiana Weston Webb at 2.5 on her first wave, and we know how amazing her backhand is. If she finds some of those rights that we saw in the last heat, watch out, we may even see a new highest score of the event so far, given what she's capable of.
Would not be surprised one bit. I put her right up there with Caroline Marks as one of the best backsiders. You know, her ability to get quickly through her bottom turn up into the critical section of the wave is, I mean, it's pretty stunning, you know, to see. And we were all stunned by what we just saw from Caroline Marks, throwing away multiple 8-point rides like they're nothing.
Nothing.
I don't need eights.
And this, without question, we saw Luana Silva just before, now Tatiana Weston Webb, and then Silvana Lima, without question, is the strongest female team that Brazil has ever brought to the games.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Given who's on their male side, and then you look at the strength of the female side, they have to go in as one of the favourites for the team championship, you would think.
No doubt. Well, 14 minutes on the clock as it stands now. A little bit of a slower start than we saw in that last heat, but Lucy Campbell from New K Cornwall in the lead so far. Here's Haina Angel from Indonesia on her forehand. Nice snap there. Interesting one. Would you deem that a completed ride? She
Not really. Yeah, the finish was a little messy.
Here we go. Tatiana Weston Webb. Deep bottom turn straight into the lip. Thank you for making us sound like we know what we're talking about. Tatiana Weston Webb with a 3-turn combo. Rides out clean. That first turn was so sharp.
Yeah, that's exactly what we expect to see from her. That's going to be a score that she'll be able to keep longer term. Definitely the first keeper score of this heat. The 3.07.2s. They're just all starters, warm-up waves, not something you want to keep at the end. But as you said, this is, where are we at? 7 minutes gone in this heat already. It's been definitely a slower start than the fireworks we saw in that last heat.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a slow burn because we know this thing's going to catch fire very soon. Your leader, Lucy Campbell, she says she loves exploring new waves off the beaten track, whether it's in a 6 mil or a bikini. She loves cooking. She's grateful for the opportunity to compete here.
Wow, 7 times. Here's that first maneuver. Vertical into the lip. Look at the spray thrown out the back of the wave. And then these next two, she fits these next 2 turns into a really small space. Drops straight down, stays right by the whitewater so that she can take advantage of the steeper part of the wave. The further away from that whitewater you get, the flatter the face gets. You can see this one goes a little flat on the face. Means she kind of snaps back towards the pocket, and then she sees that it's about to close out and that section's going to come in front of her really quick. So she goes about halfway, if that, down the face of the wave and just redirects up into the lip to get that floater. Beautiful synchronicity between turns. looks so calm and collected, even in that late airdrop.
Great surfing, nice wave, very critical. Judges agree. 8-point ride for Tatiana Weston-Webb. That's how you start a heat. Even with 8 minutes gone by, she is well in control of this heat, and it really came on the strength of that first big turn.
Absolutely.
Followed by this combo. Keeping it calm, but also keeping it critical. Calm and critical, I know those two words don't necessarily mesh, but that's what we saw in that last wave, and the judges loved it.
That's what you've got to do, haven't you? You've got to stay composed, but it's got to be critical. So that's the perfect place to try and sit yourself, you know?
Well, your surfer in blue right now looking for a 4.24. That's Wendy Velasquez. She is from Montanita, Ecuador. Favorite surf break is Ayampe. And she is a national champion. So again, once you get into these latter rounds, I mean, pretty much this whole competition, nearly every single surfer in the draw has had at least one national championship from their home nation. Joanne Defay is on that list, a multi-time French and European champion.
Won World Championship events at Uluwatu. I remember calling that final a few years back. It'd be great to see her surf. It feels like at this point in time, after the last couple of heats, I know what the recipe for success is. I don't know that you're going left. I mean, we saw a lot of left surfed earlier. We see one here from Lucy Campbell. Let's have a look at this. Looks like it's a little bumpier on the face too on that left. A little bit of sea breeze coming up through the day. Beautiful backhand turn for the second one.
Nice finish from Lucy Campbell as well.
Lucky I didn't finish where I was going with that, because I was figuring, you know, you're just going right. You're just going down to those rights because that's where the 8s and plus, you know, above that are coming from. But that was a really well surfed left-hander.
You know, in the last half hour or so, are you seeing the biggest set waves really being in the call, or is it one of those middle ones that you want?
Well, I think bigger is better. We saw that in the 903, didn't we? And that last heat, look at that snap there. And into the closeout turn. 3 turns, connected nicely. Don't see it going as high as that 8, but definitely feels, well, she's had a, what has Lucy had so far? A 4 and a 3.7. Definitely her best score about to drop. Or is it the 4?
Well, more sets coming through. Yeah, Lucy sitting on a 4 and a 3.07.
Yeah, so 4 points for that.
Decent total. You want to be up in the double digits at least, I think, to feel.
Right, as I was saying, when you look at that, was good surfing, 3 maneuvers, but the wave face on the lefts tapers down. There's a little bit of a sea breeze bump on it where the rights look cleaner. They stand up taller, and all of the big scores we've seen have come from those rights. I wouldn't be surprised to see most competitors go down there and take advantage of that through the afternoon.
Yeah, I feel like a 4 is kind of a placeholder score, right?
Yeah.
You know, you get that 4, you put it in the zone, and you kind of just, I'm going to put that one in the bank. I'm going to save that. Hopefully I don't have to use it.
Hopefully, exactly. Yeah, hopefully I don't have to keep it. If I do and it's a slow heat, well, it's okay. But really, it's it's just they're the ones that just get you warmed up.
Surfers getting ready to get out there. So again, if you're new to surfing competition, what happens next? With about 8 minutes to go, our surfers in the next heat, our 4 surfers are getting themselves ready. They can paddle out and wait in the water.
Yep.
So it's called a water start. You know, other events you start from the sand and you got to run out and paddle out. But here in ISA competition, all 4 surfers have the ability to get out in the channel. They can't not. If they get in the way of the surfers in the heat, you've got a problem. You're in trouble. But as it stands now, with 7.5 to go, our surfers are most likely getting themselves just outside the contest area. And that's where they do their last bit of R&D, right? That's where they can kind of identify the spot that they want to get themselves to as quickly as possible. You want to maximize your time in the heat. 20 minutes will go by fast. Any surfer knows that, right? You know when you got to get to work?
Yeah.
And you only have 20 minutes to surf? That feels like 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's only compounded when you're competing on an international level. Here we go. Tatiana Weston-Webb, long drawn-out bottom turn. Perfectly placed snap. The wave freight training away from her. She's got to get out of there. But a solid one-turn hook for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's trying to get rid of a 2.5. Probably did that by a little.
Yeah, did that for sure. And that, you imagine you're on the beach, your teammates are around you, the commentary's going as we see this replay, drives into the lip, throws that front arm to get the unweighting and the lift of the board into the lip, and then it runs off and she just pin drops out of there. And when they do that little pin drop, the idea is to go down deep in the water and have that white water fly over the top of you, and then you pop up out the back of the wave, and it's a great way to not get washed to the shore by the white water. Scores coming through for that one. But yeah, you leave the beach, you've left the coach, you've left the team members, it's hot. You jump into that water, you immediately just go, oh, thank goodness. And you get that relaxing feeling, you paddle out the back and you're on your own. And it's quiet. And you take a couple of deep breaths and you prepare yourself, focus your mind. When that other heat ends, you're able to make your way across into the lineup, and that siren goes to start yours, and then you get busy. It's exciting, man. It's a great thing to do, compete. Love competing. Haven't done it for a long time, but it's such an exciting thing.
We have 5.5 minutes on the clock. Tatiana Weston-Webb waiting for her last score to come through. She's sitting on an 8 as her high mark now. Second place belongs with Lucy Campbell for now. 4 and a 3.07. Ina Angel in third. Got a 4.67 total. Wendy needs to get busy. She's got a 0.77 and a 0.43. So most likely Wendy is kind of in the group that is cutting her teeth in competition, getting things going, learning. And again, that is a huge tenet of what we do here.
Yeah.
ISA competition is it's a very welcoming environment for surfers of all level. And you know, as I say every day in this competition, is these first couple of rounds are just so fun to watch, because you know, you've got surfers just starting their journey going up against title threats in Tatiana Weston-Webb. So it really, you know, it's watching high performance surfing, but it's also watching the future and development of surfing.
And we've heard a lot of times people in their post-heat interviews who have won their heat go, oh, I started surfing here when I was 10 or 9, and I surfed against this person and I met that person. And you can see the impact of coming here as a developing nation or as a young kid for an advanced nation, and being in this environment, being in a team environment, and then 5, 6, whatever years later, they're actually winning the event and they're threatening and for medals. And as you said, that encouragement, that making the world a better place through surfing as a goal of the organisation, not to make money and to win and lose, and you know, it's got a much deeper meaning, this whole celebration that we come together for, and it's a very cool thing.
Yeah, and we have our own theme song as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop humming that the other day.
A better world through surfing. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go as we see Tina Engel in red. Nice slash on the inside. This wave giving her some canvas to work with there. So a 3-turn combo, way to the inside, right onto the rocks. She's got to watch her fins. It's pretty threatening in there.
2.77 is the previous high. I feel like that's going to be her highest score of the heat.
All right, now trying to defend after that last wave from Tanya. It's Lucy Campbell, and the chop gets the better of her. So we are seeing the wind just kick up a little bit. It's definitely not whipping by any means.
No.
And with the tide pushing in, it's going to condense our playing field a little bit. I think it's going to help stand these waves up. There might be a little bit more bump, but sometimes, and of course the great surfers, they know how to utilize that bump and make it work for them. So it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, with this swell still on the rise, tide coming up, the entire Coliseum is going to shrink a little bit, get a little bit tighter.
Yep.
The action's going to go up. I'll believe it.
And the scores will do the same. 5 points as the second score for Tachi. And this, let's see, little snap there, a little shorter in the snap. But when this wave stands up down the inside, pumping through, it stands up right here, drives off the bottom. Nice turn, great technique into another one. 3.8 is the score. I feel like could have been a little bit higher too, but it was a beautiful wave. And I suppose the main bulk of the work was done when the wave had moved in, and we know that the earlier you do your big stuff, the more points you get, because you're risking more when you do it on the outside, because if you fall, you waste the whole rest of the wave. It's easier to go for big stuff at the end because you've already banked some momentum and some scoring out of the outside part of the wave.
We talked about bump, and Wendy was knocked off her board by the bump coming up. quick snap again for Tatiana Weston-Webb with the hair flip.
Felt like she liked that one,
some flair to it.
Felt good, felt good.
A minute 30 to go. Lucy Campbell now flying down the line. Big section in front of her. Nice turn. Perfectly placed. Right in the most critical section of that wave. Little fist pump. Go Great Britain. Lucy Campbell's hyped.
Looking to improve on the 3.07. She's in second place, so that's a good thing for her. It's going to, I feel like it's going to improve on that baseline, put some pressure on the others. Wendy Velasquez is having trouble with the bump and the size, it would seem. Got to slow things down, just look for those nice lines. But look how clean the face of these right-handers is. That's the beauty of where the goofy foots have been going and surfing down on this right. Squared that bottom turn. It's going to be better than that 5, I would think. That was a really, really nice score.
That shows you the power of the wave, too.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a barreling section. She just went straight up into it.
Where if you can just slow it down and find the good line with the board and just start to sync with the wave and the board rather than forcing things and trying too hard, you get your momentum and it builds confidence, and that is a base that you can build your heat upon. Time's done though.
It's going to be it for round 2, heat 12. We got another big one coming up next. All of our heats are big. They're huge. As we fielded over 300 athletes, or nearly 300 athletes, all with their own goals, but all here to compete at the highest level of surfing. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back with more action. And Mitchell and Shannon on the call. The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers. Goes for the huge,
goodness,
corrupt flip. Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
Welcome back to the action here at Surf City, El Salvador for the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. It's been a huge day, jam-packed. Mitch, you've been down on the beach getting to really be in the field and meet so many of the surfers that you already know. Say hi to them again, but also to be able to hear more of the stories. What's it been like down on the ground today?
It's been amazing. It's hot out there, though. Easily the hottest day out of the 3 we've had a competition so far. I will say the best they've been so far for this event. It's pumping out there. It's consistent. More importantly, there's a lot of scoring opportunities for all of these surfers out there in these 20-minute heats. I have to say La Bocana once again has provided some excellent swell, and awesome to see a lot of the high performance move through, but some upsets so far today as well, Shannon.
Yeah, it's been wild to see Aaron Brooks go down a couple heats ago, but well rewarded to Tiara from the Netherlands for getting that massive score. So well deserved. Now taking a look at the draw for our current women in the water. We are in heat number 13 for round 2. Joanne Defay of France up against Candelaria Rosano, who's currently riding her first wave of the heat for Team Nicaragua. Nice couple turns to start things off. Connects with that finish as well. Other 2 surfers, one from the Czech Republic, Paula Kuta, very first time competing here at the ISA World Surfing Games for Paula, but also because it's the very first time that Czech Republic has been here, so it's great to have her in the mix, as well as Lucia Indurain of Argentina, a stalwart of Argentinian surfing, and this is going to be a great heat to see underway.
It's going to be a very competitive heat. I can tell you Lucia Indurain has been here for a few weeks already, training in preparation for this event. She did extremely well in 2021, back here at the ISA World Surfing Games, looking to qualify for the Olympics this time out. And Candelaria Rezano has been ripping during the free surf. She's from nearby Nicaragua, spends a lot of time in Southern California, and comes from a surfing family. Her father, Manny, actually teaches people how to sail, and he's an incredible big wave surfer and ripper himself. Kuta, great surfer from the Czech Republic. As you mentioned, we've seen her for only the first few times in competition here at the ISA World Surfing Games this event. And Joanne Defay needs no introduction. I mean, one of the best in the world, an elite surfer. I expect her to do very well with this amount as well.
That's right. Hasn't walked away with that coveted world title yet, but she's an Olympic athlete. She has been in that top 5 conversation, so close to walking away with a world title next to her name. As we take a look at Lucia now for Argentina. Getting going on her opening ride. Big section in front of her. She gets around it, finds that open face. Looking for another turn here. A lot of wobble in the water right now. Joanne Defay with a paddle. Setting herself up now on the right, up into the lip for that first maneuver, and she'll go complete.
Strong, just the one turn, but it's going to be an opener for her. Probably going to be a throwaway at the end of this heat. I'm surprised that Indurain is actually going left at the beginning of the heat right now. Her strength is definitely going right. Even though it's a bit further down, and yes, you might be out of sight for some waves for the judges, you're not running that big of a risk this year, though, knowing that there are cameras down there. You can get to see every angle, and they've been judged adequately. So I'd like to see Lucia go on her forehand here. Meanwhile, I think both Rezano and Kuta will be looking at the left for the most part.
Down to 15 minutes on the clock. We're still in 20-minute heats for the remainder of this round. We've got 18 heats in total to get through, so still 6 more after this. And then we'll be heading into the repechage, where we'll have just 15 minutes on the clock for the last 8 heats of the day. Candelaria now up and riding. Gets that first turn done. Maneuver 1. Check for that second transition. Goes in for that little lip line hit, but can't find that projection moving forward out of it.
Yeah, and Canda's from this wave called Popoyo, Nicaragua, a real heavy wave. Tends to be an outer reef that you can surf as well. That's where her father, Manny, tends to surf a lot when it's bigger. What Canda brings to the table in this heat is, first of all, a lot of youth. She's the youngest surfer out of the 4 out there, but more importantly, a good amount of time training and competing in tropical weather like this. I said Indurain's been here for around a month. Joanne Defay has experience competing here. She did well at the CT event last year in Punta Roca. But for these two ladies, it's imperative to demonstrate that you have what it takes to compete against one of the very elite in the world.
Yeah, for them, it is that mental challenge, coming in knowing that, you know, and that's been for so many of the heats within the draw that we've called just today, let alone the opening rounds that we saw as well through yesterday at Sunzal, yesterday in our opening day, is that a lot of these surfers that have been graduating through, not many of them would have surfed heats against championship tour surfers of this level. Being that in previous years, the World Surfing Games hasn't been an Olympic qualifier. So now there is that kind of asterisk next to it, knowing that any surfers that want to qualify or keep their championship tour qualification, like Joanne Defay for getting into Paris 2024, they need to be present here. They've got to paddle out and surf their heats. And so that opens up this great world of opportunity for those surfers from other nations who haven't maybe graduated to the Challenger Series, haven't had a wild card opportunity somewhere here or there, where they're meeting up against the very best of the world. And now they're getting that chance on the ground here to be able to witness this surfing firsthand. I mean, for so many of these surfers, like Paula Kunta from the Czech Republic, she's born and raised in the Czech Republic, now resides in Portugal. So she's around that surf culture a lot more now than from, you know, her youth and growing up there. For a lot of these surfers, though, it's that opportunity for them now to witness surfing of world title caliber in person and to be able to take away those learning opportunities, as well as to just get so stoked to see the world's best surfers perform in front of them.
And to surf against them, too. As we see Kika Veselko right there, this year's World Pro Junior Champion at the WSL level. And you see Sol Aguirre, who was also at the event. I believe she got a quarterfinal finish at Seaside Reef in California. She's an incredibly talented surfer from Los Órganos in the northern part of Peru. And let's be honest,
a lot of these surfers won't ever have the chance to compete against the very elite in the world another time like this.
So true. As we take a look at Lucia, great forehand snap to start. Wraps it around a little bit longer on that second turn. Nice adjustment here as she looks to gain speed. Reading this wave so well so far. Hits the finishing section. Tries to hold on but can't. We'll get back to that in a moment as we see Candy now. Nice hit into the lip for the start. Up for the second. Nice two-turn combo. She'll kick out. Now, as we wait for those scores and replays, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Tatiana Weston-Webb and Jess Grimwood.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Yeah, we're down here, really hot and steamy, and so is that heat, Taddy. Beautiful surfing, some excellent scores on the board. How was it out there?
It was actually really fun. Saw the right, saw Caroline smash her heat and Carissa earlier, and yeah, I just really wanted to get a few rights, and I was super stoked on a few turns that I had in that heat. Just wanted to enjoy myself other than sweating to death, but yeah, it was pretty fun.
What about the roller coaster that is surfing? I mean, you know that as well as anybody, the ups and downs of competing, competition, going back and training. How are you managing it all coming into the qualification season once again?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Surfing is so particular, and it's such a, I guess, selfish sport because you really have to manage your time wisely and, you know, protect your energy a lot at times. But frick, I had such a great time at the ranch. My crew, Greg and Ross, really keep me solid. My manager, Oda, and my mom was there, which I was really happy. Hi, Mom, by the way, if you're watching. So yeah, I think it's really just surrounding yourself with people that give you that love and energy and support, and just you know that you're loved no matter how you do, regardless of your performance, and that's what keeps me going. My husband's here doing the same event, Jesse Mendez, and I got super psyched seeing him win his heat yesterday. So yeah, just having good vibes. I love being with the Brazil team because they're like family. So yeah, super stoked.
What about the friendly fire between Brazil and Italy? Of course, you just mentioned your husband on the Italian team and yourself with the Brazilian pack. How's it the feel between the vibes there?
Yeah, of course. There's always a solid competition. I mean, if it's up against Brazil or Italy in the heat, I'm going to go for Brazil. But I definitely, have that soft spot for him. So, I don't know. You can't take away a lover, I guess.
That's it. Well, so well said too. Thank you for your time and your energy, Tati, and good luck going to. It's a pleasure to watch you surf.
Thanks so much, Jess. Great interview. So fun to hear as we see Candy with a great finish. Throws in the claim. She's looking for another 4 to join the board. A 4.33 and a 4.7 now on the board for Candelaria. As we take a look at Joanne DeFay into the lead with a 5.33 that's just dropped in.
Yeah, and she is super far down in the lineup, towards the right, closer to where we're staying over on the cliff. And you see her right here. That actually put her in a good position for that deep peak on the left. Decent heat total for Joanne DeFay, but based off of how the conditions are, I expect her to post at least a few 7s in this heat. This wave from Rezano, though, going to be huge for her. Already has 2 4s, as you were mentioning. To me, this is her best ride. Indurain and Kuta are going to be having to play catch-up right now with just under 9 minutes to go, Shannon.
That's right. Not much time left. Less than halfway for the remaining of this heat. Joanne putting herself in position under second priority, but just so low out in the ocean, as you can see.
Well, she's in second priority. Kuta with priority right now, but she's needing an excellent score, and based off of what we saw from Rezano's last ride, have to be thinking she's probably going to need 2 new scores now to take second place. Big wave here for Joanne, though.
Joanne's had plenty of success on right-handers through her career. Lefts as well, though. In any tropical location she's come to, walked away with some great wins as she smashes it down the line. Those are turns that matter. Those are the ones where we're seeing so much power, speed, flow driven together as she kicks out on the inside.
That was spectacular. I mean, when we talk about combinations of major maneuvers in the most critical parts of the wave, that one turn that she went vertical and then laid it back afterwards, first of all, presented a lot of variation on that wave right there. But the amount of spray, and there's a saying, timing beats speed, but precision beats power. And that, to me, was exemplified right there, Shannon.
Oh, what a great saying. Absolutely executed by Joanne Defay. Finding those pockets, the really critical sections of that wave down the line as well. And I love seeing that those conditions are just improving through the afternoon, Mitch.
Yep.
You were sharing that with me earlier this morning. Your thoughts when that high tide would start pushing through, that we really see the canvas open up.
At this size, you definitely want a higher tide. Low tide is not very manageable. This wave, though, I mean, first of all, excellent wave selection. Look at the size of it running down the line, too. Easily overhead for Joanne Defay. Comes around the section, and this turn right here was essential for the rest of the wave. Look at that deep bottom turn. The sharp eye looks good underneath her feet. She's going to have more of a setup turn right here. It's still strong and engaged with the rail, but nothing in comparison to the next two. Even goes over a surfer right there, lays it on rail. That's just precious. But look at the way she prepared the second and third turn, though. Comes around the corner, wraps it back, lays it on rail. Deep bottom turn right here and straight up invert. And how's this layback to finish the wave off, too? And the score is excellent, Shannon. It's in.
Scores in an 8.87. Judges loving it. Well rewarded for Joanne Defay. Just seamless, right in the pocket, as you were explaining, Mitch. So she's now joining that conversation of the championship tour surfers that we've seen competing throughout the day, making their way into the excellent range.
And she doesn't have an ISA gold medal. Would be nice to see her in the podium on the podium at the end of this event too. And I always thought that France, you know, they're super well organized, always bring an incredible team. And this year, I definitely feel that they're a gold medal team again, as seems like the waves are picking up. Everybody's caught inside on this one, and you can see right there, Candelaria in second place has suspended priority. To further explain that, suspended priority means that once you make it back out to the primary takeoff zone, you will recover the priority in which you were in at that moment. But she needs to make it all the way back out at the moment, caught inside, so that put her out of position.
Yeah, and we've actually got Paula in that same conversation. So Paula was suspended priority 1. Candelaria was suspended priority 2. As they're making their way back out to lineup. That's such a challenging position to be in as a competitor, where you've maybe eyed out a spot you want to be sitting in, and then suddenly a set comes out of nowhere, just something you're not prepared for, especially when there's a growing swell during the contest window, and you're in those heats when that swell starts to show up, can really catch you off guard.
And you know what's the hardest part about it too, is that you hear that and your confidence diminishes so much. You're like, wow, am I blowing it in this heat? You probably got caught inside by a huge set. You still don't know what your situation out in the water is, and you're just confused. As of right now, luckily for Candelaria, she's still in second place. But Indurain, though, nothing better than a 3.9, and she's out there with third priority, Shannon, needing a 6. Kuta, as I said before, probably needing 2 scores. A 9.4 is what she needs for her second at the moment. But we haven't seen anybody get anything better than a 9-point ride. A 9.4 would have to be near perfection out there right now with how good the waves are.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock, or just under 5 minutes. Suspended priority still for blue and for white. Surfer in green sitting with third priority. So although what we can see on screen is that she's on the outside and looks like she would have the positioning, it will actually be given back to surfer in blue first, and then surfer in white after that. Joanne Defay away from the pack with an 8.87 and a 5.33. Like you mentioned, Joanne without that coveted ISA gold medal. Lots of our other surfers in the draw this week have those kind of results to their name. Team member of hers, Paulina Do, has one. So it would be cool to see Joanne in that conversation walking away a medalist this week. But it would also be amazing to see some of these other nations be able to find themselves in that conversation. I feel like especially this year, because we have in a unique setup in the lead up to the Olympics, teams that have fielded out the very best of the best in their countries, those championship tour surfers, those world champions that have come through, it's going to make the task significantly more difficult for surfers that haven't quite found that kind of success in their career, that maybe in other years of the World Surfing Games could have had a slightly easier run, though extremely difficult to medal rounds. This year, that is going to be so much more challenging because they're surfing against the best of the best in the world.
And what happened was that last year's World Surfing Games were kind of last minute too, the ones in Huntington. Not to say that, you know, that they weren't expected to happen, they were. But people were given 2-3 weeks in advance to organize a team, get ready. And I think South Africa was one of those teams that really was caught off guard. Their seed isn't great this year. And what that does, it puts them up against the top seeds in the earlier rounds, and meaning that further down the line in the event, you still have to face top seeds going into those later rounds too. So you start off difficult heats already, and then you progress to even harder heats afterwards.
That's such a great point, because just today we saw Matt McGillivray go down on our other podium, Podium 2, Sunzal, Team South Africa. He's a championship tour surfer right now. And Sarah Baum went down in her heat earlier today into the repechage round. So they'll both have another chance, could easily fight their way back to the finals. But because of that lower seeding, they had really hectic matchups early on, as opposed to them being two of the most powerful and standout surfers in this event, who could have had possibly an easier run through, or those matchups where they're not getting two championship tour surfers in the draw this early in the round. You'd hope to maybe wait until you're in round 5 or 6 to have to meet up with that kind of quality for all 4 surfers in the water.
Yeah, and I just think that, you know, you're eventually going to have to face off against them. But your strategy changes in a 3 or 4 person heat in comparison to what you're surfing on the championship tour most of the time. Either a 3-person heat where 2 make it through, or head-to-head matchups. And there's a completely different way of competing like that. And especially in a 20-minute heat, that goes by quickly. Priority, strategy, and time management is so much more different like that.
Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. DeFay with the commanding lead, sitting under 4th priority, but far away from the pack. Now the conversation that matters is the requirement on our surfer in green, a 6-point ride for Lucia Indiran. Now you can see that priority, the S has been removed next to our surfers in white and blue. They're now back into 1st and 2nd priority. Paula Kuta of the Czech Republic, her very first time competing here alongside of her team for the Czech Republic. Incredible to have them part of the crew. She's chasing a 9.4, which is going to be unattainable at this stage. But for Lucia Indiran of Argentina, she just needs a 6-point ride. And Candelaria lets her have a look at that. She doesn't get into it. And so Paula, with one more opportunity, she's going to put that 2nd score on the board. Great performance, and great to see her here represented. She made it through the main round of her first heat as well.
Big accomplishment.
That's huge.
Yeah.
She's going to have that next opportunity in the repechage as well. So great surfing from a surfer that now resides in Portugal and has spent so much time there. But now the question, will Lucia be able to get a 6-point ride on this one? She's up and riding. Now from this angle, it seems like a smaller, flatter wave. And that's what we're seeing as we check back and see that first opening turn.
Yeah, unfortunate and disappointing performance there by Lucia. I know she's going to be pumped up for the repechage heats. She wants a lot more, but huge performance by both DeFay and Razzano moving through, Shannon.
Brilliant performances. Love seeing them rise to those occasions. Nicaragua and France advancing through into the next main round. Argentina and Czech Republic into the repechage. We've got more action to come. Stay tuned right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Welcome back to the action. We have Peru, Puerto Rico, Portugal, and the Philippines. The 4 Ps out in the water right now for Sol Aguirre, Mia Calderon, Francisca Falseco, and Nibi Blancada. Looking for an opportunity to keep themselves in the top 2 moving forward and keep themselves competing against the world's best. It's going to get challenging regardless of what heat you come into at this stage, because we are seeing the surfing rise to the best from some surfers that are newer to our eyes, some of those that we would have expected it from.
Yeah, and this is a really tough heat to make it out of too. Sol Aguirre on a tear. She's on the Challenger Series. Same thing for Francisca Kika Veselko from Portugal. this year's World Pro Junior Champion at the WSL level. Mia Calderon from Puerto Rico, she rips. And the Philippines, Nibi Blancada, I'm excited to see her surf. She is out there with a lot of fire under her feet.
And she's picked that first wave, dives out after the opening turn. Thoughts, Mitch?
Seemed like it had more on it. You know, it was a good setup turn. I would have seen her try to make an attempt down the line. And it seems like Seoul interested in this one.
All right, taking off on her forehand. Big wrap for the start of that wave. She'll kick out as the wave hits that funny double up section on the inside. Surfers just finding their positioning at the beginning of this. A bigger set rolling through as well.
Yeah, and big moment here for Kika. She's equally as good on the forehand as she is on the backhand. Mia Calderon, one of the youngest surfers from Puerto Rico, being coached by the great Magno Martinez, originally from Venezuela, now resides in Puerto Rico. But they have a stellar team. Havana Cabrero just made it through earlier today. Brian Toth, who's really, I would say, the team captain, one of the oldest surfers on the team. He had advanced yesterday. Huge moment for Team Puerto Rico, but I really expect Sol Aguirre to do well with this amount of surf. Coming from Los Órganos, the northern part of Peru, very close to where Luca Messinas is from. Excellent backhand, but she is capable of doing so well when the surf gets bigger, Shannon.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting to see, especially because we've got that swell pulsing. I mean, now we're looking at, you know, double to triple overhead, depending on the size. Erin Brooks taking off on some of her waves earlier was definitely triple overhead. As we see Kika have a look at that one. Can't quite make it around the section. If she would have been able to, you could see that wave standing up with such a nice pocket. Mia duck diving under this one. So bigger set rolling through, catching the crew, maybe just out of position, not necessarily off guard, but just realizing that they need to be moving themselves a little bit farther out and into a better spot.
And that's what happens when you see some of the top dogs in the same heat push each other too deep. And immediately saw it, the low scores right there. The only person that was kind of in a better spot for that set was Nibi, but going on that first wave of the set, she got caught a little too far inside by the other rights afterwards. Kika deep on that one. Mia Calderon now with first priority, but at the moment she's still not all the way outside. I would expect her to be on one of these next few waves as Nibi's up and riding again.
All right, quick start. She got that 2.77, now linking a second turn together, which is what lacked on that first wave. Great style.
Yeah.
I love that composure coming down low at the finish.
Yeah, she's got a 6 style. It seems like she's riding a firewire underneath her feet. And a couple of cool carves. I mean, nothing incredible, but it should be the best wave of the heat so far. Already has a 2.17. And the Philippines has some very powerful waves and consistent waves too. So we saw them do extremely well at the ISA World Longboard Championships a few weeks ago at El Sunsal, our other podium. I expect them to do very well here at the ISA World Surfing Games as well. The replay here lays it on rail. That was spectacular, but just too much froth on this wave for me for it to be better than a 5. You know, 2 great carves, but I just think the quality of the wave right there let her down a little bit. But still a decent score.
A 3.83 on the board has her set up with 2 scores now to build from. Has that feeling as well of connected together a couple of turns. Like you mentioned, it was incredible for us to witness the Philippines getting their very first ISA medal. The copper medal went to J.R. Esquivel at the longboard event last week. And what a traditional longboarder. I mean, such beautiful style, really surfed to the criteria. I think more consistently, in my opinion, than any other surfer in the draw that week. I could have easily seen him walking home with the gold medal.
I agree.
As we take a look at Kika now driving down the line, and she'll kick out. But a huge moment for the nation of Philippines to be able to see their surf. I mean, they've got such world-class waves. They've been hosting a plethora of QS events that have been world-class, as well as longboard tour events over the years that have been able to showcase their own country to the world's best surfers, and that influence of having the world's best surfers has now played out in their surfers rising to the occasion. Sol Aguirre now with that first opening turn, looking sharp into the second, hooks it around, nearly disappears as we see her go into a critical jam right in the pocket. Maybe time for one more maneuver. She'll kick out, knowing she doesn't want to swept too far down, back into that paddling position.
Well, and you have 14 minutes on the clock. Both the surfer in white and red are very far down the beach. Should be Sol's best wave by a mile, and Kika seems like she's going to get a score on the board as well. I have the chance to surf with Kika's father, Joe, in Huntington quite a bit, and her younger brother actually resided in Portugal. He's been staying in Huntington for the last year. He's going there as an exchange student, and it's really awesome to see Kika do so well after seeing her grow up as a kid. She spent a lot of years in Southern California as well, winning the World Pro Junior Champion, and now with a big moment here in this heat.
Oh, can't wait to see what she gets up to. But in the last heat, we saw Joanne DeFay with an incredible performance. Another excellent score down on the boards for the surfer in red.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Yeah, an excellent heat for you, Joanne. Some excellent scores in the water with a rising swell as well. How are you handling the changing conditions today?
Yeah, I feel like we had like this size kind of 3-4 days ago. So I guess I made it one session out here with, but I never surfed it actually this big with higher tide. So it's a bit different. It's challenging. A lot of paddling around, but there's also many waves. And I like the fact that you don't really need to worry about the priority. It's kind of like you get your own peak and then you go. So I like that.
And obviously Team France is such a big talking point for us when we talk about Olympics and we talk about Tahiti. Yeah, I'm sure you've been asked this question 10 million times, but how does it play into your mind in events like the ISA?
Yeah, I feel super lucky that the Olympics are in France. Surfing was not even an Olympic sport like a couple of years back. And then all of a sudden I have one Olympic and I can actually surfing it, in my country. It's pretty special. And I think on my side, I'm here to perform, to have good scores, coming back from an injury, and to also be here for the other French athletes that actually need to go and get their spot in the Olympics. So yeah, trying to get the group vibes and very good and to show a little bit the way too, because I probably have a bit more experience than maybe Vahine. I mean, Pauline has obviously been doing that for a long, but just getting good vibes. And if everybody have questions or something, I'm also here for them. So yeah, a bit of both. I want to perform, but I'm also there for them.
I love to hear that. And what about, Tatiana was talking about having to try and conserve a bit of energy at these type of events when so many people are around and so many different nations. How do you handle that kind of bubble that you need to be in to perform at your best?
Yeah, it's definitely different than usual. We have a hotel like right here. It's pretty nice for when we surf at La Bocana, so we can just go and kind of get quiet pretty quickly. And it's even like to support your team actually, even just only the team. There's like 6 of us, so we have many hits to like watch and support. But I don't know, I try to enjoy the process and have that kind of like keep the energy also in my mind. But like I said, I didn't start the year as early as usual, so maybe I have a bit more energy right now than Tatiana. That I know, like the city years are just super long and tiring, and the cut thing is like super, like a lot of pressure. So yeah, I just enjoy to have an event where I don't have so much pressure.
Well, we absolutely enjoy watching you surf. Thank you for the performance. Good luck going in through the next round.
Thank you so much. Great to hear from Joanne. Appreciate the time from so many of these surfers just willing to express their feelings on being here. And for Joanne to know that the role that she can play in pouring into Vahine specifically and being here, I think is so incredible. And what that does from a team dynamic of hoping that, between Pauline or Vahine, it would be incredible to see either of them qualify to get a second French competitor. But to think of Vahine being able to compete at Teahupo at home for her, with the potential of an Olympic medal, is really just would be the icing on the cake.
It for sure would. I mean, there's incentive there. Obviously, you're competing at home. You don't have to travel. There are going to be some more eyes on you, being a surfer from the host nation, but you got to get there first. Joanne already has a provisional qualification on the line just by being on the championship tour this year. And for the other 2 French surfers, an opportunity, but an amount of experience that they have bringing into that event in Paris 2024 would be incredible for them. You saw right there, though, in this heat, Mia Calderon waited 11 minutes to look at a wave, let that wave go by. She did paddle for it. She went down to 3rd priority, and at the moment does not have a single wave in her scoreline. So a big moment here with 9 minutes to go for her.
Great catch, Mitch, recognizing that she's got a couple of zeros next to her name. She hasn't even caught a wave, let alone stood up on it to get even that, 1-point ride down.
Yep.
Team Puerto Rico fielding a great team this year and probably in hopes of putting together a solid performance at home for them. Next year, the World Surfing Games will be in Puerto Rico, and that's a great move in the right direction. I mean, it's incredible for Puerto Rico, again, to stand up and host another ISA event. We had the stand-up paddle and paddleboarding World Championships there last year. But The waves that they're going to be held in, El Pico and Rastriel, both solid left-handers.
Yeah.
Favoring those lefts and giving that preparation of solid, hollow lefts in anticipation of the Olympics next year at Tehupa.
Yeah, but for Team Puerto Rico, it starts here at this event. You can't be looking forward to an event that hasn't even occurred. A wave that, first of all, can be heavy, or it can be as good as it gets in terms of ripping. And it looks like Kika's up and riding here.
Kika with a chance to hold on to that second place position
Solid.
or take away the lead. Really small score required to take over Sol Aguirre. She'll get there. We'll just see how far it goes to solidifying herself in that first place position.
Yeah, and now Nibi's going to need a larger score as well. Has a 3.83 as her high mark. I like what I'm seeing from Sol, though. She has the 5.67, a mid-range score right now. She is to the southern part of the peak over on the right. And it seems like Mia might be getting her first ride. No, going to let it go. But Sol Aguirre right now has the lead. Veselko's going to get the 0.77 and more than she needs. But in this point of the heat, Shannon already has a mid-range score, showing a lot of patience, knowing that she wants to get her best ride in this heat so far. I think we see the amount of experience that she has at only 19 years of age.
Mia flying around the section, finally gets a wave. Caught behind, though, unable to get to that open face in the area that would offer those critical turns. Sol, having a look at this one, decides not to put in any effort to get into it.
Well, don't use priority on a wave that you know you're not going to catch. Make sure that you are going on a wave that is within your range of a paddle. And as of right now, thinking that Veselko's going to get a decent backup score. And Nibi, she still has a chance. She just needs to get on a good wave out there, Shannon.
Coming up next, Shino Matsuda for Team Japan. Always great to see Shino in the mix.
Mm-hmm. Wearing those slippers, as most competitors have. You're either on the dry rocks that are hot as hell, or on the wet rocks that can be slippery as they could possibly be. So big difference right there. And it's 1 in the afternoon right now. It's hot out there, Shannon.
Yeah, it is absolutely steamy, especially after those heavy rains that we've been getting the last few evenings. Then the sun shines through the morning the next day, and all that steam rises through. The humidity is unbelievable. Seen a lot of surfers walking around. Specifically, the Kiwi team has had those ice vests that they've been wearing over their jerseys throughout the day just to keep their body temperatures cool. There's a little plunge pool here on site.
Yep.
And the crew behind things at the ISA have set up an incredible facility here for those surfers to be able to have shade, to be able to have those spaces to relax, to be able to keep themselves in prime condition for paddling out for their heats. As we're down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, Nibi from the Philippines chasing that 3.62 at the moment. Score in for last of Kika was a 4.53, so that solidifies her lead. Now puts a 5.54 requirement on Sol, but because Sol only has the 1.77 as her backup, Nibi could absolutely find that score. She's a surfer out of the Philippines who loves surfing out at Cloud 9 and loves finding perfect barrels. She said the beaches back home are perfect white sand, clear water, and barrels all the time. So she is no stranger to surfing in great, clean conditions, having those heavier waves available as well. Now we're just waiting for her to be able to really unleash on some of those turns where we've seen her charge into some solid surfing so far.
Yeah, and that's when you do find a beach. most times it's just like here, either on rocks or you're paddling out on a reef break too. But the Philippines is a part of the world that I feel has been underdeveloped when it comes to surfing. They do have their own surfing tour that's been progressing over the last few years. And big props to John Mark Tacong, too. First Filipino surfer to qualify for the Challenger Series. That's huge. There's been multiple QS winners on their side. John Mark and Piso Alcala has also won a QS event.
Well, hearing the call to her name, Nibi up and riding, just gets caught behind the section, though, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seems like she is very down south. Oh, man, it seems like Mia might be on a screamer right here, Shannon.
Oh, has to just hit eject quickly.
Yeah, and she just hasn't been able to find a wave that opens up for her. I mean, 16 minutes to go. She's not going to have anything better than just a throwaway score. In judging, we call this anything with the 0 in front of it. We call it a no-for. She has 2 of those in her scoreline right now. But, man, you're still in the game needing a 6.84. As long as Sol doesn't improve the 1.77, there's a chance. Yeah, after that, you're going to need 2 new scores. So right now, 3 minutes 40. At least get something in the 4 mid-range to get back into this heat. Should be a decent amount of time. don't go searching for one excellent score just to get back out there, because if Aguirre does get another 5, you're going to need another score anyways.
It's so true. Aguirre not quite in a safe position, but now up and riding, looking to bail on the 177. Patient as she times it up. So 177 gone. She's gotten that first turn down. Let's see how high she can go with this. Second turn connected, finds the finish. Now it's going to change the situation entirely for both Nibby and for Mia.
Well, and smart surfing right there, too. Didn't risk it too much. Knew that she just needed to get a backup score on the board. As we see a member of the Portuguese team right there supporting Kika in this heat. Don't think it's going to be the mid-5 that she needs for the lead, but she's going to add more pressure to both Nibby and to Mia in getting a larger score. At the moment, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. If you're Veselko right now, you already have 2 scores that are decent. They're getting you through in first place. Be smart with priority and be a lot more strategic in these last 2.5 minutes.
Taking a look at the replay here, waiting for scores to drop through for our second place surfer.
Yeah, just very smart. Comes around the section right there. Doesn't engage the rails too much. She didn't want to dig a rail. Another wrap to set up this last turn right here, which was the best of the wave. Into the whitewater right there, and just a smart finish. Second generation professional surfer herself. Her older sister, Leilani, also competed on the qualifying series for a while, but her dad, Germán, a great surfer coming from the northern part of Peru. And it seems like that 177 about to be gone, Shannon. Just under 2 minutes, though. Huge moment for both white and blue out there right now.
Yeah, there's potential. We're going to see what those requirements change to. For white, at the moment, it's a 3.62. For blue, at the moment, it's a 6.83, but we are waiting for last of red, who's in second place position. This is, of course, a qualifier for the Paris 2024 Olympics. We'll be sending 4 men and 4 women to Paris at the end of this event by continental qualification, 1 each for Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania.
Yep.
So that's another added element of pressure, but the reason we're really here this week, it's going to be great to see who finds those qualifications. For the Americas region, it's going to be towards the Pan American Games, which will then qualify to the Paris, to the Olympic Games at the end of this year. As we see Nibby go down on the inside, so had that opportunity, but now the results are in. For Last of Seoul, a 5.2 means the requirements have fully changed. For Nibby, it's a 7.04, and now for Mia, the young Puerto Rican who's working on her biology degree in college now, she is chasing 2 fresh scores in a combination situation just past the 10-point range.
Yeah, and 40 seconds to go, another closeout for her. She just had a struggle with finding her positioning in this heat, and getting caught inside, losing valuable time for her was really the biggest setback in this one. She's going to go back to the repechage rounds and try to make up for lost time in this heat over there. But another great performance by Kika Veselko. Extremely efficient. I mean, she only had a 1 throwaway score, caught 3 waves, and 2 of them were better than a 4.53. Meanwhile, Sol Aguirre, huge moment for Peru overall, Shannon, because they needed this advancement. Daniela Rosas lost out. She's in the repechage, but both Arena Rodriguez and Sol will be moving through into the main round 3.
And that's huge because they're one of those more powerful nations coming into this year's competition for the World Surfing Games. Time has run out, and it will be Portugal and Peru advancing through, Philippines and Puerto Rico bowing out, but still having the opportunity in the repechage rounds through the week. So much more surfing to come. A few more heats to get through in this round before we hit the repechage for the afternoon, so stay tuned. More action coming up next.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different day. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
Welcome back to the action here in Surf City, El Salvador. We've just finished out this heat number 14. It was Sol and Francisca Kika, affectionately known, who advances through into the next round. Now taking a look at heat number 15 for women's round 2 out of 18 heats that will finish out round number 2. Brianna Cope, Mathea Olin, Norma Pioli, and Shino Matsuda, USA, Canada, Mexico, and Japan in the water. Shannon Hughes here alongside Mitch Salazar. Mitch, it's always a pleasure to call the action with you. No matter what sport, what division or discipline of surfing it is that we're talking about, we get to have the passion and have the energy, and it's just so fun to be able to see the level of surfing we've witnessed from the women today.
This is an incredible heat too. Brianna Cope has competed at the ISA level before for Hawaii, competing here now for Team USA because Hawaii isn't represented at the Olympic Games. They compete on the USA flag. Matea Olin from Canada, an excellent surfer. She should thrive in these kind of conditions. Norma, we call her Regina Pioli from Huatulco in Oaxaca, Mexico. And Shino Matsuda, an incredibly talented surfer coming out of Japan. Great goofy footer, excellent both on the forehand and on the backhand. But this young lady from Kauai, she's up and riding, going right, Shannon.
Having a look on her forehand. Nice wrap to start, and she'll kick out. So just getting those feet in the wax, so to speak. That's a very cliched surfing term that we use all the time. There's literally wax covering the surface of the board. Hopefully in temperatures of this degree, the wax stays on the top of the surfboard because with how hot that sunshine is through the middle of the day and how warm the water temperature is, there's been a little bit of like slipping and sliding out there today.
My key, base wax, base coat, you get it on, get a nice little layer. Every time you paddle out for a surf, just a small amount of foo wax. Don't go too crazy on it because with the amount of temperature and the heat, it'll actually start melting. And you don't want it to melt before you actually hit the water. You want it to slightly melt once you're out there. But a little bit of foo wax just on top is the key to success, at least for me, especially with all the rocks here. I got some info for you on Matea Olin, though. I went and judged their event, the Can-Ams that they had in April.
Yes.
First of all, incredible level of surfing. I see a lot of their surfers quite often in the regional scene in the United States and on the QS. But in February, Matea and Sanoa Olin, the sisters, made history. They both made a final of a qualifying series, first of all. First Canadian woman to qualify or to win a QS event, and they both were in there. I just think they're incredibly talented. They have a lot to give, and I expect big things from both of them in this event.
We're going to get into that conversation so much more because I love that. I love those record-breaking moments within surfing. We'll take a look at some live action quickly before we jump down to the beach to catch up with Jess. We can see Matea now. Nice snap off the top to start. Drive through the second. That's going to be the way to start out the heat. You can hear Team Canada with the whistles down on the beach. And we're going to go down to catch up with Jess Grimwood after we see this wave of Shino Matsuda. So a little bit of action happening for us. And Shino with a powerful front hand carve, setting herself up here now for a slam to finish. Nearly holds it on, just cannot quite get there. And let's go down to the beach to catch up with Jess Grimwood now.
Third time lucky. Thank you, Shannon. Yes, Kika, beautiful heat from you. You've already got one of the biggest heat totals of the event in the stats-wise. What is it that makes it so different for you that you're able to just handle the big conditions?
The big conditions? I got a lot of that at home, and I like bigger conditions. I feel really comfortable out there. And, yeah, I only got 2 waves. I wish I've gotten more, but I'll save it for the next heat.
And Team Portugal, you guys are so close, you're so gelled, and you have a lot of really great rivalry.
It pushes the level, and we competed against each other at the Portuguese Nationals and in Europe. So it's really good, and, you know, we're like family. We're here supporting each other. If we go against each other, of course, I'm not going to be friends with no one. But outside of the water, we're here all supporting, and we're having a good time because we're a tight team for sure.
You've had so much success already as well, you know, in your career for the juniors and for so many different heat wins I've seen you take. What would it mean and the importance to be on the podium, perhaps in gold for Portugal at the end of these games?
That would mean everything. I'm here to try to get a spot for the Olympics. Teresa's qualified already. Me and Yarlanda aren't. So I'm here trying to fight for my spot.
Bring it on. Love it. Love the attitude and love the energy. Thank you so much, Kika.
Thanks so much. Super direct and heavy for their team because Teresa's already in based on her injury replacement call-up she had for the CT this year. She's got those rankings because the points on the WSL side for injury replacements count towards the season. It's not like a normal wild card where you don't get points that qualify anything past that single event. So for Teresa, she's locked herself in for the Paris Olympics. Now, Yolanda Hopkins, who was in Tokyo, has to battle out against the up-and-coming World Junior Champion in Kika for that last remaining spot.
Yeah, and this was the wave that we saw right before the interview, Shannon. Shino with a couple of great carves right there. Went maybe too big with that last section, and that's the bend that the left has, that one section going towards you. This wave, though, comes in at a 6.5. Great start from Mateo Olin. Setup carve, and then a huge snap to finish. Airdrops out of it. That was good surfing right there. As I told you, groundbreaking performances by the Olin sisters at the QS level. And then Brianna Cope, just a 2-point ride here, the one setup turn, and she kicks out afterwards. Tall surfer coming out of Kauai, has good experience at the ISA level. But with these kind of conditions, I think, you know, the people that thrive in bigger, heavier surf should be the ones moving through. That's why I think Mateo Olin has a great shot of getting up into the podium. And Canada, to me, is a top 10 team. You know, I could even see them getting a medal at the end of this event too, Shan.
I wouldn't be surprised at all, you know, being able to see the crew that they have shown up with, the young brothers between Cody and Levi, Wheeler Hasberg, and then Sanoa, younger sister to Matea, and the young Aaron Brooks. All of them still now into the repechage rounds for a couple, but still with that chance to battle back through. And we're talking about names that are going to be taking over. They've already taken over global surfing, but a young Aaron Brooks, a young Wheeler Hasberg, Sanoa as well. The surfing is just unbelievable coming out of this younger contingency to match up with the older likes of Cody Young and Matea, who's currently in the water, that have been those two strong forces for Canada for the last 5 years.
Yeah, and both the young brothers represent Canada, but they grew up on Maui, so they're used to heavy surf. They're used to a lot of open water here in the Pacific Ocean, and most importantly, they come from a place that's tropical too. They're well acclimatized to these kind of conditions.
As we take a look at Shino Matsuda, she's taken out an ISA gold medal on the juniors level in the past. Super strong competitor. Nice check to finish on the inside section. And she's one of those surfers that was right there in the Olympic conversation for Tokyo. She was provisionally qualified.
But she was in.
She was in. And then her own teammate in Amuro Suzuki walked away with a finish just higher. And
so did Mahina Maeda.
So did Mahina Maeda. So it was between, again, just two surfers per gender per country. So for Mahina and Amuro, they walked through into the Olympics. Amuro found that bronze medal, which was incredible to think of the nation of Japan as a brand new sport for the first time ever to have surfing, that two of their surfers on the men's and women's side, Kanoa Igarashi and Amuro Suzuki, walked away with medals was incredible.
Yeah, it was huge for them. It really demonstrated the amount of impact that it had on, you know, the nation as a sport overall, and obviously as an Olympic sport too. Easily one of the best events I've ever seen. Big props to Italo for winning on the men's side. He went ballistic, but both Kanoa and Amuro really held it down for Team Japan. I was very impressed, and especially with the difference in conditions too. You were there calling it. It went from being very small and difficult to contest to being big and chunky and difficult to surf, and I thought that was perfect for the first iteration of the Olympic Games personally, because it really demonstrated that the most qualified and adaptable surfers were the ones that were getting medals at the end.
That's exactly what it was. The day before the competition kicked off, it was flat. There was hardly a breakable, surfable wave for the surfers in preparation leading up to it for a month. And then out of nowhere, the storm hit, that typhoon grew.
Yeah.
So many other sports were concerned about should they be running with all the different, you know, conditions given the number of sports running through the Olympics. Did they need to put themselves on hold? Where for surfing, the excitement grew because we went, there's going to be waves. There's a storm out there. It's going to kick up swell. Even if it's stormy, it's fine. It means it's going to be surfing and contestable. And that's exactly what we saw. The Olympics then ran with the original plan of a 4-day, needing 4 full days to run through. They could have obviously picked their way through in shorter days as well. But with that typhoon and that swell being about 3 days to capitalize on it, knowing that there's a likelihood on the 4th day that it could be really small again and unsurfable, They pushed through and ran in 3 straight days before we saw Italo and Carissa crowned the world champion, or sorry, the Olympic gold medalists, on top of their world titles that they already had.
And amazing. You see the qualification format here. 4 men and 4 women will directly qualify for Paris 2024 through this event. The highest ranking eligible man and woman from each 4 of the different regions, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Oceania. Obviously, you have Team USA, who's here to win gold overall as a team. But since 2 of the men and 2 of the women already provisionally qualified through the championship tour, we don't know who yet specifically, they're guaranteed a spot. But when it comes to Santiago 2023, the Pan Am Games, we're going to have 1 man and 1 woman clinch their spot through this event, which is huge. That's how both Luca Messinas and Daniela Rosas got in from Lima 2019.
That's right. Incredible performances there. So we're going to be qualifying 5 men and 5 women this event from the Americas region to be heading to Santiago at the end of the year for the Pan American Games. At that event, we'll then be taking the winners or the highest ranked surfers that don't have that qualification already to Paris. So there's a lot going on this week. There's a lot of pressure. And we've got surfers getting ready to paddle out in the next heat. We have Siqi Yang of China. She was featured in the press release yesterday and this incredible front hand snap down at Sunzal. She's been one of those surfers that we've been keeping a close eye on in women's surfing over the last year. Her rate of progression is quicker than anyone I have ever seen. And she is someone who's going to walk away with an Olympic medal in the coming years. I have no doubt about that, considering maybe those LA 28 games. That's a surfer that for China, the investment that they're pulling into their Olympic surfing programs, she's one that could easily be walking away with a podium.
Yeah.
Which is so wild to think about in the conversation because China is just now starting to come into that front of going, okay, there's some potential there. Maybe we'll start seeing it. But what they're showing on their rate of progression, their trajectory, if you were to draw like a scale, is going through the roof so much quicker than any other nation.
It's exponential. And we've seen it we saw it last year in Huntington Beach for the ISA World Surfing Games. We've seen it this year so far. She has one of the best heat totals of the opening round, a 12.17 heat total. In this round, though, different break, different kind of conditions. We shall see. But in this heat in specific, Shino Matsuda with a decent heat total. Mateo Olin still with the best wave of the heat, though, is 6.5. And meanwhile, Regina in green doesn't have anything better than 1.5. I mean, it's pumping. It's quite consistent. Are you out of position? Are you searching for the best waves? You need to be out of the lineup. You don't even see a number next to her color right now. She's not in the priority rotation. It seems like she's a bit too far inside to catch a lot of these waves. Same thing for Shino. She's not in the primary takeoff zone. So for Matea and Brianna, they're in great position to take advantage of this with 6 minutes to go, especially if you're Olin right now.
This is so true. Regina got that wild card call up for the WSL Corona Mexico back in 2021 as we take a look at live action from Matea. Beautiful line she's drawn so far. Makes it around that section. Starts to get to that scoring potential of the wave as she is way down on the right. We're going to lose sight of her there. And we'll track now with Shino Matsuda, setting herself up here. Check off the top. Wobbly wave. Hits the section well. She's going to try and stay low and compressed. She'll ride out of that with ease. Looking to increase on the 4.5, possibly on the board.
Maybe.
But it has been a slow heat. Just a single score or a single wave ridden up until this point for Matea, for Brianna, and for Regina, for Norma Pioli. And so waiting to see where they're at, if they're going to be able to get themselves another opportunity. Still 5 minutes to go, though. And Mitch, the number of heats that have been changed in the last 90 seconds today, there's been quite a few of them.
Yeah, I could easily count them on 2 hands. You know, that's what happens when the waves are good and when it's pumping like this. Everybody has a chance and an opportunity. Here's a chance for Brianna now on the right.
Setting her line, driving hard off the bottom. Great opening turn. Sets herself up now for the second. Nice work. As that wave starts to flatten out for her, she's going to stick with it, putting in a little bit of work here. Looking for that finishing section out of the island of Kauai. She spent a lot of time working with one of the great surfers, Rochelle Ballard, from the Women's Championship Tour from years ago. Rochelle nearly had that world title And she stood up for women's equality in the sport in J-Bay back in the day, and that lost her the opportunity for a world title that year. But it changed the standard of what women were being sent out in for conditions in the World Tour in those years. And now to see her pouring back into the next generation, the likes of Brianna Cope and the young surfers coming out of Kauai, has been monumental for that region of the world over the last few years.
Yeah, and Kauai is a place that just breeds talent. The Irons brothers, Dustin Barca, Sebastian Zietz, a former CT surfer. And now you see Brianna, you see Tati Weston Webb, who grew up on the island of Kauai, and Brianna, Gabrielle O'Brien also from there. The list could just go on, and I just feel like for such a small island, Kaimana Hakias, who was a former competitor here at the ISA level, it produces so much talent, even being so small, that it just goes to show you that the quality of waves rather than the quantity of them are so significant to a person's journey throughout their competitive career. In this heat, though, Brianna getting her best ride. She needs to hustle back out there. She has 3 minutes. I expect Mateo Olin to take the lead right here, only needing a 3-point ride. It's going to be a shakeup in the positionings right now, Shannon. There's still enough time for everybody to catch one more wave.
It's also going to change up that requirement on Brianna. Right now it's a 4.51, but that's going to increase as the score drops in for Lassa Matea. Score to come in for Shino as well, already sitting with a 5 and a 4.5. Regina there with a big requirement already of a 5.1, but that's going to increase. And coming down to the last couple of minutes, we'll be rolling through the rest of this main round 2. We have 3 heats to go after this, and then we will be heading into our women's repechage round 1 to round out competition today here at La Bocana. We've been running heats down at El Sunzal all throughout the day on the men's side of the draw, and they'll be rolling through into repechage as well. But here we're going to be running through the first 8 heats of women's round 1. Now those repechage heats are going to knock 5 minutes off the clock, Mitch. We're going from 20 at the moment, which seems short, to 15, which is even shorter. Trying to get 2 waves in that amount of time, more than possible, but now you're talking about bigger sections. You're talking 1 good wave, say on the right, is going to carry you so far down the beach that just to paddle back and be in position for the next set in that amount of time, there's going to be a lot of management that's necessary within those structured heats of the repechage rounds.
I went through it. I know what it's like.
We're going to be drawing on a lot of your experience this afternoon.
I still have quite a few nightmares from those repechage heats, but you know what? There's possibilities of you getting 2 decent waves in those 15 minutes. You just have to go out there with a real positive attitude and mentality. And you also need to have lower expectations as well. Don't be thinking you're going to get 2 waves in 15 minutes. Go out there thinking you just need to make it through the heat. And so far, we're still waiting on scores for this one. I mean, Mateo Olin and both Brianna Cope's waves went really far down the line. They're probably having to see different angles and whatnot. But they're crucial scores for this point of the heat. As a surfer and as a competitor, you need to be relying on instinct right now rather than just waiting on the opinions of the 5 people up there scoring you.
Yeah, that is great advice. A 3.80 for Lasta Matsuda, so she doesn't increase her lead in any way. Matea still just needing a 3-point ride. Down to the final 45 seconds. Into position now goes Cope, but she's just too late on the pop-up. Gets dragged over the falls. That was really difficult positioning for her. She would lose her first priority as well, but be swept out of position. As we see the Canadian team there waiting to find out, will Matea take the lead possibly with her last score? And there it is. It's a 4.13. Matea Olin into that first place position. Matsuda down into second. Last of Cope, we've got a 2 and we got a 4.27 on the board with just that 0.17 for the last. So the 4.27 is not enough to get her new requirement of a 5.23 to take the advancing position.
This last wave had the potential for that score, though, and just maybe out of position, waiting a bit too long, put her out of sync in this heat, and she's going to end up in the repechage now. Huge moment for both Canada and Japan moving through, though.
Yeah, those are massive results. Team USA losing one of their surfers to the repechage round. Team Mexico as well for Regina Pioli. We've got more action to come as we take a look at a little victory lap here from Matea coming into Team Canada. More to come. 3 heats left in our main round 2 and then into repechage on the women's side of the draw. Barton Lynch joined by Chris Cote to call the action right after this.
The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers.
Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip.
Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch to talk you through the action. And that sounds like an understatement. This seems like we're experiencing something above action. It is intense, it's dramatic, it's beautiful. The sport of surfing coming alive here at beautiful Surf City El Salvador. We have 2 breaks here that we're competing on, 2 podiums. Podium 1 right now is La Bocana, Anissa Flynn, Margarita Conde, Siki Yang, and Erica Berra. So this is women's round 2, 16. Barton, so far, what do you think of the level that we're seeing today at podium 1?
It's been amazing, hasn't it? We've seen the biggest scores that we've seen all event. The waves have come to play. It's the biggest waves that we've had for the whole event, as we see Team Costa Rica there watching on as Erica Berra in the lineup in the white. So two Asian countries, China, Thailand, and 2 Americas, Colombia and Costa Rica. Central America represented. Again, showing that international flavour. Look at the size of these sets. We've seen double, and when Erin Brooks dropped in on one, we knew it was triple overhead. So
that was 12-footer.
Yeah, massive amounts of opportunity out there. Rights, lefts, a big area too, competitive area, so you can find a spot to yourself if you so like.
Well, this is going to be a fun one because, you know, in the previous heats we had global superstars, Caroline Marks, Erin Brooks. You know, we had a lot of those big names that we're used to seeing on our TV screens. But in this one, we're going to have 4 relatively new-ish names. You know, all 4 of these young ladies definitely have competitive histories. But now that we see them in the elite level here at the ISA World Surfing Games, we get to know a little bit more about their skills and hopefully about their personalities in these post-heat interviews, which have been really stellar. Credit to Jess and Mitch today, doing it out there in the blazing heat and doing a really great job. It's so fun to meet, even, you know, meet some of the new faces, but also just get to learn more about some of our superstars, which we have done today. So still 20-minute heats. 2 surfers will stay in the main round and advance through. 2 surfers will find themselves in the repechage rounds, where you can continue your roll. It's just going to be pretty difficult because that's where things start to get in the elimination category of surfing.
Now, well, 18 heats in this round, so 2 more to go after this one. Then we go into that repechage round. We start to see our first ladies leave or exit the event. 15-minute heats. So the start's going to be all important in those repechage rounds. But I'm with you on this. I love the fact Thailand, you know, I don't know much about the surfing culture and scene in Thailand, but just before I was downstairs and yesterday afternoon, I got to call Sitipong Chapman in his heat. Nicknamed Henry, and he came up and introduced himself. We took a photo and invited me down there. And that's what's so fantastic about this event, is that connecting of our global community and meeting people from places you didn't even know had surf, and bringing that all together into an event. There is the winning and losing, but at the same time, there's always that stoke and celebration of just being a surfer, especially coming from, you know, even when I was a kid, Colombia, Costa Rica, and then especially, you know, China, I suppose. When you look at the history and go back in time, they were riding tidal bore way back, 10th century, I believe.
Silver Dragon?
Like the Silver Dragon back in the 10th century or something. And so there's deep roots there, and perhaps that's why we've seen them in a very short period of time improve so much and take to surfing so strongly. Siki Yang out there in the moment in the green for China. No waves ridden yet.
Yeah, they just happen to have paddled right back out into about a 10-wave set. So athleticism on display, no doubt. This is a place that does have, you know, Hawaiian-style power, so those big sets can take it out of you. Here we go, our first look at Erica Berra, representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica. One snap there. The wave kind of came up underneath her, forced her out the back. A decent start, but time has flown. We are at 13 minutes and 40 seconds already.
Oh, really? Wow. There was an opportunity there maybe to straighten the nose and the board towards the shore, get a low line down into that second closeout section and get a big second turn. But it is the first ride. It's a 2:17. I feel like with how fast time's gone already, with the size of the sets, how long it could take you to paddle back out if you get a wave and all of a sudden you're caught inside by a set, you know, you could lose 5 minutes just there. It's important to maximise the opportunities when you're on your feet.
Looks like a set marching through. Tide is pushing up right now. It's going to condense our field a little bit. We'll see if we have any takers here. Looks like Blue having a look. Can't quite get into that wave. Surfer in red right now, representing Thailand, has a really cool story. She is citing her favorite break as Kata Beach. But get this, she is a 3-time world flowboarding champion. Flowboarding, you know, stationary wave surfing. And if you've ever seen a competition in flowboarding, I mean, they are doing incredible acrobatics.
I remember, was it a decade or more ago when it was in its prime? The
Swatch
flow
wave,
riders
yeah.
were doing the tours around, and you would see them on the, you know, in the middle of on top of a building with bands playing, and they just had this amazing vibe going down.
Yeah, she actually grew up at a wake park, so she's a champion wakeboarder, and she is definitely an athlete with a lot of different disciplines. And she's very excited to be helping pave the way for surfing in Thailand. But with 11:50 on the clock, our surfers are just trying to settle in and find their spot in the lineup. As they do that, let's go down to the boardwalk where Jess is standing by.
Thank you very much. Team Canada, it's a roller coaster of emotions for you, Mateo, and I know it's such a big ask and there's so much energy that goes into a performance like that. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm definitely feeling good. I mean, out here, Anson's all like, they're both super fun waves, but they're definitely tricky to compete at. And just like trying to find 2 good waves and to get 2 good scores can be kind of a mission out there. But yeah, I'm happy to find a couple and make it through.
And I mean, Mitchie's already called Team Canada one of the top 10 teams potentially at the end of the games. I remember watching you as a really young girl qualifying in the QS in Australia. What's happened between then and now to take you to this level of performance?
I think I've just been learning so much every step of the way and just really like taking in each moment. But I think for like Team Canada right now, we definitely have the strongest team we've ever had, and like adding Erin onto the team is huge. She's actually inspires so many people, and like her surfing and her air game is so like beyond her years, I feel like. But I feel like the team we have right now just inspires like the local team back home in Tofino to start doing like putting more effort in and get inspired. So I feel like Canada can only like get better.
And you guys have got a pretty cool core surf scene back there at home, don't you? You have a lot of cool events, a lot of women surfing. When you go back home, do you do a lot of work with the Groms back there?
A little bit. I feel like the younger Grom crew, they have a big Grom crew and they all go together. I'm so lucky that I have my sister and like my boyfriend, so we kind of have our own crew. But I'm so beyond lucky that like Pete DeVries and like all the older people, Catherine, I learned everyone who like made Canadian surfing happen in Canada. Like, they've taken me under their wing, so that's kind of where I am today. And I mean, having that support back home, like, you go and find waves together, you push each other, and that's why we're all like the surfers we are today.
And I'm sure there's so many people at home, all your family, of course, and all the supporters of Team Canada tuning in. Would you like to say hello?
I would love to say hi to my mom and my little brother Maverick, and then my grandparents and my dad. I love you guys.
Congratulations and good luck going on through.
What up, Maverick? I know he's proud of his sister. What a performance there. Team Canada coming through. And Matea is a really bright surfer, and she definitely has a huge future in front of her. And we're seeing it all unfold in ISA competition. She came up through the juniors. Now she's competing here on the main stage in the ISA World Surfing Games. As we see a quick look now, Siki Yang representing Team China.
Nice wave selection down on the right-hander. Already a couple of good turns and waiting for it to stand up. Big closeout. Oh, that was unfortunate, the incomplete there. That was a great ride. Well selected, great position on the bank. You see a .23 and a 217 and a .5 and a 267. So nothing really on the board in this heat yet of consequence. That was the first wave that was going to sort of really take someone out into front and stamp their leadership in this heat. Unfortunately, the incompletion's definitely going to affect the way that score comes out.
Well, Siki was one of the surfers that had us fallen in love with Team China in Huntington Beach last year at the ISA World Surf Games. She was 13 then, she's 14 now. She is from Xicheng. She is your national champion from China, riding a Sharp Eye surfboard, surfs a lot at Ryu Bay. Other than that, not a lot of information. You know, she's a relative newcomer to the international surf world, but we're so happy to have her and can't wait to see what she does next. Quick look there from Anissa Flynn from Thailand.
Interesting to note on Siki's bio, it said hobbies, no.
No.
No hobbies.
Just surfing.
I
just want to surf.
Good stuff.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all.
I don't mind it either. I love it. Surfing is living, that's for sure.
It's a great sport, great hobby, great lifestyle.
You'd be the same as me. How happy are you?
Very.
You're a surfer in your life, you know. It's such a wonderful way to live, you know. It's cultural. You know, we're involved in the sporting part of things.
Look at our playing field. It's beautiful. Where do you get a better playing field than that? Name a sport where the playing field is as beautiful
and natural. Look at that. They've created a fantastic contest site here, but then you look behind into the jungles of El Salvador and you just see that beautiful green rolling hills, the countryside. So beautiful.
Yeah, and I give a lot of credit to the government of El Salvador. Surfing, just, they put that out front. You know, you land at the airport, it's Surf City El Salvador, and they've really made it a top priority to make El Salvador, you know, a surf destination on a global scale. They make it very easy to get down here, to get yourself from the airport to wherever you're staying. Lots of great resorts around. Surf City itself, right here, it's a big strip. And you've got everything from kind of backpacker style places all the way up to 5-star resorts. Plenty of spots to stay and plenty of waves to go around. There's not really a lot of places in the world where you would feel comfortable inviting 400 or 500 people to a small town to surf, but this place is holding, and there's plenty of waves. It's very consistent, so it handles a large population well. And you know, even El Sunzal, when it's crowded, I mean, you're getting waves. There's plenty to go around.
Absolutely. And that's what I noticed too. You get off the plane and it says Surf City, and it's lovely when we've both traveled to places where they don't necessarily want you there and experience that reception and that feeling. But it's just wonderful to be somewhere that wants you there, that's happy to have you there and
Feels
out
good,
to
right?
impress you, and you know, and it just creates such a great vibe at the base of this event to be here with that sort of attitude towards the event, towards all of this international field. And I think everybody's stoked to be here.
The only people that might not be stoked at the moment are the surfers right now, having to deal with another giant set wave that just steamrolled the whole lineup. I believe we see Anissa on the inside. Meanwhile, out the back with priority, you've got Erica Berra representing Costa Rica. Margarita Conde yet to get involved. She still has 5 minutes to go. Margarita, 27 years old, from Puerto Colombia, Prado Mar. She loves the spot called Isla Fuerte in Colombia. Her hobbies are making videos. She's got a coffee sponsor. Oh, can you imagine a Colombian coffee sponsor? It's called Coffee Surf. Or it might not be a coffee sponsor. It might just be a shop. But either way, Colombia has great coffee. So does El Salvador. That would be a fun tour, right?
Oh,
a coffee tour.
A coffee tour. Central America coffee tour.
We're in the zone for that right now. 4.5 to go. As it stands, Siki Yang, Team China in the lead. You got Erica Berra in second. Lisa Flynn in third. Conde fourth for now, but everything can change in a span of 4 minutes.
Looking at the arse, Chris, a 2.24 for Anissa from Thailand to go to second, and a 3.18 for Margarita, who hasn't even ridden a wave. So that shows how open this heat is. I can't believe there's only 4 minutes to go. That definitely flew by for me, and I imagine it flew by even faster for those guys in the water. For Margarita, you'd be at that point where I feel like unless you've got a specific place and a target, you go, they're the ones I'm going to get, it would be quite easy to get lost out there because there's kind of waves everywhere. So I think determining exactly where you want to sit, exactly the waves you want to catch, and going to that place, but then having that open mind to adapt if you need to, pretty important as well.
Siki Yang in green, as you see on screen right now, caught her right, got swept way down the beach. You would need binoculars to find her at the moment, but as always, our production team right on top of it. Quick up and down there. Another wild heat for different reasons than the previous heats, but as this tide, as we've been mentioning, starts coming in, condenses everything, packs a punch, you know, and you add to that a little bit more tumultuous water, a little bit more wind here in the afternoon, and your conditions are going to be a little bit more challenging.
Because the tide's high, it's got more water. It even gets thicker, doesn't it? And as you say, it doesn't dissipate strength on the outside. It just holds that strength all the way onto the inside. Here we go. Front runner.
In position, and she's got it. Nice looking right-hander, double overhead, down the line. Bam, straight up the lip, slide in the tail. Disappears. So that was...
Margarita got one. That's good.
Margarita got a snap there. Love the look of that turn for Siki Yang. She almost came down with it. That would have been an incredible snap, tail slide, almost lip slide. She's projecting down the line. She's fully in control, but an explosion underneath her knocked her off her board. So love the effort. Love the intent that she had there. It's not going to be deemed to make. Yeah, she's
young, mate. So the level of surfing she's displaying for her age is world class. And you can imagine you put another 6 years and she's 20 years old, China could have, gold medal aspirations with that young lady. Well, this is the replay of that wave. That was a nice cutback at the start. Unfortunate there wasn't a completion there because she threw it right up into the lip.
This is that turn we loved from Siki.
Drives out of the bottom and slides the tail. Just you can see kind of wound the windows up, as they say, a little bit there. Having a go, though, charging on those big sections down on the right-hander.
Surfer in white. Erica Berra, representing Costa Rica, completes a combination of major maneuvers, jumps off her board. And that's going to be a meaningful score. Yeah,
it's going to get rid of that one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to go through the roof, but it's definitely going to get the Pura Vida Costa Rican team hyped. A win is a win. Doesn't matter how many points you have on the board. As long as you're advancing through in first and second, you're doing well for your team.
And you don't need to show everything right now.
Right.
It's good to keep some stuff in the back pocket and save that for the right time. It was always, I mean, it's superstitious, I suppose, but I always used to feel like you didn't want to go out there and blow up when you didn't need to, you You save that for the moment you need it. 35 seconds on the clock. Erica Berra got what'd she get for that one? A 3.10. So her best score, solidifying her second place.
Yeah, and these girls have definitely had to work for it. They had a lot of sets that came in at inopportune times for their positioning, but it looks like they got clean water ahead of them. Possible set coming through in time. 14 seconds left. As it stands now, Yang, Team China, looking good for advancement, along with Erica Berra. Of course, we always have to wait till that buzzer blows to make it official. And there it is. China, Costa Rica, getting through. Marguerite Conde and Anissa Flynn will head to the repechage rounds. Both of them put up a valiant effort, and they will have one more opportunity to stay in this competition. But we want you to stay in this competition. Keep locked onto this channel. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023 edition, and we'll be right back. Day 2 here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games featured incredibly fun waves and, of course, a diverse and stacked field.
Make sure you're watching these surfers who get the best scores position themselves.
Mexico's Alan Cleland Jr., AC2, got an 8.93, absolutely devastating surfing on his way to a victory. Ethan Ewing doing Ethan Ewing things, dropping a high 8.5, absolutely lacerating through every wave he caught at La Bocana. Keone Lassa doing it for Venezuela, dropping an 8.5. Incredible surfing from this young Venezuelan.
Perez, as he is up and riding, snap into the lip, looking for that second corner.
Always special to have an ISA in El Salvador. Always like the waves are fun, the people's nice in here, the waves firing, Bocana, Sunsal, so many spots to go surf. It's a paradise for every surfer from here.
Sol Aguirre on that power pack Team Peru with an 8.5 at El Sunsal. One of the leaders of the French team, Joanne Defay, came through dropping a huge number, a 7.83. Francisca Kiki Vaselko did it for Team Portugal, dropping a high 7.5 with incredible surfing like this.
Yeah, it felt good to get the first heat out the way. I was a little bit nervous. The first heat's always like that, but I got a couple waves, and it's really fun out there, just me and 2 other girls. And yeah, I'm here to try to get my spot, and I'm really excited.
With more swell on the way, Day 3 is promising to be another epic day of surfing here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Great recap there of Day 2 action at La Bocana and El Sunsal, and we're right back into it. Another epic matchup in the water, this time featuring a little bit of friendly fire. 2 surfers representing Team New Zealand, Ellie Harrison and Paige Hareb. Or excuse me, Australia, New Zealand, Italy, and Spain represented here. Ellie Harrison, Giada Lagati, Nadia Aristobe, and Paige Hareb. So a great international field. Is there a rivalry between Australia and New Zealand in the surf world?
In any world.
Any
sport, any world, any time. The jokes that fly, they tell Australian jokes, Australians tell Kiwi jokes, and there is a strong rivalry there. And I suppose back in time, though, you know, we went to war together, we fought together alongside each other, so there is a strong camaraderie. But in good, you know, in good fashion, we like to have jokes at each other's expense. Yeah, very similar flags. That's right. Paige Hareb, we've seen a lot of her over the years. Seasoned campaigner, goofy footer, great surfer.
Giada, replay of the Italian surfer.
Legati. That sounds Italian. Does a beautiful re-entry there. Will she stay on her board through the white water? Well done. That was that's going to be a good score. Can't wait to see where the judges go with that. Good signs early for Italy as well.
Yeah, I like the subtleties at the end of that wave. You really have to make it clear to the judges that you're in control. You know, you don't have to necessarily claim it or put your arms up or do anything like that, but stand a little bit taller than you might, you know, when you're free surfing, when you're in the white water, just making sure they know that you've ridden out into the flats. And there is a fine line between a make and a fall and an incompletion. I feel like your nose has to be out in front of the whitewater. The flat of your board has to be out in clean water in front of the whitewater, as she just did right there. It's a small, subtle thing, but it's very meaningful. You know, it could make your score, as we saw earlier, a 1 to a 9. So it's just making it clear they've ridden out, and that's something that I'm sure a lot of these surfers have learned early on, and by watching events like this.
And literally, we did see that, didn't we? A 1.5 turn into a 9 with the interpretation of complete or not. And so
15-14 on the clock. Giada gets a score, a 5.83. Nice start for her.
Great start.
And a big wave for Ellie Harrison. She gets around that big section. Beautiful carving snap, just pushes a little too hard. So what happens there when you're midway through that turn? What was the reason that she came disconnected from her board?
When we, hold on, we'll get to that. And when we see the replay, we'll run through it. Paige Harrop.
Nice power hook by Paige Harrop. We're used to seeing that. She's been a solid surfer for a long time. Spends her time out of the water, boxing, physical
seen that
fitness.
too, yeah.
She's rad. Surfer in green, Nadia, representing Spain, up and under and into oblivion.
And that wave that you referenced, the 1.5 to 9 that we saw earlier, it's going to inspire these ladies to go for it. And that's what I feel like we just saw there from Nadia. She went at that lip. That was a low percentage play, but it's going to be rewarded in a massive way if you make it. And that's the type of surfing you've got to do to get through. 1.33 because it was incomplete. You make that and it could, who knows where the score could go. Here's the wave you were referring to. She's pumping, waiting to get around the whitewater, goes up into the lip, and she kind of got a little bit sort of on that inside rail and a little bit forward, and so that nose dug in. Paige snaps there. Nelly, perhaps there was time for a second, but that big section coming at her most probably would have meant it was incomplete. Chose to stay in control, do the quick pin drop and get back out the back.
We got 63 flags flying on the beach. Record number of competitors here at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. It's a good look of where you could be. Get yourself down here, Surf City, El Salvador. I can't promise you a good time, but 99% sure you're going to have an amazing trip if you come down here. But we got 12 minutes and 58 seconds to go. Take a look back at what Natalie did on that last wave. A lot of bravery on display here. That's a power section right there.
That was inspired. She charged at that lip. Was close to making it. Look, she's still there, but she's engulfed, and she is at this very moment in the washing machine. Spin cycle. But that's the type of surfing, the type of approach. Although at the beginning of a heat, it's maybe better to surf a little more conservatively and get some scores and then go for it like that. But that wave, that's all that wave had in it.
Yeah, that was,
it had no
only
option.
one option, right?
Yeah, there was one option. You had to go, and she did. So, you know, even the coaching staff with the incomplete, you'd be like, oh, good on you for having a go. That's the way to approach it. The 3.77 drops for Paige Harrop for that one snap. So that was worthy.
Decent start there. Your current leader is coming up next. They're stacked heat. Super talented surfer is going to hit the lineup in about 12 minutes. Right now, we're trying to figure out which two surfers will be advancing on in the main round. As it stands right now, it's Giada Legati, 22 years old. Born and raised in Bali. Her favorite break is Canggu. For Italian heritage, she got the call up, and there she is again, snapping her way to a solid finish. She has a good competitive resume, got a third place in a couple QS events. She was born in Monaco, raised in Indonesia, half Italian, half Argentinian. Truly a global citizen, but I'm sure Italy is very excited to have her on their team. Probably the best team they've ever fielded in ISA competition, and I can kind of see almost behind me, their flags are flying high. Here we go. Nadia.
Down the beach on the right-hander.
Way down there. It's getting pretty critical on that inside section. There's a lot of water moving out, in, sideways. all over the place. There's just a lot of water moving around in general right now.
And some of them, yeah, there is. And some of the waves you see, they look clean. As we see Paige Harrop jump off that one on the inside because she didn't have the priority. Legati had the priority, pumping through to the inside. Things weren't going so well really on that wave. It was looked a little awkward until that last turn where she was loosened up and through the tail, 3-1-7. So 2 scores on the board have the Italian in the lead.
It looks like a little bit of a break in the action. That means our surfers have the chance to get back out in the lineup, and that gives us the chance to catch up with Siqi, standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, this is a pretty special moment, actually. We've been friends for quite a while, since a few games ago, and to take the win, you got washed all the way down to the next break, and you came back and kept fighting. You must feel good.
就是说你这个被这个大浪阻浪给冲下去了，完了又回来了，取得了第一，你感觉怎么样？
就是及时的保持冷静，然后呢，及时利用暗流滑到等浪区，但是还是浪费了很多时间。
Yeah, just keep calm and using the current, take her out and get a wave, but still waste a lot of time. Yeah.
So super critical of her own surfing still, but I mean, for me, you're actually my screensaver at the moment because of the type of surfing you put down in the competition. I think that you can be a potential medalist at the games one day. Do you feel the same about your own surfing?
他说你这个昨天的表现非常好，完了以后呢，他用你昨天的这个精彩的一个时刻作为了他的手机的屏保。完了以后呢，他觉得你在未来会成为一个非常好的优秀运动员，甚至能够取得冠军。你觉得怎么？奥运会冠军？
我觉得说得很好。
Yeah, that's good. She feels same.
I think that's a big yes for her. Now, guys, seriously, the future of surfing that's coming out of China at the moment is incredible. And just one more question. We want to know more about Siqi and what you like outside of surfing. What do you enjoy to do?
除了就是他想再问你最后一个问题，除了冲浪以外，你还喜欢其他什么运动？
篮球 basketball.
Basketball.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. It was so good for me to do your first interview. If you would like to say anything back to the rest of the supporters at home in China.
你想给这个在家里面的人说点什么？支持你的，帮助你的？
谢谢我的队友，然后还有我的教练支持，还有我们在国外的韦德教练，还有我们的领队，还有我们的训练的教练，很感谢这几个月的。
Yeah, thanks especially the team manager and our foreign coach Wade and the teammates for the support and the coaches. Yeah, thanks.
Well, thank you so much. This is Team China, guys. Keep a good eye on particularly the ladies.
Great to learn more about Siqi and Team China. And I did understand 2 things there. Skateboard, so she's a skater. Love to hear that. And the smile on her face when asked about her chances at medaling in the future told us everything we needed to know. Love the global sport of surfing. 7 minutes, 14 seconds to go. Paige now getting involved in a powerful way. She's currently in second place. She's got a 3.77 and a 3.33. We'll see if that helps her improve a little bit there. Giada still in the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.4. So things happening in the lineup for Nadia, who I would have suspected earlier to be more involved. She's a really good surfer, you know, a veteran for sure, and has been in a lot of heats, but that's just telling as to the challenge that these surfers are facing. And right now, if you look out there on your screen, you'll see waves bulldozing through. Did get an update. Kevin Wallace at Surfline just a few moments ago. And what we're seeing right now is, as they say, strong surf. And it's going to be continuing on Saturday, easing temporarily on Sunday, but we're going to start seeing solid surf again Monday, Wednesday. That's June 5th and June 7th. There's a south-southwest swell moving in with light and favorable AM winds in the next couple days. So it's looking like it's going to be 6 to 8 and 8 to 10 for the remainder of this event. We love to hear that. And now you know, some of these surfers have definitely gotten some practice. They got some reps out in the water. So as the waves increase, so is their knowledge and experience. So I think that's just going to help with the performances we're going to see for the rest of this contest.
That was one of the biggest sets. The ladies we could see duck diving then were out the back. And that was a big set that came and broke way outside and just bulldozed its way through the lineup. A 4.4 drops for Giada of Italy, consolidating her place in first, and Paige Harrop there in second. With the 3.77 and 3.33, ordinarily wouldn't be too stoked on those scores, but given the difficulty in the lineup right now, I wonder how big Kevin Wallace would be calling this. Well, we've seen some, 10, 12-foot faces, I would say, early on some of the very biggest sets. Ellie Harrison there in the red.
4 to 6 would be a safe measurement.
Very safe. What's that? That's head high though, isn't it?
4 to 8.
Overhead 8. Yeah, it's
solid. Let's just say it is solid.
It's maybe bigger than Kevin's calling, and if that's the case, we're going to have some really big waves coming up. Ellie Harrison.
All right, Ellie Harrison, again, a very similar look to her previous wave. Just a lot of water smashing her around, and she goes down, unable to get around that section. So the right is changing. We saw just a few heats ago that right was nice and open. But right now, it seems to be a little bit trickier to identify a good one. Again, that right that probably looked like it was going to offer up something just kind of disappeared under her feet. So both Nadia and Ellie right now just kind of on the wrong side of wave selection, but I can't fault them because what they saw earlier, right? 8s, 9s, all day long.
Yeah.
But with that tide switch, maybe the wind switch, maybe it's time to start thinking about that left a little more.
Well, especially with 3 minutes and 55 on the clock. Ellie's only had a 1.07 and a 0.5. That score to come in, we don't see that being much. She's looking for a 6.03, so it's quite a big score. But I've known her since she was a little girl. She used to come to the blast-off with her family, one of the first Victorian families to come up to the event. And she's got brothers that surf. The family are great. So I've watched her come through now. She's here representing her country. It's a big moment. There's a lot of pressure in that. She's a much better surfer than she's been able to show us, given the waves that she had. Let's see if that can change right now.
I think it's going to change. You can feel it right here. Bam, there we go.
Oh.
No!
You and I are feeling it, eh?
That hurt.
That hurt. It
that hurt
us.
Because that was a beautiful looking turn.
And it was a steep section, and again, the board looked like it got a little stuck in the top of the wave, didn't it? That's twice where that turn, similar style of turn, hasn't produced the results. Still got time, though.
Yeah, and she's still right in this. I mean, you look at the scoreline, right? Nadia has a 2.26 total. Elliot with a 1.57 total. So Paige, even with a 7.10 total, definitely not safe right now. She's sitting on two relatively low scores. Giada Ligeti, she's looking good. She's in the double digits with 10.23, but still a 6, a 7, change everything in this heat.
And it speaks to the value of a strong start. Doesn't have to be, barnstorming like an 8.67 like we saw Caroline Marks get, but even a 5 and a 4, something like that just creates a foundation for you. You really need to focus on those first two waves with good conservative wave selection and completion on the wave face. Takes all the pressure off, then you're able to build, and even if you don't, you've got that foundation in place. And that's what we saw the Italian do in this heat. Giada Ligeti did exactly that, 5.83 for the first, then got that 3.17, which at the time, and still at this moment, she could be counting that and be in an advancing position, improved to the 4.4 and consolidated a lead. 1 minute 45 on the clock. Chris, look at the size of this set.
Giada is well coached by one of the all-time greats of surfing, Adriano de Souza. I would love to have Adriano coaching me.
Yeah.
Just every day.
Yeah.
Get me out there surfing better. You can imagine the wisdom that he provides to his team. Even Leonardo Fioravanti, Jesse Mendez. Those guys are incredible surfers, obviously. But when Adriano speaks as a coach, you definitely listen, and your team gets better for it.
Yeah, and he's a natural leader. He was the leader of the Brazilian Storm. He was sort of the one who was the first to kind of start charging through. And although Medina won the world title before him, here we go. Look at this. Paige again.
On the wrong side of priority there, but here we go. This is your heat leader. Legati now with a big searing carve straight through the danger zone. Kenny Loggins called. Wants his carve back. That was awesome.
And great blocking of Paige Harrop now twice. So where she has positioned herself when she's had priority has prevented two scoring opportunities for her second place surfer. So she's surfed well, and strategically she's done really well in that department with the use of priority as well.
Great show of team unity here. And here's that priority play right there. So to the untrained eye, why did that surfer in white have to jump off her board and give way to blue?
Because if the surfer with priority chooses to take the wave and you impede their scoring potential, you will be marked an interference. And that more or less eliminates your chance of progression. So great performance there from Italy.
And I love that. You know, the whole team came out. We're seeing that heat after heat. The entire team there representing, supporting. So with that, Team Italy and Paige Harrop from New Zealand move on through. Nadia Aristrobe from Spain and Ellie Harrison from Australia, shockingly heading for the repechage round. We got more surfing to come. Women's division rolls on. This is the ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City, El Salvador.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023 edition. We're looking for Olympic athletes to come out of this contest and head straight to Paris 2024. Chris Cote here with Barton Lynch. I want to welcome all of our viewers here. You're in for a treat. Women's round 2, heat 17. Heat 18 will be coming up. So we just witnessed a great performance from Team Italy. And it will not be an overstatement to say you're going to see great performances for the rest of the day, because after this heat, then we start to see, you know, ferocity at play. The repechage rounds will be coming up. Our first look at elimination surfing. And we want to know how you're watching, where you're watching, who you're cheering for. Get involved online. Here's all the ways you can do it. Go to Instagram. Show your support. Show your stoke. We have 63 nations for you to choose from. Why don't you start putting some flags on that Instagram page? Tell us who you're going for.
Facebook, Twitter.
We got it all. We got it all.
Can't.
It's a one-stop shop.
No excuse. And then the website's got amazing information. We use that as a resource ourselves.
All day long. Here you go. Your current conditions, 4 to 6 feet. What I like to look at is right down there, 88-degree water. Been getting reports from Southern California. They're not great, Barton. Gray. Water's still cold. And I'm sorry. All I can say is jump on a flight. Avianca Airlines can get you down here in just a few hours. And as you can see, as you read right there, 88 in the water, about 88 on the land. It is moist. It is warm. But it's vacation weather. That's what it is, Bart.
Vacation weather, all right. And I was just up there on the weekend for the National Board Riders Final at Lower Trestles. Got to call that, and all my Californian friends, it was overcast. They were like, it's been like this for months. We haven't seen... And a little bit of sun popped out, and you just saw the joy come over people. Not down here. You're hoping the sun disappears for a little bit.
There's no hoodies needed. No pants needed. It's trunks. Flip-flops, that's about it. We're live from Surf City, El Salvador. Great heat in the water. We have Camilla Kemp, Herrera, Yolanda Sakira, Hopkins, and Pelizari. So Argentina, Portugal, Peru, and Germany represented in this heat.
Again, an international heat. Little delay there until the start. Just kicked off. We heard the siren. The last heat of round 2's underway.
And here we go. Camila Kemp, Galari Carreras, Yolanda Sequeira, and Ornella Pelizari. Argentina, Portugal, Peru, and Germany represented. Fun game you can play along at home. Flag identification game. It's not as easy as you may think. But right now, she's making it look easy. Jess Grimwood is standing by with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you very much, guys. You kind of look surprised when you made it into the rocks there. Giada, what was the feeling when you realised you'd advanced through against some of the power nations as well?
Well, yeah, I was pretty surprised because I couldn't really hear what was going on at like the right, so I wasn't sure if they were doing better or not. So when I came in, my team was like, cheer you pass. I was like, oh, really? Like all excited. But, you know, the conditions are pretty hard out there, especially like the power of the wave here. I have a little dent because the wave just like smashed me down to the rocks.
Well, you're a very talented woman. You're a talented commentator and a very, very talented surfer. How is it feeling in that team, Italy? You guys have such a strong backbone to your team this year.
Yeah, the team is feeling like really strong this year, and we're super connected. It really feels like family. The energy is great, and everyone's always here supporting each other, and you can really feel like we want to be there and we want to be, you know, holding each other and do you need this or that, and the cheering is really great. We're making our own chants, so it's feeling really good to be here with the team.
And what about just a quick nod to the conditions? I mean, every heat it seems to get at least half a foot bigger. Were you feeling that rise in the swell and the energy out there then?
Yeah, I was definitely feeling it. Every set, there's so much water here, so when you duck dive, you really feel the power. And I've been here like 5 times, and I've never seen it below my shoulder. So this place picks up so much swell. It's going to be great to see how it's going to get the next few days, because I think there's a big swell coming through, so we're definitely going to be, you know, pulling out the step-ups and stuff.
Did you bring any step-ups over here?
Yes, I brought my Happy Traveler 6'1" and my 5'10" CI Pro. So they're feeling really good, and I'm excited to use them out here as well.
Beautiful. For all your family, friends, all the Team Italy fans and supporters back at home.
I want to thank our federation, Le Fiamme Oro, for having us here, for this opportunity. My mom, Anna and Luna, because she's having a really tough time, and I know they're in the hospital right now. And I know I'm doing this for Anna because she loves Italy, and, you know, a big kiss and hug for everyone back at home.
Beautiful sentiment. Thank you so much. Good luck going on through, Giada.
Great reminder that, you know, with these beautiful stories we have our competitors bringing to us here, you know, there's also a lot happening in all these young athletes' lives. So it's really cool that that moment right there, kind of a great explanation of, you know, look, when we paddle out into these heats, we bring everything, of course, from land with us, but if we're able to focus and for that 20 minutes, like Giada did right there, you know, good things will happen. But I love that she came back to land and, you know, her world opened back up. So very cool to get to know a little bit more about her. Jess Grimwood on the case and doing an incredible job introducing us to some of these wonderful human beings. Human being above athlete, you know, human first, athlete second, but great stories all around.
Yeah, we've had great interviews the whole event, and you know, sometimes you just get that I'm playing it heat by heat, and they don't give you anything. The cards are kept close with people opening up and sharing themselves, as we see. That's our first
Team Ukraine.
Yeah, in this elimination round or repechage round that involves eliminations.
That's going to be fun. That's like rapid fire surfing, 15-minute heats. Ooh. We are going to blast through the beginnings of that round and then resume tomorrow. So with 15 minutes on the clock now, learn a little bit more about Yolanda Sequeira, currently in second place. Surfing for Team Portugal. She was born and raised in South Portugal. Moved to Sines, 1 hour south of Lisbon when she was 19. She's been surfing since she was 8 years old. It's her passion. She's got big dreams, big hopes. She wants to compete in the Olympics in 2024. And she represented her country, in her words, pretty good in the first Surfing Olympics in 2020, so she hopes to do it again. And I love this statement, Barton. She says, I am here to smash it. I can't wait to qualify for Chopo.
Yeah.
There are people who want it. There are people who are yet to decide. Yolanda wants it. And I think if she can achieve that goal, she's going to put on a great show for us at the end of the road in Tahiti as part of Paris 2024.
Watched her on the Challenger Series and the QS, and she's such a competitor. She's always down there early in the morning, and I remember a day at Haleiwa that was big and ugly, and not many people were going out to warm up because I wasn't even sure the event was on. Yolanda was out there more or less on her own, charging at it. She is so brave, so courageous, and so driven. There's so much to like about her. In and out.
Kemp in and out real quick.
2.5 on the board, and then a 0.83 for Yolanda. So really this one hasn't got going. 14 minutes left, 6 minutes have passed. So really in those next heats when they go to 15 minutes, there's going to have to be an absolute focus on the start, getting into great positioning before the siren even goes. So the minute that siren goes, you're in a position to start scoring points, because here we go, red's up and riding again. Third wave, and they're all looking a little bit straight and closed out on her.
How long do you think it takes on average after you catch a wave? Let's say you catch a left. How long do you think it's going to take you to paddle back out to the takeoff zone?
The left doesn't take too long. I reckon a couple of minutes maybe. 2.5, you think?
The right could be 3, 4.
Exactly.
I mean, we saw Sichi in that last heat get swept way down. Here we go. Surfer in white, Ornelia Pellizzari, representing Team Argentina. She's even got the Argentinian flag airbrushed on her board. Love to see that. Bam. Solid finish.
Hear the shouts from the beach through our headphones. Feel like that's most probably the best wave of the heat so far. Definitely the longest. Look at this big set.
It's going to be surfer in green. Yolanda Sakura on her backhand. Up and into it. One of the few surfers that we've seen going with the Barton Lynch full traction.
There you go. Love
you ran that for your entire career and to this day as well?
Yeah, I do either that or full wax, one extreme or the other. But definitely was the first guy to kind of start riding the full decks, and I loved it. I didn't wax my board for like 8 years, never waxed. And especially if you're traveling from hot climates to cold climates and you're internationally traveling, not having to change that wax all the time and have that consistency underfoot was a really good thing. And you imagine here with the hot water, that would be, I see an advantage in that for sure. How was that turn?
That was
first turn.
Great.
Going to be the best score of the heat, you would imagine.
You know, if something's fun to watch and gets you hyped, the judges are feeling the same way. They're all surfers. I mean, all these judges are really great surfers, so they know exactly what they're looking at. You know, if we get fired up, it's more than likely they're getting fired up as well. You see a look there. Current leader after this last wave, Pellizzari, Team Argentina.
4.33 for this one. Into that finishing turn. Completes it. 4.33 is a good score at this point in time. This one's going to go higher, I imagine. Watch this first turn. Waits patiently straight up into the pocket. Snaps. A bit of lip falls over the top of her. Drives down. And this feels like a smart move right there. Could have tried to get the close out, got washed further in, had a longer paddle. We recognise that in the preceding heats, people haven't even got their 2 scores. So that was quite smart because she knew that the work had been done. It was a big turn. It's going to be a decent score, and I may as well just finish this one, stay out the back and take advantage of the time.
It's the little things, right? It's the little things that count, because you're right. That would have eaten a lot of time had she tried to do something in there. I mean, that's the difference of getting right back out in about 30 seconds to maybe a 2-3 minute paddle out from that left. So smart surfing there from Yolanda. There's a reason why she was one of the world's first surfing Olympians. She is a great surfer, you know, has a lot of competitive knowledge as well, and currently in the lead.
Yeah, 4.67. In my mind, I felt like it might have been a little bit better, but maybe the judges are saying, hey, there was another turn in that one. We want to see you go all the way. You know, if you're going to take the easy road out of the situation, you might not get all of the score you potentially could have off that wave.
Down to the halfway mark, Yolanda Sakura in the lead. Ornelia Pellizzari in second for now. Camilla Kemp She's got a lot more to offer us. She's just got a 2.5 now and a 0.5. Jolari Carreras from Team Puerto Rico, currently in 4th.
But with the first priority, so that's a good thing. I suppose you look at it too and you go, well, they're only 4s. You know, it's a good question. Would you rather have a 4, 6, 7 or first priority at this point?
Ooh, can you trade? Can you trade off in the water?
Bit of both. Yeah, I almost feel like given the difficulty in wave selection and being in the right place at the right time, I'd most probably take the 4, 6, 7 at this point.
Here we go, surfer in white trying to add to her scoreline. Quick snap, gets a little backwash aided airdrop off of that floater, so added a little bit of flair and drama to a seemingly benign maneuver, but she will be rewarded for maintaining control there.
And forced that second turn, got a 2-point ride, but I suppose maybe worth forcing it. You know, there wasn't, what else do you do, cut through?
You're already up and riding.
Yeah, exactly.
So the judges, of course, watch these heats beginning to end. Every second is covered, every angle is covered. Here we see that overview of those flags, and here is your format for today. Most of our teams consist of 3 men and 3 women. Some teams, they just don't have the depth of field, but they're allowed 3 men, 3 women. Top 2 waves, as we've been saying. Here's your judging criteria. All these words put together just mean they want to see radical surfing and a variety of it. Speed, power, flow. Can't argue with that.
Been those words for a long time, hasn't it? They've been the same words, the same concepts of what makes good surfing. And out of the controversy off the back of the surf ranch, I had a few people reach out to me and say, well, style's not in the, you know, people talk about Ethan Ewing's style, how wonderful it is. Well, style's not in the criteria, but I don't know there's ever been a great surfer or someone win an event without a good style.
Flow.
It's just
style. I would say style falls into that flow category, right? Because that's how you know, the judges look at flow, like linking your maneuvers, like we're seeing right here from Camilla Kemp. You know, they don't want to see you overdo it too much, you know, hand jive or body movement to get between turns. They want to see everything linked together nicely. That's the flow element there. Speed is pretty obvious. You know, power comes in different forms. On rail, or, you know, we see power surfers that are able to launch off the lip like Gabriel Medina.
Yep.
That's like a switch, right? He gets all power up into the lip and then flicks on the lightness and goes just weightless in the air and lands, and then usually wraps it up with a big power turn.
Then there's like Sonny Garcia, Johnny Boy Gomes type power. It's just brute force
Raw
in a
power,
moment, but still stylish. That's why it does become, you know, people, there's a big call to define this criteria and understand it, but it's a really difficult thing to define, because good surfing takes on so many different faces and in different moments, different types of waves, different moments. It always, you know, different things can appeal to you. And the energy, I always felt like the energy that you brought to your performance, the way you did what you do, people feel it. If you're just watching surfing, that's one thing. The judges watch surfing all day. When someone goes out and they feel the performance, that's when you get the big scores, because they're emotionally connected to your energy. And that's something that's within the grasp of every competitor, is to energetically influence the things around them with what they bring to the heat. Complex.
Yeah, very, very complex. And I like that the judges are not swayed by cheers, hoots, hollers, whatever drama came before or after the events. You know, they're all very focused on what's happening on the wave at that time.
Camilla
will
Kemp's
not be
gone to the
swayed. Yeah, there you go. Camilla Kemp came through. 3.97 and a 2.5. Here we go. This heat is starting to heat up, as they say. This is Jolari Carreras. Being from Puerto Rico, she's no stranger to wild open ocean conditions like we're seeing right now at La Bocana. And that was a freight train right behind her, chomping at her heels. Yolanda Sakita now, she's up and out.
The sides there wasn't much worth in trying to get that last closeout turn. Great for Yolari to get a wave, get going. She only got 5 minutes 30 left in this heat, so that was an important wave, just to because sometimes you just get frozen, you get stuck, and you can't. We call it rhythm, don't we? Or you just can't get any rhythm with the ocean. You can't find a wave. You can't buy a wave. Once you surf, though, that's your chance to get back into rhythm.
And here we go, Yolanda on her backhand. Doesn't like the looks of that one. Probably another good decision there. That was going to be a wild ride if she tried to stay involved with that one. No clean open face on that wave, so she's going to get back to the outside. 5 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go now, 4.5. So Camilla Kemp with that 3.97 in the lead, but it is a precarious lead because everyone's well within striking distance.
Big, powerful sets in the ocean today, Chris.
It's a good workout right there. That's why a lot of people who try to learn how to surf as adults can get turned off by it because it's very physical, and if you're not used to that muscle movement, I've seen more than a few adult learners come in and go, why would anyone ever do that?
I've taken, rugby league players, big, strong, brutish guys who are used to running into other men and just taking them to the floor like a UFC fighter or something. You get them on a surfboard and they start paddling and they're so out of breath. And you've got to be comfortable being uncomfortable, haven't you, in the ocean? Because there's that sense of you not being in control. And if you're a control freak who likes to be in control and you try surfing, it can be a real challenge because you're never in control.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I give a lot of credit to all of our surfers for getting out there. And I think we're going to see a lot of that in the up-and-coming repechage round heat. Maybe some of these surfers with not as much experience, they're going to show their grit. So while you might not see, perfect 10s from everybody in this next round, what you will see, incredible displays of fortitude, bravery in a lot of cases, because these are some surfers that come from landlocked countries.
Yeah.
Maybe they've learned to surf on vacation once and they realize, I love this, I want to keep doing this. So, again, it's a different story for every single heat. And if you're interested, if you want to be involved with the future of our sport and the growth of our sport, stick around for these repechage rounds because you will see some really cool storylines develop.
Absolutely.
And we'd love to have you cheering for all these athletes coming up. There are big names in the repechage round, of course, but you're going to see potentially your last looks at some of our field as the up and coming round is an elimination round. 2:50 now on the clock.
Who would have thought, on paper, Yolanda would have been the favourite going
Definitely.
into this heat. And we're at 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. She's had the highest score, but only one ride of consequence, and finds herself in third place on the verge of going down to that elimination round herself. There's some pressure right now, especially being in a powerhouse team like Portugal. All your teammates are on the beach expecting more of you. You recognise and feel their expectation mounting as in the form of pressure. It's a wild kind of unruly ocean at this point in time when the big sets come through and you're trying to find something that gives you opportunity in amongst all of that. And there's a 0.83, a 1.5 and a 0.67 in and around the good wave that she had, the 4.67. I expect Yolanda to find something at the back end here and get herself out of that position.
What's a 1.8? What do you think a 1.8 would be for Yolanda Hopkins?
Could be right here, mate.
Or
Let's
Yolanda
see.
Sakira. Here we go. Tough wave to surf. It's not there yet.
Maybe it's not there still.
That wave had no opportunity for her, but she's got a minute and a half to go. There's still time. Don't hit the panic button just yet. Camilla Kemp now trying to extend her lead in second place. This one offering up a good section for Camilla Kemp. That turn right there is going to be worrisome for Team Portugal as Camilla Kemp now completes her ride. That's going to make the required number for Yolanda Sakira.
Yeah,
I'm going to say that's going to be well above a 1.8. So just before that wave, she basically needed to stand up and do one turn.
Yeah.
But now it's going to be a little bit more. We might be looking at a two-turn wave or a one big snap.
Yeah, Camilla's going to improve on the 2.5. Most probably go to the 4 range or something. Ornella is in the lead, the Argentinian there in the white. Second priority. First priority, the blue.
30 seconds here.
Blue only needs a 4.57 as well. It's hardly been in the heat till now. But great wave selection from Camilla Kemp there. That was a nice ride in amongst the roughness of the lineup right now.
It's getting pretty wild out there, that's for sure. 20 seconds on the clock. Where is green? Where is Yolanda Sakira? Is she in position to potentially get herself now needing a 2-1-3, so very similar score.
Camilla took the lead, got a 4-3-3 on that right-hander.
4 seconds.
Oh, look at Yolanda just scrambling. There's the times over.
Another.
Down to the repechage round.
Wow. Call it an upset. Unless, of course, you're Camilla Kemp or Anelia Pellizzari.
Yeah.
First and second, Team Germany and Argentina. Moving on. Yolanda Sequeira, Portugal. Jolari Carreras from Puerto Rico, relegated to the repechage rounds, which is quickly filling up with some of the world's best. No heat will be easy. And from here on out, we go into 15-minute heat. Ooh. The repechage, round 1 is about to begin. The final chance for these surfers to stay in competition. Going to bring Shannon and Mitch on the call. Don't go anywhere. The ISA World Surfing Games rolls on.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because
in the world.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Surfing Games. It's been an unbelievable day. Number 3, with that swell that has continued to increase, that wind has kicked up through the afternoon as well. Strong onshores, which has made the playing field extremely difficult in comparison to what we saw this morning. We've seen some big upsets over the last few heats. A lot of moments where that priority has been suspended across the field because surfers have just been dragged out of that takeoff zone. It's going to be crazy to see what happens over the next 8 heats to round out the rest of the day. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Mitch Salazar to call all the action. And Mitch, you were mentioning it earlier today, you yourself have been through the repechage rounds many a time. You're having a little bit of that traumatic flashback as well as that excitement to be able to watch the surfers through today as we take a look at what we are looking at for La Bocana as right.
Yeah, a bottom river mouth, cobblestone bottom river mouth that breaks left and right. So far today, the highest scores have come off the right. Steep, powerful sections, high performance surfing going down. El Sunsal, on the other hand, long right-hand point break, just west of La Bocana. It runs for hundreds of yards along the coast. Maybe not as high performance of a wave as La Bocana, but still very fun, very contestable, and a lot of waves on offer out there at beautiful El Sunsal. I believe this is actually a flyover of what we have here at beautiful Surf City El Salvador. You look at the palm trees, the tropical weather, as good as it gets. We want a coconut right now this time of the day.
Taking a look at what we've seen through El Sunsal throughout the day, of course, our live coverage has been from Podium 1 at La Bocana, but Leonardo Fioravanti for Team Italy took out some great waves earlier on at Sunsal in the 8-point range for this one, Mitch.
Yeah, 8.67 here for the Italian stallion and former ISA gold medalist in the U18 division. You can see why they went excellent right there with this score. Wow, just impressive stuff there from the European surfer, looking to just solidify his spot right here. And Liam O'Brien also with another great score too, Shannon, dropping something excellent. You know, they're rail surfing at the CT level, especially in preparation for the Championship Tour event that they're going to have right after this event finishes. Maneuvers like that will get you excellent scores regardless of ISA or WCT competition.
That's right. Jordy Smith just behind him with a 7-point ride. Lob with the 8.17 on that wave just before. So some great competition that's been happening throughout today at Sunsal with the men's rounds rolling through. As Jordy pumps down the line, we'll see what he gets up to on the inside of this section, just trying to gain some speed, make it through the flats. Oh, and he goes to the air. That was impressive.
And the way he was able to spin that around with a small amount of speed, too, more impressive due to his size. And then this kid, Kauli Vast, the Tahitian competing for France, 7.90 on this one. And as impressive as it gets on the backhand, I've seen him score perfect 10s in Huntington Beach on a right before. I think he's got what it takes to get his Olympic spot right here at this event. And then Al Cleland Jr. dropping some big scores as well. Something in the 7-point range right here, 7.17. That layback is just as good as it gets right there in the pocket. And a lot of these waves shoulder off, but these surfers are just so good. They're able to fit in a lot of these high consequential maneuvers in tight spots in a wave that really runs down the line, Shannon.
It's so true. I had a surf out there yesterday evening just to get a couple waves at the end of the day, which was great to be in the water and to be able to see a lot of these surfers getting those practice runs in, to be able to see how lightning fast they're really going as they come past and you're paddling over the shoulder. Kanoa Igarashi in the 7s as well. So some great surfing from that championship tour level competition on the men's side, and that wave stood up so nicely.
That was a violent carve, the second one, and then went for the little shove it at the end too, switches his stance. He's riding a fresh board right there, by the way. I was actually on my way to the airport with him to LAX in California before he got here. We went to Whole Foods. Somebody from Sharp Eye Surfboards Japan actually dropped off a few new boards for him, put him in the board bag, and that's a brand new board that he just rode right there, a Storms model from Sharp Eye.
What a stop. Go to Whole Foods, pick up some new surfboards, some really great surfboards while you're at it.
And some food while you're at it too.
Well, we're going to track back now to where we've been at the action throughout the event. We do have our live broadcast happening with commentary here at Podium 1, La Bocana. We're now into the women's rapid charge, round 1, heat number 1. In the lineup, we have Yulia Kulesh of Ukraine, Angelina De Casare of Colombia, and Coco Cianciarulo from Argentina.
Yep.
All looking for an opportunity to keep themselves in the mix. Now, this is the very first elimination round that we were running on the women's side. Men have also had elimination surfing happening throughout this afternoon. They'd be starting around the same time today with the men's rapid charge round 1 hitting the water. So they've already been knocking out a few surfers if you've been tracking with those scores. As we now take a look at this first wave of Yulia, solid size.
Yeah, 2.33 for her opener, and in these kind of heats, 3 people in 15 minutes, all you want to do is really catch 2 scores. I spoke to the Ukraine team before they paddled out. All the surfers here that are competing at this event are actually replacing surfers that were originally selected to come here, and obviously Ukraine's still going through a lot, on the social side, and as a country, a whole, as a surfing community, we stand behind them strongly. And just the fact that they were able to make it here again after seeing them in Huntington Beach last year for the World Surfing Games, awesome again. Glad to see that they're part of the ISA family.
It's been incredible to have them here, to be able to hear some of their stories, to see at the opening ceremonies back in Huntington Beach for the World Surfing Games last year, and then again this year, their team got a standing ovation from from everybody, from the ISA, from the other teams that are here in support to just show that love. And now to get to just see them in that fun environment as well. They're here to compete. They want to, do well and make their country proud. But it also means that they get to spend that time focusing on something different in the water, in the ocean, a place that gives us so much relief, so much, comfort from pain as well as healing. And so it's been amazing to have that team on the ground this week for the Ukrainians. And for Yulia, getting that first big wave, she had a paddle for that last one as well, wasn't quite able to get into it. So she's now sitting down in 3rd priority. We have yet to see Angelina or Coco get their opening waves. And we've been talking about it through the day, Mitch, the fact that we were going to be going from 20-minute heats in our main round down to 15 minutes now for the rapid charge. That is really quick. We're already halfway through that heat with less than 7 minutes on the clock. Coco now up and riding on her first wave for Team Argentina. Takes off in that white water, which gives her that extra boost of speed, allows her to hit that section on the finish.
Yeah, and Coco Cianciarulo from Argentina, great surfer. Very surprised to see her in the rapid charge this early. We just saw Ornella Pelissari move through in the main round. And for Angelina De Cesare, 15 years of age, represents Colombia. She's from the South Bay of LA, though. Her father, Johnny, is a good friend of ours, a filmer for both the World Surf League, and actually travels a lot with Kai Lenny, doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes for him. She's been here for around, I want to say, a few weeks now in Central America for the past surfing games before this. And man, she's improved so much in just, 3 years maybe of surfing herself at her second iteration of the ISA World Surfing Names at just 15 years of age.
Yeah, incredible to be able to see her in the mix. It's been really fun to have her around the contest sites Her, journey to surfing, of course, with her dad surfing, but began through the WSL Rising Tides program, which pours into young girls around the world. She got to be in the water with Steph Gilmore, with Tatiana Weston Webb specifically, who's here competing this week for Team Brazil. And that really gave her that fire to want to engage in surfing and pursue it as a sport for her moving forward. Now competing at the World Surfing Games. That's incredible as she goes down on her opening ride.
Yeah, and Angie a bit out of position with too much speed for that last section. Didn't pick the right angle. She still has time, though, at the moment. Yulia only has a 2.33. Coco opens up with a 4. And, I mean, it's still an open heat right now, Shannon.
Now we got 5 minutes on the clock. Surfers all getting themselves back into position. So let's go catch up with Jess Grimwood and the winner of that last heat.
Thank you very much, Shannon and Camilla. The German team, especially the women, you've won every single heat you surfed in this event so far. How's it feeling for you guys?
Yeah, that's crazy. I feel like we're just on a roll. We've been training here so much. We came here last month, the month before, just to train and get, settled in. So I feel like the Federation has been doing such an amazing job, and we're just glad to be here and to be competing.
You have so many reps in the jersey. I remember you from years and years ago. You've been doing the games for a long time. What is it for you coming to these events? What is it about them that keeps you coming back every year?
Yeah, it's so exciting. I mean, surfing is probably one of the only sports that is just never the same. It's always changing, it's always evolving, and I'm just honored to be part of this new generation, and generation of women surfing that is just, coming up. And for me, being part of the German team, it's just a new group of people coming up, and I'm just really honored to be here.
And what about, we were just having a quick chat about the conditions out there. You said it was literally like mental. You felt lost at sea for a little while. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I had the strategy to go on the rides. I felt like that was a comfort zone for me, and just I felt like there were some good rides over there. And my heat, actually, everybody decided to go left, so I was the only one going right. And then, I just felt like I had to find a spot to sit wherever, because there's so many lulls, and it's just, you don't see any waves, and then out of a sudden there comes just these huge sets. So, yeah, I felt a bit lost, but as soon as I saw those first rides, I just felt like I was in the right spot, and my strategy was going well.
Well, it was a great win, especially over some of the other big names in this draw as well. For you, for all the German fans, support, family, some words for those guys at home.
Ja, vielen Dank, dass ihr alle zuschaut und dass ihr dabei seid. Ich hoffe, dass wir für Deutschland so gut wie möglich surfen können und dass wir so weit wie möglich kommen. Dankeschön.
Congratulations, Camilla, and good luck going through with the German team in the next round.
Thank you.
Hear from Camilla, challenging conditions, but getting the best of it and making the most of those 20 minutes, getting onto the best waves. Those are the things that really make a difference, especially when you got, names like a Yolanda Sakira or Yolanda Hopkins in the water. Olympians, Ornella Pellizzari of Argentina, as well as Jolari Carreras of Puerto Rico. So great performance from Camilla in that last one. And we are right down to the finish here, Mitch. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. A single score on the board for each of our surfers, but they've now found themselves back in the lineup.
Yeah, but look at the requirement for both the Cesare and Kulish right now. Blue only needs a 1.68 for the lead, and the Cesare leading less than a 1-point ride for second. I can't overstate this enough. In 15 minutes, you want to catch 3-4 waves max out here. And especially if you're competing in the repechage rounds over at El Sunsal, you need to be very efficient with the waves you're catching. If the wave looks good, you need to be on it. And as of right now, 2 minutes to go. If you're Angie right now in third, the Cesara needs to be moving and get something better than a 1, because next thing you know, time's out. You need to be on a wave right here before the buzzer sounds.
1 minute, 30 seconds to go. A 1.68 requirement for Yulia to take away the lead from Coco, and just a 0.84 for Angelina, which means if she stands up and hands leaves the rail, she has that score. Will there be enough time for Yulia to back up her 2.33 and close the door over Angelina? Coco now with an opportunity. Great turn, hook in the pocket. Smart surfing.
Yeah, well, and now you have a backup score as well. You opened up with a 4-point ride, and now you used priority super well. The Cesare actually had a look at that wave going right into Coco. She had to let it go as Cianciariulo had higher priority. And as of right now, can she even get a wave? She needs to be hustling right now. And if you're Kulish, where are you? look for a backup score as well.
This is all coming down to it. Those beach announcers would have been crystal clear with the requirements. They would both know that it's very small. They would also be able to see the timer up on the top of the tower here, noting that it is counting down to 30 seconds on the clock. This is unbelievably close for the finish. And Angie has a paddle, but she can't get into it. Will Yulia have a chance? It looks like the ocean is going quiet. Angie may be on the inside here with something. But that flurry of action in the beginning really would have provided the opportunity for either of them to have that second score on the board.
Yeah, and Cianciarulo did her job. She caught 2 waves, and Coolish right now might have a chance for a second ride.
She's gonna, doesn't quite catch it, but would have been after the buzzer anyways. And so our very first surfer gone from competition, Angie Angelina de Casare of Colombia, says goodbye. Yulia Kulish of Ukraine advancing through into the next round alongside Coco Cianciarulo. Well done for Argentina and Ukraine. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
And we're back into the repecharge rounds here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Our first rounds of elimination. The men have been going for the last hour or two as they had a shorter finishing round this morning. Now for the women, we're into it. Ukraine, though, through with the win on the single score. Small scores throughout, but incredible that she held on to it, got the work done that she needed to make it through that heat.
Yeah, and as of right now, I think it's the first female surfer from Ukraine to make a heat at the ISA level. Huge, huge for them. We lose Angelina de Cesare, but big moment for Team Ukraine as they have gone through a lot. They fielded another team for this ISA World Surfing Games, and now we have our first ride of heat number 2.
The Kiwi for Team New Zealand, Safi Vetti, nice hook under the lip to start things off. She's going to put a score on the board. Surfer in white now, Tiziana Prem of Guatemala. Nice couple turns on her backhand. She goes up for that foam climb to finish, but can't hold on to it. Priority already deemed for Minami Kramer of Guam, and scores to come through for first of green and first of white.
So as of right now, Minami Kramer surfs for Guam, born and raised there, 19 years of age, went to school at Santa Barbara City College. I believe she just graduated with an associate's degree. Don't know where she's transferring to at the moment, but she was just here for the longboard event as well. I believe her mom and dad here for the World Surfing Games too. And huge moment for Team Guam too. They've never done super great. It'd be well to see him do a much better job this iteration of the Surfing Games.
Well, that was a great wave. Great wave for her to start things out. Finds that connection, a little bit of a slower pace to it, but held steady, got a couple of maneuvers thrown together, and she's going to put a score on the board. Up against Safi Vet, waiting for Safi's score. Safi will have that highest score of the exchange so far.
Yep, yeah. I mean, much better engagement of the rails, much better wave selection too. And I know 15 minutes goes by quickly, but you still need to understand what your priorities are out there. That's good wave selection and execution of those big maneuvers in critical sections. So Minami right there, decent combination on the backhand, fits one more in at the end. We mentioned that she was here for the longboarding event a few weeks ago too. She says that she's a much better shortboarder. I can see it right there. Good use of the rails from Kramer.
Yeah, great engagement as we see Safi now. Still waiting for her first score to drop in. Up into the foam and she'll go down. Coming from New Zealand, but she's been spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast over the last couple of years, really living in that hotbed of surfing for that region of the world.
Yep.
getting herself in the mix, different events, the qualifying series. She's also been on a volunteer space or some smaller work opportunities behind the scenes at some of those bigger events like the Gold Coast Challenger Series event. So it's been cool to see her kind of finding her feet within the surfing world, being that she has a big future ahead of her as a competitor. But also I love seeing those surfers that have that time behind the scenes to jump in, to fill in some different jobs around a contest site, and to start to see where their careers may become, like you and I filling in a different role than when we began as competitors back in the day, and then being able to kind of start sussing things out at an earlier age as well.
The same thing could be said for Tiziana. She's actually a psychologist back home in Guatemala. She works 2 days a week in Antigua and spends a lot of time here in her second home in El Salvador. I actually saw her a few weeks ago too. She was already here training for this event during the longboard championships. Here's Kramer again. Look for the big section right there at the end. But Vette's, a class act. Her brother Finn was here for the World Juniors as well as Safi last year at the same exact location. So she has experience at the spot. She has competitive experience worldwide, but she has a desire to want to produce a good result for her home country of New Zealand as well.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock. We'll see if Safi's able to get into this one. She has a look and decides not to go. And with that, we'll jump down to the beach, catch up with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Shannon. Coco from Team Argentina. That looked like a really hard heat. How did you get yourself in the position to take the win?
Oh my God, that was super hard. I'm taking 2 waves and I can 2 maneuvers, so that I can pass with that 2 maneuvers. And yeah, I'm so happy. I'm focused, just having fun and keep going on this contest because it's beautiful with all the teams and enjoying.
And what's happened to the fin plug right here? We can see a full blowout on your board. You had a bit of equipment issue coming in.
Oh, that was walk on the rocks, I don't know how to say. Oh my God, I just, wow, y right there. Ay, no sé cómo se dice, saliendo del hit, walk on the rocks.
Oh, I totally understand. It looks pretty treacherous coming in. What about for all the people at home, your family, your friends in Argentina, and everybody supporting you and the team?
Can I talk in Spanish to show? Ok, gracias a todos los que están ahí apoyando al team. Las condiciones están súper difíciles, pero todavía hay posibilidades. Se puede, estamos todos súper enfocados, con el surfing listos para dar la batalla. Así que nada, le mando un saludo a mi mamá, a mi papá, los extraño mucho, a mis hermanos, a mis cuñadas. Les mando un beso enorme y vamos que se puede.
Well, congratulations. It was a hard fought heat. It's a battle, but you're still through, and good luck going into the next round.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Oh my God.
Stoked. Always great to get those battles that are so difficult. I mean, just the confidence moving forward, feeling stoked and hoping that anything she's just dealt with, she can learn from, and hopefully it's easier next time around.
Yeah, and especially for Argentina too. They're such a passionate country and such passionate people. I love to see the kind of expression right there from Coco, and great to see her moving through into rep round 2.
Down to 8 minutes on the clock. A little bit of distance between the surfers and the water. Surfer in green sitting with priority now. Safi's first wave dropped through as that 5.33. Very solid way to start.
Yeah.
Could have been on a similar kind of score line for that next wave, but went down early for the 0.93.
She's got a decent score line right now, though. I mean, when you look at the rest of the heat, Minami has a 3.1, and then TC only has a 2.67 at the moment. Still lots of time. We're halfway through these heats, but just like the previous heat, Angie only had a 1.5 in her score line. She waited a bit, and maybe waited a bit too long, wasn't able to get a second score. If you're looking at Vette right now, the smart thing here would be get into the similar score line that you already have as your best score. You're in priority 1. Look for a right now. It seems like the backhand has been working good, but Camila Kemp said 2 heats ago, nobody was going right, and they were out there. They were very consistent.
Definitely something to keep an eye on as we're coming down to the end of the day of competition. We will be running through 6 of the 8 heats in today's schedule. We were planning to run heats 1 through 8 for Repicharge round 1, but we are going to have a skip for heat 4 and heat number 6 because we've had surfers pull out due to injury, and we'll only be having 2 surfers in those heats specifically, which means that it's not really worth taking the time. Those seedings they'll take on from their placements from their previous heat moving forward into the next round. And so we're going to save a little bit of that time today, so we won't be surfing through heat number 4 or heat number 6. those teams and surfers will be notified of that.
Yep.
And I'm sure given the way the conditions are looking in the score lines, there will be some thankful surfers that get to just wait again until tomorrow or the next day to surf.
Yeah, what I will say, though, is that your seeding could change going into the next round because of that, though. So sometimes it's actually better for you to compete and be able to get a heat win rather than advance in second place. So what would happen there if only 2 surfers show up for the heat? In this case, heat number 6. I know Ana Laura Gonzalez already left here. She dislocated her shoulder in her opening route heat at Sunsal. Yes, it seems like it's pretty bad, but doesn't require surgery at the moment, I believe. But what happens there is that Yana, who's the high seed in heat number 6, would actually have a better seeding going into the second round than Holly Widger from her favor, but a lot of times you end up facing some really tough competition in that second repechage round, Shannon.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown of it. The opportunity to be able to, seed yourself in a different position. And at this stage, although it's so early and the conversation's not necessarily around who's going to be walking away with an ISA medal this week, every placement that you finish in, whether it's a 3rd or a 4th, even if you're losing out in those repechage rounds, there's different points that are allocated towards those team rankings at the end of the week. I almost said the end of the year, but the end of this week. And that's going to factor into not only the results for the teams as far as those medal contentions, but the seedings for future World Surfing Games, or for next year specifically.
Yeah, 100%, and that's why all these results really do matter. You look at New Zealand right now in the lead in this heat with Safi, but they've always had great teams. They've never had one surfer that I've said, okay, that person's going to win the gold medal, and it's going to elevate the team seed for next year because one person is skewing the results so much. In this case, I think their Olympian Billy Stearman could do that. I also think Paige Harrop could do that. But it really comes down to those people that are maybe the 3rd or 4th surfers in their lineup that need to excel just as much as those high-seeded surfers.
That's right. Those kind of nations really need to rely on those team results rather than maybe the real heavy positioning being or the expectation on 1 or 2 surfers in the mix. As we're down to 4 minutes on the clock, TZ from Guatemala, she's chasing just that 1.27. And we've got a local longboarder, Cindy, that's been down at the beach over the last few days. Some of the men as well.
Yeah, Amado de Jesus Alvarado right there. He had a good, solid performance at the Longboard Championships a few weeks ago. He's scoping out the action here. He's going to be surfing in the WSLCT event for the longboard in September at El Sunsal, I would believe, as well. And why wouldn't you look for some of the best surfers out here, knowing that you can take some approach from shortboarding into longboarding too, not necessarily in the traditional sense. Positioning, though, the way they paddle for waves, all of those subtle things, he should definitely be looking at.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of similarities, but there's also so many differences that it really sets them up as their own individual sports or disciplines of the sport. And one of the things that's come into play with that is really defining those criterias, making sure that they're so separate that there's not really enough crossover to be confused about it. So it's been fun to be able to see that come into the ISA side over the last couple of years with traditional longboarding. Down to 3 minutes on the clock, a paddle on that last one from our surfer in white, TZ. Now, she began as an equestrian. She loves riding horses. She actually was dreaming as a child of growing up to go to the Olympics in equestrian sport. She rode for many years and was on the Guatemala team for 3 different Pan American Games to try and make that dream happen in horse riding, not in surfing specifically. She eventually then started surfing somewhere along the line, fell in love with it, and now it's incredible to see her performing at this level for Guatemala, to know that she was so accomplished in a different sport, very similar to young Caroline Marks, who was an accomplished horse rider, then took to surfing, fell in love with it, and found a little bit more success in that side of things.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see some athletes here at this level be, so good at different sports. I remember there's actually been a few athletes worldwide that have actually denied opportunities to compete for different Olympic trials teams for their respective countries. I'm going to save that information for myself because maybe they don't want that information, out there. But I know there's been a couple people that have tried out for, skiing, snowboarding, skating also. But a couple of Mexicans that have been, in the boxing taekwondo scene as well, and they decided to actually pursue other sports Really cool when you see people pursue different kinds of athletics throughout their career, Shannon.
Incredible. I mean, thinking about Sally Fitzgibbons, an Olympic surfer, and in the Youth Olympics, a runner with medals. I mean, incredible. And for her to have made that decision early on that she could have continued on that track as just a runner, but decided the lifestyle that surfing could give her would be a little bit better overall, the time she could spend in the water as opposed to being on the running track. And then surfing got included into the Olympics. Thanks to that dream that began with Duke Kwanamoko, was followed up with some tenacity in Fernando Aguirre to get that approval. And here we are today, qualifying more surfers for the Olympics this week. For Guam, Manami with an opportunity there. She's looking for that 3.17. More importantly, maybe with that wave, Mitch, to increase on the 0.83. Now would increase the score line, and TZ went from chasing a 0 point something to a 1.91, and that's gonna need at least a turn thrown into a wave.
Or a good attempt.
Exactly.
You know, anything lower than a 2 is usually a strong attempt or you know, a lackluster wave. Right now, though, you need a 1.91, basically a 2. You have 10 seconds to do it, and once again, I think the 2 people that have lost out in the first 2 heats of the rep have waited just a bit too long to get a second scoring ride. 15 minutes goes by way too quickly.
Yeah, that was so fast. Big smile from Manami. Gets that extra hook on the inside section. She'll be taking it through into the next round of repechage. Unfortunately, Tiziana Prem of Guatemala knocked out of competition. We'll be right back with more action right after this.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, we're gonna ask them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
Welcome back to the action here in Surf City, El Salvador. Palm trees littering the beach here with plenty of waves as well. It's been a great week of surfing. Now into repechage round 1, heat number 3 on the women's side of the draw with Isabella Gomez, Sienna Purcell, and Fabiola Salmaron, Colombia, Guam, and El Salvador. A local surfer in the water, which explains that local support that is no doubt going to be flooding the beaches to be able to get a piece of the surfing. As we take a look here at Izzy Gomez, I'm surprised to see Izzy already in the repechage round after that opening round, because the surfers currently surfing repechage round 1, they fell out of their first heats in the main round 1.
Yeah, no, so am I. You know, I don't necessarily think that there's been any easy heat so far in the opening round for both the men and the women, but I am surprised to see the likes of Izzy Gomez in this round in the first few heats as well. Very talented, charges big waves, but there's just too much talent worldwide nowadays to really take anybody lightly. You have to go out there and surf every heat like it's your last. Big heat right now. Guatemala in the water, and Fabiola Salmeron, the local Salvadorian surfer in the green jersey. She's only 16 years of age. She's from right around the corner in Playa Conchalillo, and there's a reason why everybody's down here on the beach supporting her. She's got, you know, her whole nation backing her. Brian Perez, the front runner for Team El Salvador, and Perez, an incredible surfer that did well yesterday, but it's a brand new heat out there for these ladies.
Sienna goes down on that opening turn. Fast section.
From Guatemala, excuse me, Sienna Purcell, from Guam. I see. I'm that point of the day where I'm tired. I've been in the heat all day long.
It has seemed like, as we take a look at the surfers coming up next, Julissa for El Salvador, she'll be in, so back-to-back heats with El Salvador surfers. We've seen a lot of draws, a lot of heats this week where we've had the same countries matching up over and over again. And funny enough, it's been Guam and Guatemala that have had multiple heats, multiple rounds now, where those surfers have matched up together. So they're either becoming great friends between the two nations, or they're really developing a healthy rivalry down on the beach against each other.
Yeah, and you know what's cool about it, too, is that you get to see two rising surfing nations that maybe haven't had the stardom as a lot of the other surfing nations have. First of all, they both have incredible waves. If you haven't been to Guam, incredible reef breaks, very consistent depending on the time of the year. You get to one side of the island, just kind of like on Oahu, Maui, Kauai, etc. For El Salvador, though, this place at La Bocana specifically breaks almost 365 days year-round. Really incredible. You have a good diversity of waves. Conchalillo, where Salmerón is from, is actually one of the best beach breaks in the zone around here. So she's got a diverse skill set, too. And speaking of her, she's up and riding.
Deep behind the section, trying to get around it. She gets clipped down by the whitewater. She'll get that first score on the board, though, set herself up in that priority rotation. And now down to 11 minutes on the clock. First of Izzy Gomez, a 5.57, sets herself apart from the rest.
Yeah, and big score just in terms of how conditions are right now. They're definitely getting much harder. But there's scoring opportunities out there. As you saw in the last heat, Safi had something in the 5-point range as well. And Izzy right here with a 5.57. Really important to see the way she's able to bounce back after an early loss heat, you know, in her main round heat 1. But as of right now, doing quite well. She manages a lot of big waves, you know, in her scoreline when she does compete well on the QS and potentially on the Challenger Series level 2. Competing for Colombia, I think if she were to pursue the qualifying series, she would have to do that through South America, which is really difficult. You have to go through the Peruvians and the Brazilians more than anything. But she's got a lot of talent, and she's still early, only in the early 20s, Shannon.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock, Mitch. Let's check down to the beach, catch up with Safi, Vetty, and Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, Shannon. And yes, in solidarity, as is surfing, I am holding the New Zealand flag for Saf. But congratulations. It's tough out there this afternoon, but you found what you needed to get through.
Yeah, man, it's pretty slow. I feel like it's still pretty junky. There's lots of wash throughs, but if you find the right corner, I guess you can kind of tag it and hopefully get a few scores on the board.
Right. You've been leading some of the chants as well. I've seen the rest of the New Zealand team as they progress through their heat wins. Tell us a little bit about the mana that goes on for Team New Zealand.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of brings a bit of energy before you head out and after you come in. I guess it's a bit of good luck and a congratulations. So hopefully we can keep the mana and carry it right through the event.
What about for you? I mean, for all the new people tuning on online, they're probably going to be pretty new fans of Safi, a pretty funny young lady, but you've got a fair few heats under your belt in your career. What does it feel for you to be representing in the ISA Games now?
Yeah, I mean, it's so special to represent your country. I've been lucky enough to do it a few times now. And ISA's, it's just so much fun. You meet so many cool people and you mingle. And although it's a contest, everyone's so nice and friendly. The Olympics is a huge part of this event, so being serious is a strong part of it, but I feel like if I can bring a little bit of happiness and happy-go-lucky kind of attitude, I feel like I could go really far in this event. I mean, getting knocked out in the first round of the main round was pretty rattling, but I've kind of gained my composure and hopefully I can move right through to the final.
Well, congratulations. You have composed and moving on through with a good heat win. For all your family, friends and the rest of New Zealand supporting from home, would you like to say hello?
Yeah, huge hello to everyone at home. Thanks to all my sponsors and family and friends. Miss you guys a lot and hopefully I can see you soon.
Thank you, Safi. Well done.
Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate, to the both of you. Thanks so much, Safi. Great to hear from her. And the New Zealand team specifically has a great shot at getting an Olympian in. Of course, we saw Ella Williams on the women's side as well as Billy Stearman at Tokyo 2020. Ella's not present here this week competing, but she had that opportunity there, which was really exciting. And she gained that qualification through the ISA World Surfing Games. Now, when it comes to that qualification and what we're going to be doing this week is taking 4 men and 4 women out of 4 different continents. There's going to be 1 for Africa, 1 for Asia, 1 for Europe, and 1 for Oceania on the men's and women's side. As we see some live action here, we'll get back to that explanation in a moment. Fabiola, hooks it up into the lip, disappears in the foam. And that was a solid size section to attack for the young El Salvador competitor. Goes down. So I would say New Zealand has one of the best shots of qualification as a country this week specifically, because in the Oceania region features Australia, which is going to be a very strong team. They're a great team here that could likely be holding down those final positions. As we take a look here, Mitch, at this replay. So our surfer in green had third priority. Actually, underneath our surfer in red had first priority, but red decided to kick out.
Still interesting, though. And by the way, Izzy Gomez, I'm getting sent a text by Ryan Simmons, our co-broadcaster and one of the, I would say, the best beach announcer in the world, former QS surfer. Izzy Gomez won a QS in Morro Bay 2 years ago when it was huge. It was pumping, really, really tough conditions, very similar to today. And she is known for charging big waves. That situation right there, interesting, though. If he said that at the moment, in that specific moment, higher priority was with the surfer in red, does Fabiola alter the line that Izzy has to take right there? She forces her to kick out, but was it enough to be altering the line and potentially get a priority interference right here? So it would be a big bummer, and as of right now, it would take out her second best ride, which is this is 0.87. It's a throwaway score, but it has her in second. And Sienna wouldn't need that much to move up into second place. So still enough time. They might be deliberating. They might not. If it doesn't go through, she just dodged the biggest bullet of her life right there with 5.5 to go.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown. It was kind of wild to watch it unfold. It was great to see her going for that big turn. Would have been awesome if she'd been able to hold on to it. I love seeing her charge there. But now to pay close attention to those priority situations, of course, moving forward. Down to 5 minutes on the clock. But again, because Australia has so many surfers on the championship tour, we're going to see the qualifications for the Australian women and the Australian men come from the championship tour. Yeah. It's not going to be via the ISA World Surfing Games. So even if Sally Fitzgibbons, Sophie McCulloch, or Ellie Harrison end up taking the win this week, they're not going to get qualification as Australians because the women on the championship tour this year are already taking that away for the Aussies, which opens up a pretty huge door for the New Zealand team in the Oceania region, being one of the stronger surfing nations, or maybe the second strongest to Australia, with that opportunity to secure themselves a potential Olympian.
Well, and same thing could be said for Guam. What other countries around there too? Indonesia, and we obviously know how good they are. On the women's side, they might not be as strong as the men, Ketut Tagus, One Anwar, and Rio Waida.
Does Indonesia count in Oceania or in Asia?
I think it is Asia.
It's in
You're right.
Asia. But also those guys might gain their qualification through the, well, at least for Rio championship.
Only be one of 5. So he's not secured yet, but yes, he could. Yeah, I don't know. New Zealand, you're right. You bring up a very good point. And the priority interference did go through right there. So since that was actually her best ride, first of all, that wave doesn't count. And then most importantly, she loses her second best score. At the moment, she is still in second place, though. Look, for New Zealand, I think what they have to do is they need to recognize that the opportunity is huge. You have this event, and you have Puerto Rico next year to potentially get a spot. On the men's side, Bill Stermond and Kehu Butler, I would say, are their top 2 opportunities. On the women's side, Paige Harrop is the one that has the most experience. But you need to be training for months before this event happens. You need to be recognizing that you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And for a lot of those surfers, going into a heavy wave like Chopo is the biggest opportunity of their lifetime. They come from heavy water waves. You go into a paradise like Tahiti. I like their chances there. But make sure to get the goal in sight right before it happens. Be training 6 months to a year before. You can't be thinking, okay, a month out, I'm going to be doing my best work. No. It needs to be a preparation much longer than that.
Now, someone who could fit into that situation is Izzy Gomez. As we see Fabiola have a look at that wave, she's unable to get into it. You'll notice that little orange triangle on her second score. That indicates the interference on the graphics for the audience back home. And with the last score of Sienna, Fabiola has dropped into that third place position. Up and riding now, though. Quick tries to whip up underneath the lip there for a turn. Just can't quite get there. Izzy Gomez putting herself into position. So down to 2 minutes on the clock. Gomez sitting in the lead with that 5.57. Great way to start. Hasn't been able to back it up, though, in this 15 minutes so far.
But
still 2 minutes to go.
And she's aware of what's happening in the water, too. If you don't have any need to go and battle out with the other two surfers, stay away. You're comfortably in first. You probably recognize what their abilities are, and you know how difficult the waves are to recognize and manage out there. I think it's smart. Works a lot with Jason Kenworthy. And here for Team Colombia, she also has a shot of getting a qualification spot for the Olympics.
This is so true. And she's one of those surfers that can handle herself in huge waves. She's probably one of the better water women in the world right now, from a well-rounded perspective on the type of surfboard she can ride and perform on. She's got those gold medals on the SUP side of things, as well as being a big wave surfer. So she's really well-rounded when it comes into that conversation of someone who could qualify for Tahiti out of an event like this, or actually for her it would be through Santiago, through the Pan American Games, because of the American continent. But for her to think of her qualifying down in Santiago at a wave very different than Teahupo, but she's a surfer that could go and perform there with no question and be putting herself in the mix.
Punta de Lobos can get heavy. I mean, it's definitely one of the heaviest waves in Chile once it gets big. When it's small, it's rippable. It even barrels too. But yeah, I get a point that you bring up right there. She has to do well enough at this event, first of all, to even qualify for Santiago. And then once she's there, she could actually have a shot at qualifying for the Olympics.
So Rapid Charge round 1 underway. Heat number 3, we will be skipping heat number 4 and heat number 6 due to a surfer pulling out of each of those heats, and it will just be 2 women to paddle out. We'll give them a skip, and they'll keep their seedings from their earlier round on today.
And this is going to be a huge loss for El Salvador. Lack of experience right there. The one small mistake of not knowing how to use priority is going to cost them a spot in the next round. And very small scores. The heat was wide open right now, Shannon.
Especially considering that without the interference, she would be sitting in that second place position. Although it's very small scores, she would have had just enough. Now there is another score to drop through for Fabiola, which means she caught a wave before the buzzer sounded. She only needs a 1.13. It comes through as a 0.17, so it would have just been a moment of her hands leaving the rail. Unfortunately, not enough to take her through. And similar scenario to what we saw in that last heat, where it's very tight scores for that second and third place position. Well done to Izzy Gomez for finding some rhythm out here. We look forward to seeing her in the next round. Guam as well, with a surfer through into Rapid Charge round 2. More action to come, and we'll be right back after this.
Day 2 here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games featured incredibly fun waves and, of course, a diverse and stacked field.
Make sure you're watching these surfers who get the best scores position themselves.
Mexico's Alan Cleland Jr., AC2, got an 8.93, absolutely devastating surfing on his way to a victory. Ethan Ewing doing Ethan Ewing things, dropping a high 8.5, absolutely lacerating through every wave he caught at La Bocana. Keone Lassa doing it for Venezuela, dropping an 8.5. Incredible surfing from this young Venezuelan.
Perez, as he is up and riding, snap into the lip, looking for that second corner.
Always special to have ISA in El Salvador. Always like the waves are fun, the people's nice in here, the waves firing, Bocana, Sunsal, so many spots to go surf. It's a paradise for every surfer from here.
Sol Aguirre on that power pack Team Peru with an 8.5 at El Sunsal. One of the leaders of the French team, Joanne Defay, came through dropping a huge number, a 7.83. Francisca Kiki Vaselco did it for Team Portugal, dropping a high 7.5 with incredible surfing like this.
Yeah, it felt good to get the first heat out the way. I was a little bit nervous. The first heat's always like that, but I got a couple waves, and it's really fun out there, just me and 2 other girls. And yeah, I'm here to try to get my spot, and I'm really excited.
With more swell on the way, day 3 is promising to be another epic day of surfing here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. More highlights to come very soon. We are back to the action here live from La Bocana. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Bart Lynch. We're talking about women's repechage round 1, heat 5. 3 surfers in the water, one of them representing our host nation of El Salvador. That is going to be Julissa Moody. She'll be out there with Susan Gerard and Ingen Warum. It's a fun mix of surfers. El Salvador. We've got Norway, American Samoa. I love to hear them say it. Samoa.
Samoa. And the Jared family well represented. I believe 3 of them, 2 sisters and a brother, representing American Samoa. Ingan Warum from Norway. And there he is, the mascot, the legend, the flag waving.
Just there's not a lot of people in the world that are just one name, Joe, from American Samoa.
Yeah, he's a beauty. One of those great characters and fixtures here at this event.
He's got rhythm. He's hard to miss. We love him for it.
Yeah.
11:17 to go. So this is elimination surfing for the better part of the last 2 days. You've been watching, you've been seeing surfers who have another chance, in the main rounds. The top 2 surfers move on, second and third. Well, they go right here into the repechage round. Now this is where second and third place surfing won't get you far. It'll get you, it will send you on a vacation in El Salvador, which ain't that bad. That's not that bad of a consolation prize.
Absolutely.
But you have put up, points for your team just by getting this far, competing twice. You're adding points to the team total. So, and it's a invaluable experience, I should say.
That's right. And every place counts, doesn't it? If you're a third is better than a fourth. Third, second, obviously, first and second advancing. But every place of every team member is considered. So
points is points.
Points is points.
Well, these are 15-minute heats, and they're going by quick. 10 minutes to go. We do have time now to catch up with the winner of that last heat. Standing by with Jess Grimwood.
It's a pleasure to be standing next to you. You're obviously an over-accomplished surfer, big wave surfer, sup, paddler, but out there, those conditions seem to really suit you. You had a really nice score on the board.
Yeah, thank you. That was fun. I've just been kind of waiting around for my heat. I was bummed to get knocked into the repo so early, but I really like the waves out there. It's kind of like Florida where I'm from, so kind of easy to adapt. And yeah, I would have liked to surf a little bit more, but these repo heats, you only have 15 minutes. You just got to go for it. So yeah.
And I mean, with the rising conditions, the swell reports coming in here, it's going to get bigger and bigger. Surely that's going to fall way into your hand as an advantage.
Yeah. Whenever I look at the forecast and see that it's going to be bigger than like 4 to 5 foot, I'm excited. So I'm just stoked to get some more heats in, surf some more, and just hopefully I can let my best surfing show through and make some more rounds.
And for Colombia too, I mean, you had other teammates surfing today. Marg had a really good chance in hers, took off on a big wave. How's the support going in the camp?
Yeah, surfing for Colombia is awesome, and this is my second ISA with them now, I believe. So yeah, it's really cool. And we have Angelina, who's super young, and then me and Margarita are like similar age, and she made her round 1 heat yesterday, so that was really cool to see her stay in the main round, and she's been surfing so well, so it's awesome.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure there's plenty of fans watching you, all the rest of your family and the supporters for Team Colombia. Would you like to say something to them?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to the Federation and the Olympic Committee for the support, and just all the people in Colombia watching, and my family and friends back home, and yeah, thanks guys.
Thank you so much, Izzy, and keep a good eye on her. As it gets bigger, guys, I think she's going to be a real standout in these conditions.
Absolutely, a super water woman right there. She can do it all, and probably one of the few surfers in the repechage round that would love to see it 10, 15 foot out here. She would thrive in those conditions. Obviously, she's great in all conditions, but one of our, I would say, one of our athletes that would definitely start to thrive even more if things got serious out here. Well, in the lineup right now, 3 surfers trying to get in those top 2 spots to continue on in this competition. And coming up next, we've got more talent hitting the water. Genesis Borja, representing Ecuador, will be hitting the lineup, trying to get herself into those top 2 spots. As it stands right now, just a couple scores on the board. Julissa Moody, representing Team El Salvador, with a 1-3. Yet to see Gerard, who likes to be called Juju. She's 23 years old, lives in Oceanside, California. She's really stoked to be competing with her 2 sisters, Seva and Lucy. It's pretty awesome to have the whole family down here competing together.
That's what I was going to say. So very cool.
We have some dueling flags on the beach. You can see it right there, lower left side of your screen. That is another element, a unique aspect of competition here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Flags flying all over. There we go. Team South Africa getting in the mix, along with Joe from American Samoa.
Those feet must be strong, eh? Jumping around on those hot rocks. Oh no, he's got slippers on. They've both got slippers, or thongs as we would call them in Australia. Good to see. The rocks are hot. It's steamy hot out here this afternoon. Even with that sea breeze blowing, does take the edge off a little bit. But it hasn't taken any edge off the spirit here today. Crowds have been stoked. The Venezuelans are down on the beach now in numbers, because for the second heat in a row, they've had one of their ladies out there in the water. Julissa with the 1.3 is actually in the lead. First one to get a start in this heat. And it is challenging this afternoon with the size, the increasing size. You could sit inside for kind of smaller, more manageable waves, but then the big sets are going to steamroll you and you're going to get washed in. So it's a fine line as to where to sit, and I think that's why we haven't seen a wave ridden so far. Actually, 9.5 minutes have passed and we've only seen that 1.3 ridden. So that the reason for that is because the conditions are challenging, as we see Susan there. The heat. Everybody tells me too, out in the water, you feel like you're about to explode. You know how that is when you're puffing and panting and you've worn too much wetsuit or whatever, and your head starts to feel like a tomato that's been in the sun too long and about to explode.
Yeah, and all these surfers, you know, fulfilling their duties, most likely have been here on the beach all day cheering on their squads. So take that into consideration as well. And here in the repechage rounds, you know, again, these are some of the surfers that are kind of just starting their competitive lives. So give all of them credit. It takes a lot to put yourself out there, literally,
yes,
into the wild sea here at La Bocana. And you see on screen there, Julissa Moody, 15 years old, from Conchalio. She likes beach breaks. She's riding a Coro's surfboard. She likes to surf and study. Nice, tidy bio right there. I like to surf and I like to study. And right now she's doing her homework. She's studying La Bocana. And she's got probably a pretty good angle on it right now, being one of 3 surfers in this lineup with a massive set rolling through.
Paddling.
And it looks like on the inside you hear the cheers going up for the hometown hero, Julissa Moody, on a wild ride. Completed. No real opportunity there. I mean, even Brian Perez probably couldn't have got a score on that wave. That was a steamroller, but she got up, she got down the line, made it to the bottom. Friends and family on the sand right now, cheering her on. Now she's got the Herculean task of getting back out there. I don't care who you are. That is a heavy, hectic paddle out.
It sure is. And a 1.43 the score, so 2 rides in the account, which is better than either of her opponents who haven't even ridden a wave yet. And as you said, we're down to 3 minutes and 20. You have to be so focused in the start of this. You need to be just coming out of that blocks, hunting to get a first ride as quickly as you possibly can. She's well and truly on the inside. You can see there on that wide picture how far she has to paddle back out. Red is way down the inside as well. You can see her right at the bottom of the screen. So perhaps Susan hasn't even managed to get out the back yet. because she hasn't had a ride, we know that, and perhaps the paddle out has just continued to beat her back to the shore, and that's the reason why we haven't seen her ride a wave yet.
Yeah, Juju had the unfortunate timing, which was not her choice, of having to head straight out there into a 20-wave set. So there you see red, Juju Gerard.
Is there a point where you just turn around and catch a whitewater, a couple of them, and get into second place? There is, mate. You imagine with 2:20 on the clock, you're there, you swing around, you jump up on the whitewater a couple of times, you might get a 0.5 or whatever it is, and you get a couple of them. Better than nothing. And you're not going to make it out the back really from here in 2 minutes, are you?
No.
So at some point there, that might be the option. Just swing and ride a couple of whitewaters.
Yeah, and you know, I haven't studied the rule book close enough to know what happens if your third place surfers don't have anything on the scoreboard.
It's a really good point. If they're tied,
that's got to be deep in the rule book.
And maybe never even considered in a rule book.
142.
So
just see what happens.
I think just turn and go anything. That would be my advice. 130. Make sure you do that twice in this last minute and a half and get into a position where at least you've scored something, because something might take you in front of the Norwegian, who hasn't had anything yet either.
What's unfolding now, a minute 20. Speaking of the Norwegian, Ingunn Warum, 41 years old, from Voll. Favorite break, Selle. And she is actually an architect when she's not surfing. She works as a crewmate on her husband's fishing boat as well, mostly fishing for crayfish. Mother of two. She's got that mom power. Right now, the power of the ocean is showing its full force.
I just want Susan to go this. Just catch that. Anything. At this point in time, anything counts. Anything matters. Big set on the outside. You're not making it back out the back. Here we go. They've been swept all the way down. Swing and go a whitewater. Please. Again, it's amazing you get to that point where anything matters. And really just to jump up and get a 0.01, you will advance at this point. 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, you...
See, she goes. She's going to have a look at this.
A lot of action out there. A lot of whitewater moving around. 20 seconds left. Surfer in blue, Ingunn.
Go this. One of you, someone.
I think that's actually competitors from the next heat.
Oh, righto. Here we go. Swing around in red. Oh, wow. What happens in this scenario?
I'm going to leave that up to the ISA.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not our responsibility. There's the siren, Chris.
Well, the local, Julissa Moody. Vamos, Julissa, El Salvador. Proud of their hometown hero. There's another part of the future of Salvadorian surfing right there. So great to see the hometown crowd come up to support Julissa Moody. Now we're waiting for Juju Gerard and Ingunn Warum make their way in. That was a battle. I mean, that was by no easy feat to even just get involved there. We'll see what happens next. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more repechage action. This is the ISA World Surfing Games 2023.
Wait. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games as we wrap up this day. A few heats still remaining. A lot of cheers on the beach for Jalissa Moody, Salvadoran surfer, just advancing through that heat. And we got another heat in the water, heat 7.
Handled the conditions well, didn't she?
Yeah.
We saw her 2 opponents not manage to catch a ride. So interesting, we heard on the grapevine that it may be a resurf between those 2 to determine progression. That would be interesting.
Here's your heat going out for 15 minutes. Genesis Borja, Sante Valverde, Zoe Sten, and Chun Yun Jung. So Chinese Taipei, South Africa, Latvia in the mix.
You pronounce, I was going to just go Santa, but you pronounced it Sante.
Sante?
Sante sounds good.
We're learning too.
Yeah, we are. I've been
There's
called
63
Santa
nations.
so many times in recent times.
You're the surfing Santa.
That's what I've been labelled. Going to be great to see a surfer from Latvia, then Chinese Taipei, Ecuador, and the Republic of South Africa. So Europe, Africa, Asia, and Central America represented, paddling on the outside.
Ooh, like to start it off with a little bit of a paddle battle. 3 surfers going for that one. It sneaks underneath them, 11:20 on the clock. Santa Vevere from Latvia, 38 years old, from La Paja. She cites her favorite break as the Azores. Here we go. Late drop for Genesis Borja. She rides out. So there you go. Points on the board. Now she gets a little bit of open face to work with. Team Ecuador, always spirited.
Yeah.
Always comes through with the passion for their surfers. So that's a great start there for Genesis Borja. Meanwhile, our Latvian surfer, she is Santa Valverde. She is the Lithuanian champion. She loves to travel. Did get the opportunity to talk to, I would say, one of the most famous action sports athletes ever to come out of Latvia, Maters Apps, pro skater. And he said Latvia right now is having a heck of a party. They just got a bronze medal in the World Hockey Classic, or the World Hockey Championship.
Yeah.
And so he says
Here we
Latvia
go.
is really enjoying that. And they've got something to cheer for now, because you're going to get a score on the board for Vevere on her Lost Surfboards Driver 2.0.
Loves to travel, don't we all? Love getting the chance to travel around the world and see the different cultures and the different waves, of course.
Of course. I asked Mitchell this the other day. We look at these heats. It's always fun to talk about, okay, food. Everybody loves food.
Yes.
So where are you going? Which one of these nations do you want to go and try the hometown cuisine? Latvia, Chinese Taipei, South Africa, Ecuador?
I know when I went to South Africa the first time, I bumped into what is called a bunny chow, which is basically half a loaf of bread, not sliced, chopped in half. The bread, the core is taken out. They fill it with curry, and then you get to eat this whole thing, and the bread by the end is soaked in the curry sauce, and it was delicious.
I'm in.
Cheap, effective, and delicious. So I know that the South African food's good. Never been to Ecuador, never been to Latvia. I'm not even sure how they would eat, but I would experience it.
I think Latvia is famous for things, potato pancakes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well,
I've never been there either, but what I'm told.
Chinese Taipei, you can imagine some sort of Chinese style food. We all love Chinese food.
Good times. Fun conversation there. 8:82. So as we watch right now, we're going to take to the sky and take a look up to El Sunzal. So we've been watching La Bocana for the most of the day, but El Sunzal is a long right-hand point break. One of the most famous waves. I think one of the first waves surfed here in El Salvador back in the 60s. You had some hot doggers who brought their longboards down here and took to that wave, and it's obviously a perfect longboard wave, but even more so than that, super consistent, just like La Bocana. So as we speak right now, Podium 2 El Sunzal, they have repechage men's heats happening. You can check it out on isasurf.org. There will be a tab. You can lock into that and make that your Make that your preferred viewing. I believe that's one of the Barr brothers from Team Iran.
That's one of the Barr brothers for sure. There was an opportunity. He kind of turned back into the whiteboard. He could have stayed a little wide and got some more length out of that one. Sean and Daniel.
So these guys are about half a mile out to sea over there. El Sunzal is a break that can hold up to, up to and beyond 20-foot faces. We saw that in the ISA longboarding event just a few weeks ago. Talking 9-foot boards, and when they're dropping in, you could fit 3 of those boards on the face of that wave. So El Sunzal, could be considered a big wave spot once it gets serious. Today, it's a couple feet overhead, still rippable. It does hold its shape and form even when the wind and waves get wild like this. So opportunity for our repechage men. You can see all the results, live scores, of course, on isasurf.org. So podium 2. It's 17 in podium 2.
Long day down there as well, day 3. And we know that in this repechage round, you've got John Florence, from what I understand.
He's pretty good.
He's pretty good,
I've
that
heard
guy.
I've heard of him.
Pretty good. And a massive surprise to see him in that repechage round so early. On the outside, look at this.
See, that's a fun-looking wave. Pretty wild ride, but you do some big chop hops out there.
Kind of looks similar to Bell's Beach, but then when it gets onto this inside, it's actually better. It stands up beautifully. Look at this.
Nice. That's Vega. Ripping on his backhand. Surfing out of Guam, we believe.
Wow. What a bomb. Oh, I jinxed him. That was a great wave, and you can see how good the wave gets, couldn't you? That was rippable, that one. Great backhand attack.
Thanks to our director, G. O'Brien, on the call there. Guy's an absolute legend behind the tools and on the skimboard. He's a champion himself. Right now, speaking of champions, Mitchell Salazar is on the boardwalk, the winner of that last heat.
That's right, Julissa Moody from El Salvador. I'm going to ask her the questions in Spanish and I'll translate back to English. First one's going to be obviously only person catching a wave during the heat. Did she even know what was going on out there in the water? Para empezar, muchas felicidades, Julissa. Fuiste la única persona que tomó una ola durante el hit, tomaste la lideranza y no la perdiste. Pudiste avanzar, supiste de lo que estaba sucediendo en el agua aparte de lo tuyo.
La verdad es que sí, las condiciones estaban súper difíciles, sabía que iba primero, la verdad quería agarrar una ola que tuviera una línea, dejé pasar una que hoy que iba súper buena, pero estoy súper feliz de haber pasado y pues seguimos adelante, El Salvador.
Yeah, she didn't know what was going on. She wanted to catch some better waves herself, but either way, a win is a win for her. And the second question is going to be, she's riding a board that seems to be a Tokoro and epoxy. It's stringless, and it has her own dimensions on it. It even says her name on it. Julissa, parece que esta tabla la hicieron específicamente para ti. Dice tu nombre ahí, una Tokoro epóxica. ¿Quién te la hizo esta tabla?
Pues cuando estaba en el mundial, el primer mundial Open que venía acá a El Salvador, estaba entrenando con la selección para competir, entonces mandaron a hacer 2 tablas de parte de Indes y de la federación, entonces me dieron estas tablas, tengo 2, gracias a Dios estas tablas me han funcionado un montón, pero también tengo que me está patrocinando Pulse, no pude ocupar sus tablas porque se me quebró, una chica me la quebró antes de mi competencia, entonces pues Pulse es mi patrocinador oficial, entonces nada, esta tabla la ocupé, me funciona súper bien y la verdad súper contenta.
So she was actually sponsored by the Federation. They got her 2 of these boards for her first world event, which was a few years ago here at the World Surfing Games. And she's originally sponsored by Pole Surfboards. Somebody actually took one of her boards and broke it, so that's why she's not riding it right now, but she says that these boards work great. Muchas felicidades. ¿Algo que quieras decir a la gente de El Salvador, Julissa?
Que muchísimas gracias por todo su apoyo, gracias a la gente de Conchalío que ha venido a apoyarme acá, súper contenta de verlos aquí apoyándome, también agradecerle a las personas que me apoyan un montón, como Tropical Freaks, Mi Chanti, también a Multinet que me está apoyando con internet y pues también a la federación, Indes, Surf City, toda la gente de Surf City que está aquí apoyándome, súper feliz y gracias por estar aquí.
Muchas felicidades, nos vemos.
Congratulations, Julissa Moody. Proudly waving that flag representing El Salvador. Great things happening in this country, putting surfing as their lead import I mean, it's here for everyone to enjoy, and they've been inviting the world down for the last couple of years in a big way. They've really kind of reorganized a lot around the government and around their tourism to really put surfing at the forefront where it belongs. In our humble opinion, as we see now. Genesis Borja, Team Ecuador.
Wow, great ride. Controls, well, up until that point, a lot of bump and a lot of power on that wave.
Qinyun Zheng, representing Chinese Taipei.
Gets stuck at the top there, and Julissa sounded like a veteran pro in that interview. You know, sometimes young kids her age, as we see the replay of Zoe Stein from South Africa.
She's coming for our job, Barton.
She was so articulate and so enthusiastic, and the words were just rolling off the tongue with no self-consciousness or anything.
I
Just
love
so
to see
comfortable.
that. Yeah, that was displaying a lot of confidence.
It really did, you know, really maturity as well, eh? Good on her, and congratulations on the win. The home country be stoked on that one.
Yeah, so if you keep rolling through these repechage rounds, at the end of it, there is light at the end of this tunnel, and that would be getting yourself back into the main round. So on our finals day, we'll start to see the convergence of main event surfers going up against repechage surfers, all the way up until our grand final, the grand finale, where we award our medalists. The overall team points are tabulated and totaled.
Here we go, paddling in red. So we've got 1 minute 30 left, Chris. Genesis Borja from Ecuador, Borja, perhaps in the Spanish, in the lead with that solid 4.67 for that big left-hander that we watched her ride. Zoe Stein in the second place, 3.83 and a 1.67. So Chung Yun Jung needs a 4 to get into the advancing position, only carrying a 1.5 and a 1.27. And Sante Vivere, 0.3 and a 0.23. She's had trouble finding the length of ride. There's the Latvian flag flying. Some team support there.
Very cool. Very cool. And they only have one representative for now. And, you know, that seems to be the trend, right? You get one surfer in an ISA contest. They go back home. They go, hey, everybody, you gotta get involved. This is so cool. Yeah, and so that's exactly, you know, what we want to do is create ambassadors. They go home to their home nation. You know, maybe they know a couple surfers where they're from, and they go, "What are you doing? Let's go to El Salvador together. 2024. It's on." Wow, just like that. Blink my eyes, look down for 1 second, look back up. Time is almost up. 14 seconds to go.
Wow.
It's going to be Genesis Borja in first, Zoe Stein in second. Jung in third for now, and Santa Vivera in fourth, and that is going to be it. So it's going to be Ecuador and South Africa moving through. Team South Africa on the sand to welcome their second place and advancing surfer. And we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. We got more action today. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, and we will be back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We are back. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. 3 surfers in the lineup for 15 minutes. Jae-hee Soo representing Korea. Sigal Krutov from the Netherlands. And Satara Mazari from Team Iran. So 3 incredible stories coming through here. Satara. She is from Tehran, and I love what she wrote in her bio. A girl who dreamed to be on the mountains and in the ocean and wanted to help others to experience how beautiful and powerful it can be. Great words right there.
The first female Iranian ever in the ISA World Surfing Games, so a groundbreaking moment here with her coming and competing in this
cool
event.
And here we go. Up and riding. Jackie Su. So getting a number under her feet to start off. That was a quick start. These 15-minute heats, I mean, you got to identify a wave quick, turn around, and go immediately. Get something going, because we have seen, you know, with the conditions we have being as gnarly as they are right there, it can be tough to even catch a wave. So why not get out there, identify something early on, and go?
You may as well, because we've seen in all of these heats difficulty in catching waves. And Satari, actually, I was speaking to her the other day, she's actually got a shoulder problem at the moment. So a sore shoulder. She said, it's going to be hard for me to paddle, but I'm just going to do my best. And then you think about these conditions and how hard the paddle is today. It's going to be a tough afternoon. Let's hope she gets a couple. As we see the South Africans celebrating Zoe's success on advancing through that last heat.
That's the team spirit we love right there. Late in the day, been out in the sun.
Smiles all round.
Still pumped. Love to see it. We got a long competition ahead of us as well. We're only on day 3. So great to see Team South Africa in the mix there. And we did get one score, a 1.5 for Jae-hee Soo. Yet to see your surfer in green, Segal from the Netherlands. And we are waiting to see the opening ride for Setare.
She's got a chance to create history here. She is doing it anyway, just by participating. And that's what I think is the important thing, isn't it? Participation. It's not whether you win or lose or how you do for a lot of these nations, about being here, starting on that road of developing surf culture in your country.
Here we go. A nice late drop for Segal from the Netherlands. Getting around this section. Fitting a turn in there, almost coming down with it. Unable to continue her ride, but she's right back on her board, getting out there. Now we're waiting for another ride for Jae-hee Soo, 32 years old, from favorite surf break, Jeju, on a sharp eye board, Korea national team member. Jae-hee started surfing in her 20s. She says it's a little late to be a professional athlete, but she loves it. She's not going to stop, and her passion and skill got her onto that Korean national team, got her down to El Salvador to compete in the ISA World Surfing Games, and we are so glad to have her. And there's your surfer in white, Satare, Team Iran.
Nice.
All the way through the inside. That right there was one of the most impactful waves we've seen at this event.
There you go, mate. As I said, look how stoked she is, because she's got that sore shoulder. She wasn't even sure if she was going to be able to get out in these conditions, and that was the other day before today's peak in the, rising in the swell. So we've seen in other heats people having difficulty getting out the back. So the fact she got out the back, got that ride, she's stoked, and we're all stoked for her.
I think that was my favorite wave of the entire event so
Here we
far.
go. Maybe another one right here.
I think her shoulder is really
troublesome, huh?
Yeah, hindering her, the way she's kind of holding it. And here it is, a beautiful ride.
Late drop. Nice stance. Look at the stance. Everything's in the right position. Great bend in the knees. Nice width in the stance. Just move that back foot forward to get the board down and trim into that next section, so you can see that understanding growing and that stoke showing. Here we go. I'd just go this one too. Get a second one.
There was 6:50 to go. She took the note. She's up and riding, so now she's going to have 2 scores on the board. Satare Mazhari representing Team Iran. A beautiful moment that you're not going to get many other places, except for right here, the ISA World Surfing Games. And here we go, surfer in green, Segal. Smashing that one. Team Netherlands has to be happy with her performance so far.
Teray coming in, going for
A Nectar surfboard. That's a
Gary
Southern
McNabb?
California surf brand, Gary McNabb.
I remember, Gaza.
All right, as Sataray comes through, we're going to go to the boardwalk where Mitchell Salazar is standing by with Genesis Borja.
Finest, and she's obviously had a lot of competitive experience here in El Salvador too. No stranger to wins here at La Bocana. Gonna answer the question in Spanish and I'll translate back to English. Genesis, para empezar, muchas felicidades. Un desempeño bastante bueno para ti en la primera ronda de repechaje. Veo tu equipo y veo las quillas que traes, bastante grandes para tu tamaño.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Genesis Borja, soy de Ecuador. Súper feliz de haber pasado mi hit. Las olas estuvieron súper difíciles, pero bueno, al final pude encontrar una olita buena, que fue la que me ayudó a pasar, y de ahí tuve otra que no fue tan buena, pero bueno, hice lo que pude en estas condiciones tan difíciles, pero nada, con toda la siguiente ronda y eso.
Well, I asked her about her equipment, but she didn't go into any of the details. She said that she was just super happy to compete here. Loves competing for Ecuador, and especially at an ISA event, the World Surfing Games, meaningful to her. Now, Ecuador as a whole, obviously Mimi Barona, the biggest surfer and the biggest threat, qualifying for the Olympics one time. But Genesis has it all. Para ti, el significado de competir aquí al nivel de la ISA, pero el sueño olímpico, ¿qué significaría para ti poder clasificar y estar junto a Mimi como una de las competidoras olímpicas de surfing?
Bueno, eso sería uno de mis sueños, llegar a clasificar para estar ahí con Mimi, sería uno de mis más grandes sueños, estar ahí también. Entonces nada, pues vamos con todo en este campeonato, que sí se puede.
One of her dreams, and she's really looking forward to competing tomorrow or the day after that. Mucha suerte, Genesis, te deseamos lo mejor.
Muchas gracias y bueno, quiero mandar un saludo a mi familia que me está viendo allá, a mis patrocinadores, a las tablas clima que están increíbles. Nada, pues gracias a todas las personas que me están apoyando, a mi familia que me está viendo, los quiero mucho y nada, pues vamos con todo. ¡Viva Ecuador!
Genesis Borja moving through.
Love the excitement there from Genesis and love the moment we're witnessing now. Sataray going up the beach. He's had 2 waves ridden.
And the support from the other nations, did you see
He's
that?
got 63 nations cheering for her.
Yeah, and that was, and she was, I thought she might have just called it a day with that shoulder, and then we saw the way she was moving along the cobblestones. You go, no, she's moving with purpose. She's doing a runaround.
Yeah.
And she's going to go back out, and she's doing exactly that. And the crowd were cheering from all the different nations, just stoked for her. And that's the spirit of surfing, man. That's the spirit of these games. That was it right there on display. And then when she threw a shaka, I just went, yes, that's good enough for me. That has made my day.
Taking that Nectar surfboard back out into the lineup with 5 minutes, 17 seconds to go. Sataray would need a 0.67. So again, catch a little wave, stand up, go down the line. That could be it. Sigal Krutov from the Netherlands, sitting on a 3 and a 1.7. And Jae Su from the Korean team, 1.5 and a 0.23. So still a nicely contested heat in the water.
Exactly. Still with 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes, we've seen more go on in this heat from these 3 ladies than a couple of the previous. So congratulations to all of them on handling these sort of rough afternoon conditions. It's been a long day here at the beach, and the anticipation of hanging around and waiting to surf in this last heat of the day, it's always a challenge.
Yeah, that's
no
right.
matter who you are.
426, see Sataray making her way back out in the lineup again. Cannot give her enough credit. She is a trailblazer, a hero.
Yeah.
And that is going to be remembered as an iconic moment.
It really
in surfing.
will. Yeah, it really will. I hope someone got that shot of her throwing a shakas to the crowd.
Okay, she threw about 12, so I think we got it. Yes. That's the international sign of stoke.
It is, isn't it?
Everybody understands the shaka.
I can't help but throw them now. They just come out of me, just jump out. They're shakas.
Muscle memory.
Here she goes on her way out. Still, it's a good idea to get down the beach where there's a little more open space for the paddle out. You can see again the respect being shown.
Team Iran, Team Turkey cheering her along on the beach. she's back at it. She's out there.
She pulled it and still got time, 3.5 minutes. Fair to say, I don't know that you could duck dive. I don't know any of us could duck dive that board. Right, it's quite wide and got some volume in it, and that in itself, not being able to duck dive your board would make the paddle out all that more difficult, wouldn't it?
Yeah, especially with 15 wave sets coming through. And here's your surfer in green with a nice snapping carve there. Netherlands represent. Beautiful style and flow on a really difficult wave to surf.
That's going to consolidate the lead and the victory for Sigal. From the Netherlands, 2 beautiful turns, a 3 before that. That's going to go, you think, 4+, hey? Look at the wall on this, and then drives that turn, throws spray.
Well,
perfectly.
That's speed, power, flow for you right there.
Beautiful combination of turns. 5 points, there it is.
Highest single wave score of this heat so far. Jae-hee Soo, Team Korea, still in second place, waiting for another wave. Satare Mazhari, our new hero. Surfing icon, instantly.
First priority, although the priority in these heats wouldn't be coming in too much. Here we go, having a look at this one, Chris.
All right, here we go. Korean surfer gets up, down the line, off the bottom. Nice turn off the top there, well placed, total control, committed maneuver. That's going to be a nice looking score for Sue. She's definitely going to get rid of the 1.5 or the 0.23. Nicely done. It's like a needle in a haystack out here at the moment in the afternoon conditions we have right now. Really tough to find a good wave to ride, but we've seen a couple in a row there. Satare doing what I would do in that situation. I just ditch my board. That's a lot of duck diving, especially the shoulder. The shoulder is...
I was about to say that grab of the nose. You grab the nose with your arm and sort of nestle it into your armpit and hold the nose and sort of force your way through. But then if you've got a bad shoulder, you don't want that happening. Here she goes, having a paddle. Maybe it was a little... Oh, she's going to get it.
Gets the reform, Satare.
Oh, good try though, good try.
Almost there. I mean, we're already super fans.
We are. 1 minute. She's going to keep going. There's our heat leader and had a great performance in this one. Picked those beautiful lefts, eh? Found them and given her the opportunity to do those nice forehand gouges. Satare looking out our window.
We're getting down to the wire here. 30 seconds left. I think our surfer from the Netherlands has sealed the deal on the strength of that 5, paired that with a 3, 8-point heat total.
Yep.
Very respectable. That would have gotten you through more than a few heats on the day. Still got 12 seconds left, maybe another ride to go. She's not going to want that one. Crumbles around her. And we're getting our countdown. And that's going to be it for Repecharge Heat 8.
Big day here. Long day. Second score still to drop for Jae-hee. Korean.
I will say that
solidify second.
Yeah, the people's champion, Satare Mazhari, representing Team Iran. I'm putting her right out there as a brand new icon of surfing.
It was magnificent.
I mean, can't say it enough. I'm gonna run down. I want to meet her. I want to talk to her. I want to know more about her. We're going to know more a little bit about Sigal because she is going to be moving through. Great combo here, Barton.
Yeah, the wave of the heat for sure. 5-point ride. 2 beautiful searing snaps on that left reform. And there's the other ladies, Jae-hee, and Satare Mazhari, our first female competitor for Iran. Breaking barriers, creating history, and putting smiles on our faces, that's for sure.
Huge moment for surfing right there, and more to come. Today was an incredible day of surfing. We featured the women all day long here on Podium 1, La Bocana. Tomorrow, you're going to want to tune in bright and early. The Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games will continue live from La Bucana and El Asunzal. So before you go, you're going to stick around and watch some of these highlights. Get yourself excited about surfing. Get inspired. Go surfing for yourself wherever you are in the world. We will see you right here tomorrow morning.